Welcome to the Ultimate Notion tutorial. In this video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about Notion so you can quickly and easily get started. So even if you're a complete bloody beginner, by the end of the video, you will be a pro and literally fast track the steep learning curve. We will start with account creation and settings. From there, we will move into the sidebar. Next up is pages and blocks. After that, we will look at permissions. In the middle of the video, we will tackle shortcuts. Once that is in place, we can get into databases. Afterwards, it's the formula property. We will follow that with buttons and automations. And before we wrap up, we will cover AI. Finally, we will finish with the enterprise plan. If you are a complete beginner, I would really suggest to watch the video from start till end without any skipping, because I can tell you I really thought about the structure of this video. For those who don't know me, my name is Leon and I'm verified by Notion with all of their 3 badges and the admin certificate. I spent over 5,000 hours in Notion. And here is the ultimate Notion tutorial. Because YouTube videos can't be longer than 12 hours, I need to split this ultimate guide into 2 parts. Here are the timestamps for the main chapters in both parts. At the end, you will seamlessly be guided to part 2. Notion is a really powerful business tool that has a bunch of very good use cases, like for example, task tracking, project tracking, content, wiki, and so on. For me, this replaced a bunch of different other tools that I previously used. And now their new custom agents that they launched are so good. And Notion is literally, as they say, the all-in-one AI workspace. But now enough talking, let's start with the first chapter. The first chapter is literally all about setup and settings, and I really want to start from the complete start with account creation. So for you, I want you to open the Notion website under notion.com, and then you will find this website. Now on this website, I want you to click this blue button that says Get Notion Free. Then if you click this, you will get this window where you can put in your email, which I will do now. If you entered your email, you can then click on Continue. What will happen then is you get a verification code into your inbox that you need to paste into here. So let me quickly go into my inbox and paste the code in here. Then I clicked on continue after I pasted in the code, and then I get a complete new workspace. If you then clicked on to continue after you pasted in the code, you will get this window. And what you can do here is for your account, you can select a profile picture as well as set your name. First of all, what you can also do here is if English is not your language, you can literally change your language to any available option down here. So for now, I will skip this profile picture because I actually don't need it. For the name, I will just put in my first name, and then I say I agree to Notion Marketing Communications. I can also unsubscribe anytime, but I don't have a problem with this. And if you then did everything, you can click on continue. After you did that, the next step is that Notion asks you how you use Notion. If you use it, for example, as a student or in school, you would select this option. If you just use it for personal use cases, use this. Or if you use it for work or for a business, then select this, which I will select now. After you selected work, you are also able to invite your team to here, but there is a different section on inviting multiple people and members and so on. That's why I will skip this for now. Next, you have the option to choose your plan. I will talk about every plan in detail at the end of this ultimate guide for which plan you should go for. But for now, later I will upgrade plans to show you all the different features. For now, I will stay on the free trial. So select continue, and then Notion asks you if you also want to download the Notion app, which I can really recommend because there are some features that are not available in the browser. So if you want to do it, you can download it because they also say it's faster, which is definitely the case. But for now, because I already have it installed on my MacBook here, I will skip this for now. After that, if you completed the complete onboarding guide after you got Notion, you are able to communicate communicate with the Notion AI to set up your workspace. But for now, I want to skip this. The only thing that I want to point out for now is that there is a Notion basics page. What you can do is you can work through this and then pause this video and continue after you did everything, or you can just ignore it and listen to me and I will walk you through everything in this video. So now for me, let me actually delete this page. Now what you want to do is you want to go where it says your name and space, in my case, Leon space. Click on it and then just click on settings. For the settings here, I just want to tell you that I upgrade to the Plus plan because there are some features, some settings that are not available on the free plan, but that I want to cover. For business and for enterprise plan settings, I will later throughout the video upgrade to business and then to enterprise and cover these features, like for example, meeting notes step by step. So I will give you a brief overview over the settings, but we will definitely revisit them throughout the video more than one time. So if you are on a free plan and there are some settings that are not available for you, that is probably because I am on a Plus plan now here on this account. So just then watch it or skip it, whatever you want. But now I will start with the settings, with the general settings for Plus and for free plans. So let's start when you click on your name. First, you will have preferences open, but click on your profile. Then again, for your account, you can select a profile picture or change your name to something different. And now let's cover account security. So what you can do here is you can see your email that is connected to your Notion account. And what you can also do if you click on manage mails is you can change the email connected to your Notion workspace. The second thing is you can set a password. So if you click on add password, I won't do it here because I don't want to leak my password for this account. I don't want to do all the blur stuff, but adding a password is literally like in every other tool. You just set a password and then your account is protected. Once you set a password for your account, which I skip in this part, this will then say change password. So if you think your password is not strong enough anymore, or you just want to change it to make it more secure, then you can click on here and you can change your password. The next thing that you can do, which I will also skip here, is you can add a two-step verification, which I can generally only recommend. On every other Notion account that I use, I have this enabled and it makes your account so much more secure. The fourth thing that you can do is you can add a passkey, which is something I haven't played with at all. I don't have it for anything. I just use two-step verification. But if you use passkeys, you can click here and add a passkey for your Notion account. The next section that we have is support. And we have support access. I already had that. I had an issue where I thought something was not working as it should, but it was actually something I got wrong with sync blocks. But what I did is I reached out to the Notion support and then they asked me to enable this because this allows a person from the Notion team to access your account and to look into it and change if everything is correct or what is the problem. So if there ever is something that you think is off or not working and you contact the Notion support, you can toggle this on, or they ask you to toggle this on to give you support. The second thing under support is delete my account. And this is literally the button to delete your entire Notion account. So I can only recommend to stay away from this because this will permanently your account and you will no longer be able to access your pages as it says here. So if you want to keep your Notion account, just stay away from this section. The next section is devices, and here you can see every device that is logged into your Notion account. For me, this is only my MacBook, and here you can see every account logged into your Notion account, and you can go over here and log out devices, or you can, if this is a very long list, just click here and log out all devices. So especially if this list is very long, you can just click on log out all devices. The last section under your account name is the user ID, and if we scroll a bit down, I don't want to scroll down here because it's a unique user ID. I don't want to make public, and in the case that I forget to blur this, I don't want this to be on the internet. So just imagine that I scroll a bit more down, then you have your user ID, and this is a unique ID for your Notion account. And this is also something that you don't want to show or give to anyone, only the Notion support team if they ask you, because if you reach out to them, they ask for your user ID to find your account, and then you need to toggle this on to give them access to your account. But now that's it for this section of the settings. The next section is preferences. And the first setting that you have under preferences is actually the most important setting of all. And this is to switch the theme. For me, I like to go for dark mode, but you can also enable light mode or use system settings, so what your device is set to. Then we have high contrast mode. And here you have the option, again, use system setting. You also have standard contrast. So for me, my system is set to standard. That's why nothing changes. But I also have the option, and this is for people who maybe don't see this well. Of course, if you prefer the style, you can also, if you have great eyes, toggle this on. But if I now click on high contrast, you will see that all the lines that are here will be in white and not in gray. So in comparison, everything is better visual. Also in these buttons, if they are toggled off, little foreshadowing to chapter number 7, you will see a 0. If it's toggled on, you will see a 1, and everything, the borders here, gets white, so it's better visible. After appearance, we have input options, and here you have the option to use enter to add a new line. So every time you press enter, this will create a new line. I will later show you what this is doing. But for now, I want to keep this off. But if you want, you can keep this on. One additional information to this is if you then want to send, you need to press Command or Control and enter instead of normal enter. Next, we have language and time. And the first option here is to change your language that you want to have your Notion account in. This option was also available in one of the first steps where I showed you that you can change the language. If you skip this there, now you have the option to change this to something else here. Number format just sets how you want to have numbers and currencies displayed. Now, what this allows you is to change how currencies and numbers are displayed. Now, let's say this is €1 million and $1 million. In Germany, for example, we separate the bigger numbers with a dot. We have, for example, then 1 million dot, and then 000, another dot, and then we have the cent values, which is in this case also the 0. And the cent values are separated with a comma. Now in the US, it's the opposite. These are separated with a dot and the bigger numbers with a comma. So here you can select what you want or just set it to default. The next setting, always show text direction controls, is for the different languages. You have, for example, languages like Arabic, where you write from the right side to the left side. But for German or English, for example, you write from the left to the right. And this option allows you to activate the direction controls regardless of, as it says here, which language you are using. So now let me toggle this on and I will later show you what this is doing. Start week on Monday is a setting that allows you to set the start of the week to Monday, because in Notion by default it's Sunday. In my country it's Monday, so I will set it to Monday, but this is up to you how you want this. Maybe you want your week to start on Sunday. I want mine to have the start on Monday. For the date format, this is for add mentions, something that I also want to show you later in detail. You can, for the dates, change the display option. You can say, for example, I want it relative, then it says add today, or if the date is yesterday, it says add yesterday, or if it is tomorrow, it will say add tomorrow, and you have all these different options that are used. You can say, for example, I only want to show the short date, so only the month and the date, or I want to see the full date, or I want to see the option which is for how I write dates, which is the day as a number, the month as a number, and then the year as a number. But this is up to you. I can only recommend to set this to relative. But what you do is up to you. The second last settings are actually sort of intertwined, because what you can do is you can automatically set the time zone using your location. And if you turn this on, you don't have control over this setting, because for me, it's automatically set to Berlin, which is my time zone. But you can also toggle this off if you don't want to have this based on your location, and change this to your time zone. I will turn this on here. Now we have our next section, which is the desktop app section. And this is also the case why I switched from the web version to the desktop app that I display now for the settings. If you don't have the app, then I can only recommend to download it and follow along, because there are some settings and some features that are not available to either set in the web app or to use in the web. The first setting is actually something that will make a bit more sense if we covered this. And this is if you create a new tabs, there is later the option to create tabs like in a browser. Just as a little foreshadowing, this is something that you can see on top of here. And this says that if you open a new tab, the search menu will open, because in search, also something I will show you later, you have the option to search through your Notion workspace like you search in a browser through the web. But that's it for now. And this setting says if you open a new tab, you will open the search menu, and I can only recommend to turn this on. The next setting is open your links in browser, and what this will do is if you turn this off, this will open all your Notion links as it says in the browser. Otherwise, and this is the way I like to keep it, it will open them in the Notion app, which I primarily use. For close redirecting browser tabs, this is a setting I like to turn on, because as it says here, this will close the browser tabs where it says redirecting to Notion, because otherwise, if you leave this on, there will always be a window that says redirecting to Notion, and you need to close it manually, because I want to have my links opened in the desktop app, and this allows you that these tabs are automatically closed. The next setting, use command search, is actually also intertwined with these two settings, and this is something that I can really recommend, and it's very strong, because this allows you to set two different shortcuts, one for the Notion search and one for the Notion AI. And these two shortcuts that I will talk about with you in a second will also allow you, let's say you use Notion on the web and you have another web page open, like for example Miro, and you want to search something in Notion. If you use this shortcut, then this shortcut will allow you to search your Notion regardless on which web page you are or wherever you are. So you don't need to have Notion opened in front of you to use the search. This shortcut allows you to search Notion from everywhere. And same for this AI shortcut. This allows you to open the Notion AI menu from everywhere, from any other website. So if you toggle this on or leave it toggled on, which is the default option, you can set two different commands. I leave it to Shift Command plus K on a Mac and Shift Command J, because these are actually pretty good shortcuts I can remember, and these allow you to do what I just told you. The next setting is a setting that I for sure know that it is on the Mac. I don't know if there is a similar thing on Windows. Let me know in the comments down below if there is something similar. I actually don't know it because I don't have a Windows computer. But this allows you to show Notion in the menu bar at the top. And there you have a little Notion icon at the top from which you can also access your workspace. And this setting is also something I like to keep toggled on because better have than need. The next setting is related to tabs, which I already showed you. It's similar to tabs in your browser. And this allows you, I will talk you a bit through this now so you have a better understanding, but I will definitely show you this and explain this more in the section for this. But you have these tabs and you then have pages that you can write text on. And if you have multiple tabs open, this can be kind of distracting for some people. So if you turn this on, every time that you start writing something, this will disappear at the top, and you then need to move your mouse to the top to show it again or stop typing. So if this is distracting, I would turn this on. For me, it isn't. I can really blend it out with my mind, and I really like to rather have quick access to the tab bar at the top. So I leave this toggled off, but if you want, you can toggle this on. The next setting is on startup. What happened for me, I like to continue where I left off. For example, let's say my screen is frozen or my app froze or whatever happened, or I need to restart my computer, then I want to continue where I left off. I don't want to open everything from the get-go. And here, this is what I selected. So I like to continue where I left off. There is something with tabs that are pinned, but I will show you this later. Or what you can do is you can just open your default page, which means that if you have multiple pages open and you restart your computer, every page won't show up on top here, only your default page. So if you like to restart where you left off, I would suggest to set this. If you say, I don't care, I want this to automatically be closed when I turn off my computer, for example, in the evening, then I would strongly recommend to set this to default page, which is actually the last setting that we cover for this section in preferences, which is your default page. And here you have 4 different options. You can say this is the page that you last visited. So let's say you work on page 1 and page 2, and the last page that you visited is page 1. Then if you restart your computer, then only this last visited page will show up. What you can also do is, here we have a so-called sidebar. Just for information, we will talk about this more in a second, or in the video more precisely. You can say the top page in my sidebar. You can say I want the library, also a feature that I will show you later, open. You can say Notion AI. For me, I want my default page to be the library. The last section for preferences is privacy, and the first thing that we can do is we can set our cookie settings. And here you can customize 4 different things. Actually, the first thing you can't toggle on or off, because as it says here, it's strictly necessary. The second thing is something functional. This is, for example, if you want the app to remember that you set dark mode as enabled. The third thing is for Notion to use analytics, like for example, how users are using the product and to then optimize the product based on this analytics. The last thing is marketing. So this is used, as it says here, for target marketing advertising. This is also something I don't have a problem with. So I have everything turned on. But as I said, there are different things that these apply to, so toggle on or toggle off how you want it. Show my view history is also something I want to briefly cover now, but more in depth in the appropriate section. And in Notion, just a bit of foreshadowing, you have different access permissions. You, for example, have edit or full access as one of the permissions. And these people are, if you toggle this on, able to see when you viewed a page. So if you want that these people with these access levels are able to see when you viewed a page, you can turn this off or you can turn this on if you are fine with that. But as I said, this is something I want to show you in the appropriate section for the page settings. The last thing is for my profile discoverability, and this is if people want to invite me to their Notion workspace, for example. This says that my profile is discoverable when they, for example, as it says here, know my email, my Notion name and profile picture will be visible. Otherwise, if I turn this off and they know my email, this won't show up. So they won't see my name and profile, but they still will be able to invite me. Also something for the section for people and inviting. The third tab in our settings is notifications, and as you might imagine, this is everything about notifications with Notion. The first thing that we have here under the first section, push notifications, is comments and mentions. So in Notion, later I will show you in depth what this is. You have the option to write comments and to mention pages, people, or dates. And if, for example, someone mentions you, you will get a push notification, or if someone writes a comment that you are mentioned in, and here you can turn this on or off if you want to receive push notifications for that or not. The next section is meeting detection, and in Notion, I will show you this in the AI section. There is a feature called AI meeting notes, which is available on the business plan. And when you turn on meeting detection, this will make that if you join a conference, like for example Zoom or Google Meet, then there will be a pop-up to start transcribing with Notion AI, which you can then accept. The next thing is the badge icon, and this is for the inbox. In Notion, you have a inbox that says how many notifications you have, and in the bar at the bottom, you have your Notion app icon, and there you can set in your system settings if you want to either show the number of messages in your invoice as a little red icon on top of the Notion app, or if you don't want to see this. And in this case, I turned this off, but you can go into your system settings and either turn this on or off if you want. The last setting for push notifications is actually to send a test notification. And what this will do is if you click on this button, you will get a test notification. Because I have push notifications in general turned off on my Mac, I won't get this notification, so I can't show you this. The next section after push notifications is in-app notifications, so notifications inside of Notion. And the first one is to join conferencing and start transcribing. And this will look this way, as you can see in the pop-up. But this is only available if you connect a calendar, in this case, a Notion calendar. And because this is a guide that focuses on the Notion app entirely and not on Notion calendar or Notion mail, I won't cover this setting or turn this on or off because I don't want to connect a calendar. If you want to see an in-depth tutorial like this one for Notion Mail and for Notion Calendar, definitely let me know in the comments down below with the word mail or calendar, and then I know what you want. Now, the second is a pop-up that shows you that a meeting is currently transcribing. And this is what this pop-up here shows. Then you can always see in your Notion app that there is currently a meeting that is transcribed and you don't forget it. For the last feature, this will look like this. This happens after a meeting, but for this, you also need to connect a calendar. If you have Notion Calendar connected, my honest opinion is toggle all three on. I really like them all. For Slack notifications, there of course needs to be a connection to your Slack account in the first place. And what this will do is basically get the same notifications like for comments or add mentions also in Slack. But you can also then, if you turn this off, say you want notifications based on groups or for users, but I definitely want to have this off. Same is for Discord. On my professional account, I only have Slack connected, not Discord, but they are literally sort of similar tools. Some people use Discord, some people use Slack. So this is literally the same as this one, which is the reason why I won't talk about this anymore in detail. It's literally the same. So let's move on to the last section, email notifications. And for email notifications, my honest opinion is turn everything off. So I don't want to get an email for activity in my workspace like comments, mentions. This will only fully let your email inbox explode. So turn this off. Also for page updates, I don't need an email for this. I will see this in Notion. This is also useless emails in your email box, so just turn this off. And also for workspace digest, I don't need it, so I will turn this off. Last but not least, you can click on this Manage Settings button, and this will allow you to get occasional emails about new features in Notions, which you can set if you click on this button here. But now that's everything for the notification settings. The next setting is something I want to skip, and this is the mail and calendar section. This will only show you which email you connected to Notion Mail, a different app from Notion, or which email/calendars you connected to Notion Calendar, which is also a separate app from Notion. What I want to do is I want to move on to connections. And this section is something that I just briefly want to touch on because I won't cover external connections or external tools, not even Notion Mail or Notion Calendar, but I just want to tell you what this is. So what you can do here, for example, is you can connect your Gmail account, you can connect your Slack account. These two are especially important later when it comes to buttons and automations, but you can also connect other apps that you can see here to Notion. Now here for connections, you have a little filter where you can see all kind of different connections, and you also have things like AI connector, MCP server. These are things that I will later show you again, so we will revisit this in the AI chapter. Then you also have the option here to see all your installed connections. Now I have no installed connection on this account, but if you have one, you can see it here. For the last section here, manage, again, this is something I want to show you when we revisit this in the AI chapter. So here back again, we have the connections, and if you scroll down, it's a little bit hidden, you have other options here. First, you can learn more about the connections. If you click here, you can develop or manage connections. This will open the new Notion developer portal. This is something I don't want to feature here because it's too advanced and outside of Notion. I literally want to give you a small introduction by showing you that this is possible. And if you click here on Browse More Connections, you can see the marketplace opens where you can see all of these different connections again. And that's basically it for now. Let's move on. The next section is offline mode. And this section is only available in the Notion app, not in the web. Obviously, because a browser is online and this offline mode is only available for your devices, for the apps on your devices. So if you use Notion in the browser, you obviously don't have the offline option available. And what you can do here is in Notion, later I will show you how to create them. You have pages, and here you can download as many pages as you want, even on the free plan. So what this means is even if you are offline, like for example, you are outside with your MacBook and you have no internet connection, if you download a page, of course, there are some special things I will walk you through later in the offline section. But for now, let's say you have just pages with text on them. You can download them and then you have them available offline. On a paid plan, like for example, the Plus plan I am on, you also have the option to toggle on automatic downloads. And what this allows you is that Notion then can automatically download your recent used pages, so the pages that you used recently, as well as your favorite pages, also something I will show you in this video, for offline use. So Notion intelligently will download pages that you use or that are your favorite pages. At the bottom here, you have an overview of what pages are downloaded, and you can even see all pages, only pages downloaded by you, or only pages downloaded by Notion. And here you have a complete overview over every downloaded page. And as I just said, there are some features, some things not available for offline mode yet. I will either add text now that you can see or blend in an image where everything is that is not available currently, so you can save it or use it as reference for later if we continue in this video. And by the way, if you use Notion offline in your app, the only available setting when you are completely offline is the offline section. Here, everything else is no longer available. But last words for offline, as I said, don't feel overwhelmed with the list that I showed you. This is just an overview that you can keep for yourself, so you always know what is possible and what not. And if there are things that you currently don't understand, don't worry, at the end of the video you will for sure. And later there is also a dedicated offline section in this video where I will show you a bunch of more things for offline mode, like for example asynchronous changes on pages or databases and so on. Now let's move on to the workspace settings. And for this, as it says, we switch from the account level settings over to the workspace level settings. And before we dive into general, I will open a slide to explain you the concept of accounts and workspaces even better. Now, as you can see here in this diagram, we have 4 different squares. Now, as you can see here, we have a hierarchy. We have your Notion account. This is what we already discussed. And then we have workspaces, because under one Notion account you can have multiple workspaces, not only one. So currently we only have one workspace, and in this workspace we had this instruction page that we deleted at the start. This is one workspace, but we can have infinite ones under one Notion account. Just imagine the Notion account as the sort of keychain, and every workspace under that Notion account as a separate house. And every single house is isolated from one another, so there is no connection between them. So just keep this in mind. Notion account and Notion workspace is not the same. one Notion account can have multiple workspaces. Then now let's go back to Notion and let's dive into the general settings of the current workspace. But before we do it, let me actually show you where you can see your workspaces really quick. And here you can see we have my current workspace under my Notion account where I can access the settings, and here I can create new workspaces if I want to. But now back to the settings, to general, and here I can rename my workspace if I want. If it's a private Notion account, I can call it anything private, or if it's a business account, I can name it according to my business. So for example, my name, let's click on save. Then I can create an icon. Let's go for the cityscape. In this case, let's go for blue, but you can also go for a custom icon, for example, your company logo, a picture of yourself if you want, or an emoji. But keep in mind, a workspace is different than your account. The next page is a custom landing page that you can select. And this means that when a new member joins your workspace, a copy of this page will be added to their private pages. This is something I will walk you through later because you don't know what members are. You don't actually know what pages are, maybe if you are a bloody beginner, and especially not what a private page is. So this is something I want to show you later. Now, the next thing that we can do is related to the sidebar. And the sidebar is this thing on the top here, as it says side and bar. And what Notion has is they have multiple apps. They have the Notion app, they have Notion Calendar, and they have the newest addition to that, Notion Mail. And what you can do here is if you toggle this on, they will show up on the left side here. Of course, also the Notion desktop app, because here I am in the browser currently, but also the calendar and mail app. If you don't want this, like I don't need this, you can toggle this off to make this cleaner. For the next thing, for domain-based access, I will actually switch over to the next slide to explain you this even better. So in this slide, you can see, and this is also what you can do in Notion, you can connect a domain to your workspace. So let's say I have my workspace and I connected the domain yourcompany.com to it. This is just an example domain. And I train an employee called John, for example, and I give John the email john@yourcompany.com. Then, because John has the same domain that is connected to my workspace in his email, and because of that, he can automatically join the workspace. That is meant by allowed domains. So this is basically an easy way for people to join your workspace. So you just connect a domain to your workspace, and if a person has this domain in their email, they can automatically join, because in an optimal case, I don't know what is possible with hacking or so, but in an optimal world, you only have access to that domain, and only people you give an email with that domain, and then they can join your workspace. And people who don't have this domain, for example, Leah has leah@mycompany.com. This is not the same domain, so she can't join the workspace. So now let's go back to Notion. So you can then in Notion go for domain-based access and then enter your domain in here. About everything else like pricing, because here it says billable member, we will talk later in this video. The next thing is export. What you can do is you can export workspace content. In this case, I can, for example, export all the pages in this workspace. And of course, because you can have a bunch of content in your workspace, this can take a bit longer. But what you can do here is you can click on export, and then you have different options. You have export format, database use, page content, and create folders for subpages. Now let me actually give you the best settings. For export format, just leave it to Markdown and CSV. For database views, just go for default view. For page content, say everything, and then for creating subfolders, you can leave this toggled on. And this is just my recommendation on how to do it. You can also make your mind up on what you want to do, but this is basically my recommendation on how to export content from your workspace. What you can also do, but for this I need to upgrade even more, and we will talk about this in a second, way more in depth. What you can also do is, because you have members in your workspace, if you want to, you can also export a list of all your members. The next section after export is analytics, and here you can toggle on to save and display page view analytics, or toggle this off. This is similar to the account level, and here you can collect page view data for all the pages in this workspace. Now, if you click on a page in a workspace, Notion will track this in the background, and people, as I said, with these two access types will be able to see the page views from all the different people in this workspace. And here you can decide, do you want to toggle this on, or do you want to toggle this off so that these people can't see how many views a page has. But what this will look like with the page views, I will actually show you this later in the dedicated section. For the people section, we have three different toggles. The first one is the people directory. And the people directory is basically a complete overview of all the members in your workspace. You will later understand what members are, but for now, just understand this is an overview of all the members. And by toggling it on, you activate it, or you can also deactivate it. That's up to you. I leave it toggled on. For the next setting that you can toggle on or off, you can decide if you want to show the recent activity for all the members in your workspace. So then, as it says here, you can see for every member their recently and edited pages. So you can see, for example, John created this page recently and edited this page, and you can see all the recent comments. And as I said, for you, you can toggle this on if you want to see this, or if you need it, or just toggle it off. And the last thing is hover cards. And what this will basically do is later you can, for example, add mention people, or in a database, select a person from your workspace. More to that later. But just for you to understand this, hover cards means if you then hover like this, let's say, for example, here's the name. If you hover over this, you will open the card from the people directory of this person. If you want to toggle this on, so you always see like the preview, if you hover over the name, you can toggle this on. If you don't need this or don't want to see this, or it's kind of distracting, I leave it on for now, so you will later definitely see this throughout the video. You can always deactivate it here. The next thing is definitely a danger zone, and I would definitely suggest to stay away from this. And this is the option to delete your workspace. Here, attention, this is the workspace, not your account. So I previously showed you, you have accounts and you have different workspaces. Let's say I have two workspaces. If I click on delete workspace for this one, I will only delete this one, not the other one. But what happens if I delete my Notion account, like the setting that we had previously? If I delete my account, I will delete all the workspaces it includes. So if you don't want to delete your workspace, just stay away from here. And the last thing that I will also not show here is your workspace ID. So you have an account ID and a workspace ID. For that, let me actually open the dedicated slide. Here you can see this. You have a Notion account, and to this account you have an account ID. And then for every single workspace, of course you can have more than 3, but I think 3 is enough for display purposes. You have a unique workspace ID for every single workspace. So I hope that was clear, now let's move on to emojis in your workspace. For this section, I just briefly want to touch on this, and this is basically a setting that allows you to limit custom emoji creation to workspace owners. So if you toggle this on in Notion, you have emojis that you can add, like you saw in the workspace setting. Here I can select an emoji at different places in Notion. I will show you where you can place emojis or use them. You can use icons or you can use custom emojis. And here you basically say, I only want workspace owners to do this. What workspace owners are, I will explain you more in depth in the dedicated session, but this is basically the person in charge of a workspace with the highest permission. So you can toggle this on or off. If it's off, every member in your workspace can create custom emojis. And then if you click on add emoji, here you can update the emoji and also give it a name. The next tab I want to touch on is the import tab. And here you can import things into Notion. Let's say, for example, you want to import a PDF that you have and you want to convert it into a Notion page. You can do this. Or let's say you have a CSV from Excel and you want to turn this into a database. What this is, what a database is, what a page is, I will show you. But for now, just understand you can import these things like an HTML, CSV, PDF, text markdown into Notion and turn it into something into Notion. What this will look like and how to do it, I will show you in the dedicated section in the video. The last thing I want to talk with you about in this chapter, the first chapter, is billing and plans. So first, let's click on billing. What you can see here is what plan you are on under billing. Just keep in mind, Notion has 4 plans that are open to subscribe to. We have free, plus, which I am currently on. We have business, enterprise limited, and there is also a sales assisted enterprise plan. For that, you have to reach out to the sales team if you're, for example, a big enterprise company, but this is something I will talk about in the dedicated enterprise section. For now, just keep in mind, we have these 4 plans, and in billing, you can see on what plan you are, how much it is, and when it renews. The next thing that we can see is billing period, and here you have 2 different options. We have monthly, which I selected here, and we have yearly, and yearly is definitely cheaper than monthly, just for your information. And here, the last setting, something you will also understand later, is, as I said, you have members in your workspace that you pay for, and here you can see how many paid seats you have. Currently, it's only me in the workspace, so I have 1 seat. The next section under billing is payment details, and here you can see your payment method that you choose. You can always edit this. You can see who this is billed to and edit the information in here if, for example, something changes. You have your billing email, which you can also change here if you lost access to that, or you change your email address to a more professional one, or whatever. You can edit here. For invoice emails, you can toggle this on, so you receive a copy of your invoice via email if you need it. Otherwise, I will show you that you can access them down here. The last thing that we have here is your VAT/GST number. And if you need this, for example, for your business, here is the option to edit. But you will also be asked if you subscribe from a free plan to a plus plan for this. So if you forgot it there or you didn't need it there and you then want to edit, here is the option to do it. The last thing after payment details is then your invoices, and you can see every single invoice associated to your workspace. Here is my first one on April 22nd, and there is also then the other invoice that will happen on May 22nd, and every other invoice then will show up here under billing and then invoices. But at the end, at the really end of this ultimate guide, even after enterprise plan, I have a dedicated in-depth section where I will show you all the different plans, all the features, compare it, and give you my recommendation on what plan you should subscribe to. Quick note before we go further. Building Notion workspaces and adjusting the settings can be quite difficult. If at any point you'd rather have this set up for you than you doing it all yourself, and this goes way further than just settings. I'm talking about building a complete workspace with all of that included that's gonna come in this video. So building a whole workspace and training you and your team on that new workspace. There is a link in the video description down below if you want to work with me. But now that's it for the first chapter. Let's move on to the second chapter. In this chapter, I want to show you everything around the sidebar. So the first thing that we can do is we can click on our workspace. And as I previously showed you, what you can do here is you can see all your accounts with your email, and you can see for every account all your workspaces. And if you have multiple accounts, you will see multiple email addresses and then also multiple workspaces, for example. And for the next thing, I will actually open another slide to show you this. So for the next thing, we have my Notion account, and we have the Notion account of another person. And as I just showed you, you can see your accounts and you can see your workspaces. But you will also see, because someone can invite you, more to that what a guest is later, but someone can invite you as a guest in their workspace. And then under your account that is invited, you will also see workspaces that you are a guest in. Like, let's say, for example, I have my Notion account, and I have my workspace that we touched on in this video. And the other person has two workspaces. The person has a second workspace and a first workspace. And let's say then in this workspace, this person invites me as a guest. What happens then is I am a guest for this workspace, and under my Notion account, besides my own workspace, I will see the workspace of the other person, and there you will see a yellow guest banner. What you can also do from here is later, if you know what members are, you can invite members from here into your workspace. And if you, for whatever reason, don't know in which workspace you currently are, there is a little check mark to the side. So if you have two workspaces, you don't know which you are in because they have the same icon, the same name, just as an example, then you can see with the check in which one you currently are. What you can also do under here is you can add another Notion account. For example, I could add my professional Notion account in here that is not a demo with all the workspaces. I can log out of the current account, and here I can, because I am in the browser, get the Mac app, which I already have. The only two things I want you to know is that the settings are if you click here, and I want to show you the help section. If you click on help, you have documentation. And if I click on this, you will be guided to the Notion workspace, and you can browse different topics and also visit the Notion Academy. You also have the option to get support if you click on here. And for more, you can see keyboard shortcuts. You can visit the X account of Notion. You can read through the terms and privacy. You can see the status, local backups. You can clear your page cache. And last but not least, you can see all the latest releases, because this is the changelog where Notion publishes all the news and updates. So this is everything that you need to know currently for the sidebar. Everything else, like for example, private pages, meeting notes, agents, will be covered in their dedicated sections. If these two chapters alone helped you to understand Notion even better, do me a quick favor and leave a like on this video. It genuinely helps the video, and it also makes sure that more people can see this video. But now that's it for this chapter. Let's move on to the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to show you more about pages. But before we do that, there is a link to the materials page in the description down below that you can duplicate to your workspace so that you can follow along with the video. So what you just do is now you go to the video description down below, click on the link, and then here I will now blend in a video of how you can duplicate it to your workspace. If you did this successfully, you will see that a page called Materials appears in your private section. And this is the perfect starting point because now we have our first page in the workspace. And for whatever reason, let's say you can't find it because you have this closed or the page got moved to somewhere else or whatever, and you can't find it, there is something in Notion called search. And this is actually the first topic of this chapter. It's just like a search in your Finder. You just go to the search here, or you can press Command K, and then I can search, for example, for materials. And there you can see it. So by using the search, you can always find all the pages in your workspace. Next, what we want to do is we want to create our first own page. And the first way that we can do this is if we go in the sidebar, regardless of which tab, we can click on New, and then we can select Page, and this will add a brand new page in our workspace. So now that we have our first page, we can also in private click on Add New, and then on Add New Page. And this will bring us another new page that we can call New Page 2. So now we have a total of 3 pages in our private section. Now this add pages disappeared, but we can still click here and add a new page, for example, new page 3. Now the next thing for pages I want to show you is styling. And what we can do is we can customize the icon. And here, more specific, I can go for an emoji, for example, this one. I can go for an icon like this one, and here I can actually change the different appearances. Like, for example, I want gray for this one. And by the way, here you can also select, same as in emoji, you can select random. So it's a random icon, and also it's a random color. By the way, here, as you just saw, when I want to select a new icon, I always get asked which color I want to use. Now, if you go here under select icon color, you can toggle on ask every time and select, for example, blue. And then every time you want to select a new icon, the blue color gets selected because we choose it on top of here. You can also go for a custom icon that you can upload here, or you can even get rid of an icon or emoji with the remove button here. The last thing in terms of styling that I want to show you is how to add a cover. And a cover is actually next to icon. Here you can click on add cover, and then you can see a random default automatically gets applied. We can, if we like this, reposition this, for example, because the frame is very tight. Then we can save it or cancel, and we can also change. And here we have a gallery of different covers. We can upload our own one. We can paste a link here, or we can go to Unsplash and there select a cover. Let's go for blue actually. And here, same as with icons and emojis, if I don't want to have this anymore, I can just click on remove. Now let's talk about nested pages and the philosophy behind it. So what we see here is we have pages. We have page 1, page 2, page 3. And now what we can also do, if we write slash, is here in this menu that I will show you in depth in a second, is we can select page. And what we do here is we create a page in a page. And you can also see this in the sidebar. Here we have no page inside. Here we don't have a page inside. But here in page 3, we have another page. Let's call this new page 4 is nested in new page 3. And if we go to new page 3, we can see we have new page 4 in here nested. And you can do this infinitely. For example, in new page 4, I can create a new page 5 as a nested page and so on infinitely. It's like folders and documents in your Finder, but it's all pages. So we have a page which has a nested page in it. That page has a nested page in it maybe. So you can do this infinitely as I just said. Now, another thing I want to talk with you about in terms of Notion pages, because we just saw we can nest a page in a page. Like for example, we can put a text document inside a folder or a folder inside a folder in our Finder. But the difference is here on the left side, we have a Notion page where we can, for example, write text on it. And we have another page in that page where we can also write text on it. In a normal folder, we have a folder where we can put a Word document, for example, that contains text, but we can't write text in the folder. So this is the big difference in terms of Notion and a normal folder with file structure. Now that I talked about that you can also write on a page, let me actually show you how you can do that. And for that, I want you to open the Materials section. Here, open toggle 3 on both sides, and there let's open the writing section. By the way, on the left is always what the final result looks like, and on the right is a raw version that we want to use to recreate it. Some things are not possible when you duplicate a page to your workspace, like for example, comments. This is something that you will only see and then we can recreate it, but you can't take the comment with the page if you duplicate it to your workspace. But that's something I will show you in a second. Now, what you can do, we will delete this in a second, go under the third and then press enter. And then you can just use your keyboard to add any text. And this is just how you add text to a Notion page. I can also go to page 3 and here I can just write text. Now let's go back to materials, actually delete it from here, and let's take a look on how we can recreate all these different styles. Now what you can do here is you can highlight the text and there you have a menu. This menu allows you to change the text. You will later see what different blocks we have. But I can change this text block to any other block, more to that also in this chapter. The next thing I can do is I can actually change the color if I want. This is something we will do later. Now the first thing that I want to do for this text is we want to use this option, bold. And if I do this, you can see it gets thicker, which is called bold text. And you can see we recreated the first thing on the left side. The next thing in the menu makes text italic. And this is what you find under this E. And if we do this, the text changes and it looks exactly like the text on the left side. The next point is for underlining. Again, highlight the text and then click on underline and we get the same underlined text. After underlined, we also have strike through, which you obviously find here under strike through. This is something I will show you in a second. So first click on strike through and there you strike through the text as it says, but honestly, and I also wrote it here, I don't ever use this. After strike through, we can also turn text into code. And this is something you do with this mark as code button here. And then you get this code style, and it's always by default gray background with red text, but you can also change that more to that in a second. The next is the equation formatting. If you highlight it and then click on this equation, you get the text that you can then only specifically for this formatting change, and then you can click on done, and now this is an equation. So the equation, we go back to this, add a link button, and if you click this, you will change this text into a hyperlink where you can embed a URL. And what we want to do is we want to write www.notion.com. And if we then select it at the bottom, this hyperlink, if we would click this, would bring us to the Notion homepage. What we can also do is we can turn text into a different color, something I teased now for a while. And you do it by highlighting it, and then you go for text color, and here you can change the background of the text. You can change the text color. For now, I want to have the default background, and we want to turn this blue. The last things that we can do here now is we can click on this. Now this button will launch you the same menu that you will get if you click on the 6 dots here. This is the menu I will show you just in a second. But the other things that you have is you can write comments, which you will see in a second. You can react to a text, also something I will show you in a second. You can suggest edits, also something in a second. And here you have skills, which is AI related, so I will show you this in the AI section. One thing I want to show you in terms of formatting is how I like to format text, and for this I want to actually create new text, and let's call this tasks, and then we can highlight the text. Then first I like to turn the text bold. I like to underline it. Then I turn it into code, and then I change the color to blue, and then we have this bold underlined blue code aesthetics, which I personally really like. I just want to show it that this is possible. If you want to use it like I do, it's up to you. The next menu, now before that, let's clear this, is this 6-dot menu. And here you have some similar actions, but also some new ones. We can turn this text into any other block. What this is, I will show you also in a second. Now let me give you actually a quick sneak peek. Now let's say, for example, this should be a heading and not normal text. And then I can change it into a heading, and I can also turn it back into text. The next thing in this 6-dot menu is here we can also again change the background color and the text color. Then we can also copy the link to a block. This is called a block that you get if you choose the 6-dot menu. This is a block, this is a block, and every block has a URL. And by clicking on the 6-dot menu, you can copy the link to a block. What we can also do is we can duplicate a block, then just click on duplicate, and we get a copy of this block. Before I show you move to, we can also delete a block, and here just select delete, and this gets deleted. Move to allows you to, let's say I don't want this text to be in the materials page, and rather I want it to be on new page 3. What I can do is I can highlight it, then press Command C or Command X, and then paste it into page 3. Or I can just click on the 6-dot menu, and this is especially handy if you want to transfer a lot of data from one page to another page. Then it's easier to use move to than copy and paste, or delete, copy and paste. And here you just say move to, and then you select a page, for example, page 3. And then this gets added to page 3, but always at the bottom of the page. So if I would now move it back to materials, it would get added down here. Let me actually show you this. If I here click on move to and then materials, it will show up at the bottom here. Now I reverse this action, and now let's move on with the 6-dot menu. We also have comment and suggest edits here, which is something that I will show you in comments and edits. We have present from here, which is a presenting function where you can present a page like a PowerPoint presentation, also something for the dedicated section, and same with AI. For the blog, you can also see who edited this blog the last time. You can see the activity is I edited this blog just now, and I created this blog 23 hours ago. And here you can see the exact time. I edited this today at 12:03 p.m. And that's it for writing. Now let's move on to comments. Now let's collapse this and expand comments. Now you can already see here I have a comment, and I also have an attachment as well as a reaction and also a comment here. This is something that you won't see because comments on a page or on a blog can't be duplicated when duplicating a page. So now let's recreate this. So if you want to add a comment to the page at the top, you just click on add comment, and then you can write, for example, the same text. Now this is a page commented by me. For the add mention, this is what it looks like. How we do it, I will show you in this chapter here. For now, just also add the text, and I attached something. Now, if you click on here, you can attach a file. I won't do this now because I already have it here. This will just basically launch your file manager, and I don't want to open it because if I forget to blur it, I will literally expose it, and this is something I don't want to do. So you can just see, if you click on this, you will get a window of your file manager. There you can select a file, and then this will get added like here. So now let's click on publish comment. And there we have it. We have the comment, and if you add a file, it will just look like this on top here. Now, what you can do with these attachments is you can make them bigger, you can expand them so you can see everything. And this is basically a slide that you will later see in the video. You can download it if you want to, and you can also delete it, view the original, also here download it and see who edited it and when it happened, just like for blogs on a page. Another thing for comments that you can do is you can react, and for that just go to add reaction, and there you can add an emoji, not an icon, just an emoji, but let's go for this emoji here. For comments, we also have a 3-dot menu, and for this we can edit a comment. For example, I can write edited, and then we can see if we then publish it. We can also cancel, by the way, if we don't want to edit it, if we change our mind, or we can publish it, and then we can see when it was edited and that this comment got edited. Besides being able to edit a comment, you can also copy a link to a discussion and paste it somewhere else. Just like with a blog, every discussion also has a link. Or you can delete a comment if you, for example, think that it's no longer relevant, or it was a mistake and it actually was the wrong page, or whatever. The last thing is, what you can do is you can resolve a comment, and if you click this, the comment discussion will disappear. Besides adding comments to a page, you can also add comments to a specific blog. And this is what we see here. We have a text blog, and then someone added a comment that you will see on the right here. Now let's also recreate it. Let's highlight the text here, then press comment, and then let's also write, this can be deleted. Here you have the same options to attach a file or to mention a person, which I will show you here, and you can then publish the comment and it will show up here. And to make sure that you know which comment applies to which block, if you hover over them, you can see they light up, and now this one lights up here. For comments on a specific block, besides also being able to add a reaction or resolve it, we also have the option to mark it as unread. So let's say, for example, I haven't read this, I can mark it as unread, and then this blue button at the top will appear. Same here. We can also edit it like I just showed you. I can copy the link to the comment here. And the next thing that is actually very new is I can mute replies. Let's say, for example, I add a comment, and this is just to make something visible, but then after that two people discuss about it and it's no longer my thing, and I don't want to get notified for every answer on this comment or everything in regard to this comment, because my job was only to maybe, for example, report something. Then I can say mute replies, and then, for example, if person A adds something as a comment and mentions person B, and then person B adds a comment and mentions person A, but I am no longer involved, I won't get notified for comments on this discussion. But if someone mentions me, for example, person B mentions me, or I leave another comment on this or interact, then this will get revoked and I will then get notified again, obviously. The last thing is also pretty clear. You can also delete comments here. Before I will also talk about suggesting edits, I want to tell you when to use comments. If you're on a free plan and you are the only person in your workspace, comments are kind of useless. Maybe if you invite guests, then it couldn't be beneficial, but comments especially shine in a workspace when you are there with multiple people. And comments are beneficial if you want to discuss something where it actually lives. For example, I can here highlight something and leave a comment on that information where it lives in the Notion page, and not be in a Slack message. Like, for example, I write someone a message and say, there is something wrong with this sentence on the page called da-da-da. Then this person needs to go into the Notion workspace and then look for that sentence and then work on it. Otherwise, this person will get a notification, more to that in a second, and the person can directly jump into the comment where it is on the page. So it's very convenient if you want to discuss things where content actually lives. Now that we discussed how to write text on a page and how to manipulate this, how to comment, before I actually show you everything on top of here and this three-dot menu besides sharing, this is another chapter. Let me actually show you what suggest edits means. Suggest edits is also available if you highlight the text, for example. And this means just that you think that the text is not the best and you have a better version in mind. Let's say, for example, I see this text says, now you want to edit, suggest, and edit to this perfect text, but I actually see edit shouldn't be here. It only should say, now you want to suggest and edit to this perfect text. Then, if I can't change it myself due to permissions, more to that also in a second. And for suggesting edits, you also highlight the text. Then you go for suggest edits, and then you are in this specific suggesting mode that you can also turn off. Now, if I would press this key in the not suggesting mode, so in the normal mode, I would actually delete it now. But here, if I sort of delete it, I will only suggest and edit because I am in suggesting mode. And now you can see I have this suggestion here that says, I think, or someone else thinks, that this is not needed. You can see here, I can then accept it. Now, before I do that, let's actually turn this off. And here you can see, if I would press the same key in the normal mode, I would actually delete it and not suggest an edit. So this is the difference. So then when someone suggested something, let's say, for example, this is my other account, I can then either leave a reaction to this, if I also don't have the permission to change it, to signalize that I also think this is true. I can mark it as unread, like with a comment. I can copy a link. I can also here mute replies if I don't want to get notified for this. Under more, I can expand it because sometimes it's maybe cut off, and then I can decide to either reject it, so then this will disappear and show up as before, or if I accept it, you will see that edit will disappear. And now let's click on accept, and now it will just say now you want to suggest and edit to this perfect text. And that's basically it for comments and suggestions. Now let's cover page settings. The first thing that you can do for a page is you can make a page as a favorite page. Let's say, for example, materials is a page we want to highlight as favorite. Then you can click on this star on top here, and this will mark your page as a favorite. And voila, and this only will show up if there is at least one page in your workspace highlighted as a favorite. You will see this favorites section. And here, as I just said, only favorite pages will show up like materials, so I can faster access them. And here it doesn't matter where a page is located, like for example in private or somewhere else in the workspace, or even a page in a page. If I highlight a page as a favorite, it will show up here. And same here, I can go into page 4, highlight it as favorite, and it will also show up here. Besides the option to favorite something, we also can see when a page got last edited. For example, this page got last edited by me 2 minutes ago, and we can also see when this got created, like with comments and with blogs, but on a page level. The next setting that we have is also a page has a URL. Here we can also copy the URL link. I will also show you this in depth because this is very new here. And here in the 3-dot menu, you will also see an example. Besides that, we also have updates here with this bubble. And here you can see discussions like, for example, the comment on the page. This can be deleted. And the other comment, this can be deleted. And you can also see previous ones. So that are the ones that I already read. And these are the ones that are unread. And if I would have more, which is actually the case, I can click on see all. And then this sidebar opens. And I can also see this comment over here. And literally here, you will see every single comment and suggested edit, and you can do also sort of things like resolve and all the other actions that I showed you previously. You can also say I want to get all the comments or maybe only reply and add mentions here. And you can also filter here and say maybe I only want to see suggestions, then comments will disappear, or vice versa. You can see only open, only resolved suggested edits or comments, or maybe only open ones, or only unread ones, or maybe only read ones. That's up to you, so you can further customize it on a page level. Before we now dive into the 3-dot menu, actually open the 3-dot menu on the left side. On the right, I just have a placeholder so it doesn't look asynchronous. But here I can't literally show you a final result for copying a link because this is an action. So for this point, for this section, we will work on the left side directly. So now let's open the 3-dot menu. And here the first thing is I can search for any kind of action here. For example, if I want to search for import, but I can't find it somehow, I can just write import in here and then select the setting. The next thing you can do is you can choose between 3 different text types. We have default, then you have serif, and this will change all the text layout on the page. and you have mono, but I actually prefer default the most. The only type of font that won't change is the font type for comments, so comments will always be in the same font style. The next action, copy link, refers to the URL, so the link of every page. Every page has a link. And even though, for example here, two different pages have the exact same name, Notion can differentiate them, and this is by the link. For example, this is the link for the first page, and you can see here, for example, before source equals copy link, you can see, for example, here it says 811 question mark and here 799 question mark. So these are not the same, they have the same name, but they have different links. So if I ever need a link to a page to maybe paste it somewhere else or use it somewhere else, I can either, as you can see here, copy link or do it here. They also added it recently here because also for me, but I know a shortcut for this, so I am faster. But for the people who are not familiar with the shortcut to copy a link for a page, they always need to open this and then copy the link. And now you can also do it here, and it says copied link to clipboard. After copying a link, we also have the option to copy page contents. And this allows you to copy all the content on a page. So all the subpages, all the headings, all the text, but in a format that is way better for LLMs. So if you just copy it, like for example, let's say I copy it this way, it's harder for the LLM to read the data. But if you click on the three-dot menu here and then copy page contents, this is in a way better format. The next thing that we can do is we can duplicate a page. For this, actually, let me actually use a page that has not that much content, so it gets quicker. Here I can click on duplicate, and a duplication of this page is getting created. Now back to materials and the next point. And the next point is move to. Now for move to, what this means is we also had this for blocks that we can move to another page, but a page is also a block. So we can also move a page. So let's say we have a page with copy content in the body. What I can do is I can highlight it and copy the text and then go down here, for example, create a new page and then paste the content in that new page and go back and delete this. I can also just say for this page, I want to move it to, and then select materials. And now this page shows up at the bottom here, which is way faster. The next option that I, for whatever reason, don't have available here on this account is actually the archive option. Now I will put you an image on the screen so you know how this would look like. And for archive, this means that the page gets archived but is still there. If I, and this is the next option, move a page to the trash, after a certain time, this page gets permanently deleted. For archive, it only gets archived. And the page will still be there where it is, where it lives, but it will be gray out. I will also put a screenshot now here for how this looks like. And what this archive feature allows you is it allows you to, if you search for pages or if you use later AI for accessing pages, these pages that are archived are getting deprioritized by search. So they are not deleted, but you maybe say this is outdated, I want to archive it, then these pages are getting deprioritized by search and AI. Unfortunately, there is not a central directory where you can click and see all your archived pages. You only see the archived pages where they live. For example, if I would archive this page, this will get gray out. And the only way for me to see this is to go into materials and then here. So there is no page or section where I can see all archived pages at one glance. Now, I had planned to show you what it looks like to archive a page, but now I can't, so I will put you a short video on the screen now that you can watch to see how to archive a page. And if you have access to this on your account, you can use the archive feature after you know how to do it. Now that we talked about archive, let's talk about trash. You also have the option to move a page to trash. For this, let me actually open the trash section here. And for trash, you can search your trash by name. Now it's very easy because I only have 5 pages in trash. If it is more, it can be very chaotic. So you can search, for example, for the Notion basics, and then you will see the page. You can also filter. If you, for example, maybe have pages that have the same name, you can also search by last edited by. You can search for where it is in, or maybe later you will also have, when I tell you what Teamspaces are and how they work, you can also search a filter by Teamspaces. And then what you can do in the trash is you can either restore it, and if I do this, this page will again show up in my workspace, like here, or, and for this now, let me put it back to trash. I can also go into trash, and then I can also click on permanently delete. And if you click this, this page is really permanently deleted and you won't get it back. And this also means obviously that this page will no longer show up in trash. Now, how long a page is in the trash is different from account to account, but on the Plus plan and also on the free plan, it's 30 days and then the pages will get deleted. For the next option, because now I am in the browser, I need to quickly switch over to the Notion app. Now, in the desktop app version of Notion, as I just told you earlier for offline mode, we now have the option on a page, not only in the settings to see them, but here we can actually make a page available offline. So if I toggle this on, now a download started, and now you see Notion will download the page, and when everything is done, of course, there are some things with downloads and offline mode that is not possible. More to that in the offline section, in the dedicated section. But just say now that everything is possible. Now this page is available offline and now everything is finished. This page is available offline. So if I now turn off everything, every connection to the internet, I am still able to use this page offline. And if I think that I don't need it no longer offline for whatever reason, I can also toggle this off. But this is how you enable offline mode for a page. The next option that we can choose is we can decide to make the text smaller. Then everything gets a bit smaller, and if you toggle it off, it gets bigger. For me, I personally don't use it. I leave everything how it is, because for every page you need to then toggle this on manually, and I just leave it how it is. And maybe I will, with Command minus or Command plus, increase the size of everything on the page. The next thing that you can do, this is already activated here, is we can make this full width. If we toggle this off, everything is center focus and we have a lot of space on the left and on the right. But if we toggle this on, we have a bunch more space, and I can only recommend on every page. There are some exceptions, like for example, where you have a workflow from top to bottom where you place everything under one another, where you don't want to do it, but literally in 99.9% of use cases, I can recommend to put a page in full width to have more space. The next thing that we can do is we can customize a page. And this means for a page, we can show the backlinks on hover. We can always show them, or we can turn this off. For this, we need to go into this backlinks page. Here you have no access. This is due to the duplication in your workspace. And here what we want to do is we want to / link to page. This is something you will also see later. Now just follow my instructions to get this back, because this didn't work due to duplication. And then we want to link to materials. Now don't question it, you will later understand this. There is a section later for this. But what this is doing now is, because I linked the current page in this page, you will see a backlink here. And here I can see where I linked this page. And here I see, in this page, I linked this page. If I also link it in another page, I can then also see that other page here. And in customize page, then I can say, I can show on hover. I can always show them, so I don't need to hover and then it shows. It always shows. Or I can say I completely turn it off. So even if I then hover over here, it won't show up. I think to make it show on hover is pretty convenient. The next thing that we can do is we can turn off page discussions. Then everything at the top disappears. It won't get deleted, but it will get turned off. And this is only for page discussions, so comments on the page level, not comments that happen on a specific blog. The next thing we can toggle on or off is something that we have in the browser. And here you have like sort of lines that you can see. That is your table of contents. Also something I will show you in a second. And you can then decide, do you want to see it or not? And for the inline comments, previously we can only display them like this, but we can also make them more minimal. And then they show up like this next to the blog with these small icons that we can see over here. This is up to you. You can leave it this way or this way. For this, maybe there is the possibility that you oversee it. I leave them on default on a normal page. What is also very convenient to customize the page is we can lock the page. And what this does is it prevents accidental mistakes. For example, if I go here and I highlight it and I accidentally delete it, it's removed. And if I don't see that I did something, maybe by accident I do something and it's gone and I don't notice it, this is bad. So if you lock a page, even though I can do everything with the page, in this mode, I can't delete anything, no chance. If I then unlock the page, I can remove things. So if you want to avoid that accidental changes happen to a page, you can always lock the page. And what you can also do is for locked, you can then say, I want to unlock the page for me. Then only you can accidentally change things or manipulate this, or you can unlock the page for everyone that has full access, and then everyone can start using the page, or this can also happen, mess up the page. But more to that also later in the permissions section, because we can also prevent things with permissions. The next thing is something I want to skip for now because it's AI related, and I will come back to this specific page setting in the AI section of this video. Now let's go to translate, and here you have the option to translate a page into a different language. Let's say, for example, I want to translate the page into my native language, which is German. Now Notion is working on translating the page, and now everything is done. And you can see not the comments are never translated, but the text here. Now it says for writing, it says schreiben. For comments, it says Kommentare. So everything is translated. So I can also go in here and I can change it to another language. But if I want to edit, I need to duplicate the page. So I can't edit things. This is just a sort of, the mechanism is something gets translated and then the page gets locked. I can't change things here. If I want to change something, I need to duplicate it to be able to edit it as it says here. Now click this away, so we have our original English version. Back to the settings, we also have an undo option here. And what this does is, let's say for example, I deleted something here and then I want to have it back. There is of course a shortcut, more to that later, but I can also go in here and click on undo. And now I got my start back and we can move on. The next two options are import and export. For import, this is just a shortcut to get quicker to the import section. So there is no new menu that I can show you here. This will just bring you to the menu that I already showed you. For export, obviously this is to export this specific page, not the workspace, but this specific page. And here I can only suggest the same settings, and this is similar to the workspace export, but now it's on this page level, not on the workspace level. The feature turn into wiki actually creates a very interesting and unique page and database interaction. And I am not the biggest fan of this feature, to be honest. For me, you can play with it, but because I don't use it and I don't have that much experience with it, I won't cover it in this video. And I also think because this is a very special interaction between pages and the database, I won't cover it in this video to not confuse you. So for me, I will skip this turn into wiki feature for this guide, because it is also possible to, up to a certain point, recreate this. And I think there are also benefits to do it manually and don't use the wiki feature. For updates and analytics, we can see when something happens and what happened. You can see, for example, 3 minutes ago, I unlocked this page. 7 minutes ago, I locked this page. Then I unlocked this page. And you can see every little action that was taken on this page and who did this. So you can see, for example, I did XYZ, another person did this to the page, and you can always see everything that was done. For a comment and an edit, you have also the option to reply directly from this updates section here, or to react to a comment or edit. There is also analytics, and this is just an analytics section for this page. You can see how many views this page got in a certain interval. For example, last 28 days, last 7 days, last 90, or all time. So here you can see we have 14 views on this page. We have 12 total views and 1 unique view, because unique view is always by person. And because I am the only person viewing this, it's 1 unique view, but I viewed it 12 times. I actually don't know why this is 13 combined and here it says 14, but never mind. So we have the views here. Then we have viewers down here. And here, this is what I showed you in the seconds, where you can say if you want to agree that someone can see when you viewed the page or not. And here you can also say to show your view history, and you can either say allow or don't allow. And for me, I set it to allow, and that's why you can see I viewed this page 5 minutes ago. And down here, besides viewers, you also have editors, and you can see the page got created by me 1 day ago, and it was recently edited by me, and this happened 1 hour ago. The settings button at the bottom here is literally just the same as this one. If you click on this, you will also get the same menu to say allow or don't allow. But now that we have updates and analytics, let's move on to version history. And version history means that we have different versions of the page, because edits or suggestions or whatever comments happened to the page. Let's say, for example, I accidentally deleted something and then I come back to the page and I look for something, but it's so far in the past that I can't use the undo option. Then I can go into the version history. Now let me actually open the version history of a page with a bit less content because it took a while to load, and then I canceled it because it took too much time. Now let's go for this page with less content on it to the version history, and if I open this, I can see the different versions. Like, let's say, for example, I deleted this text, but this was something that I actually need. Then what I can do is I can either copy what I deleted in the last version history it was available, copy it and then paste it on my page to update it, or I can even, if I want to restore this page version, and then this becomes my current version and my previous current version gets replaced. So what I like to do is I like to go into the previous version, look where the thing that I deleted is, copy it, and then paste it on the page. Now I should have removed it before that, and now everything is as before. The last two settings for a page, let's actually stay here, are notify me, and this is when you want to get notified. We can say, for example, all comments, or maybe only replies and mentions. Replies is very self-explanatory. If someone replies to a comment, and add mentions you will understand in a second. The last thing is connections, and here you can literally add connections and decide to what pages they should have access to, but because this involves internal tools, I won't cover it in this guide. Down here we also have a small analytics section. We can see the word count on this page, and again, last edited by and created like we saw here. The next thing that I want to show you is when you create a fresh new page. I created a fresh new page as we just did previously in the create page section. You always have this menu at the bottom here. Now there are a bunch of things like form, databases, meeting notes, and AI that I won't talk about now. I will do it in the dedicated section, and you will then understand what this is. But what templates is Notion has a template marketplace where you can buy, or if they are free, just duplicate templates to your workspace. And if you click here, you can then open the marketplace, browse for templates that you think you need or that are cool, and then duplicate them to your workspace. Now, if you would like to have templates and maybe play with them, I actually have a template store live with some templates, some paid, some free. So if you're interested, you can take a look in the video description down below and maybe get a template for yourself. The next big topic that I want to talk with you about are, where are the materials, are the blocks that we have available in Notion. Now, previously I already showed you how to add text to a page. You can also add emojis. You either write slash and then write emoji and select an emoji that you can add to the page, or you can write this double dot and then E, and this will also bring you the emoji window where you can add an emoji, and you can also add text to it as you want. So if you want to try this for yourself, you can now just pause the video and try to paste an emoji on the page. But now let me actually show you how you can create these headings. So you can click on the 6-dot menu here, then turn into, and then turn this into a heading, in this case heading 1, and then repeat this for every other heading. Turn into heading 2, turn into heading 3, and then turn into heading 4. And now we have recreated all the headings that are available, where heading 4 is actually the newest addition, which came out, I think, like a month ago. Previously, we only had these 3. Now we have 4, which can be very convenient, for example, in blog posts. The next block is the quote block, and a quote block will always give you this bar to the left side. So just go here, go to turn into, and then search for quote, and then you can turn a text into a quote block. What we also have available in Notion are lists, and here we have different types. We have, for example, the bullet list, and for this, just click on the 6 dots again. We will always click the 6 dots to turn this into. There is also a shortcut, but more to that in a second. For now, use the 6 dot menu, click on turn into, and then select the bullet list. Now we created this. What we can also do is we can press enter and then press tab to move in, and then we can create a sub bullet point. And to differentiate it better, this is filled out, this is not filled out. So you can always see the hierarchy based on the appearance of the dots. And if I tap one more in, I will get a square that is filled out. And then when you do this for the 3rd time, it will start over again. The next list that we have available is the numbered list. For this, again, go into turn into, go to numbered list. And here we have the same thing. As you can see, we have 1, and then we have A. And if we do it again, we get the sort of Rome numbers. I think it's Rome numbers like E and then EE and so on. And again here, if I would create another layer, it will start with 1 again. The second last list that we have available is the to-do list. So click on turn into to-do list. And here we don't have this mechanism that the to-do list gets changed in the appearance. We can just create another layer and it looks the same as the previous ones. And what will also not happen is if you click on a section that is above the ones below, I won't get this checked by checking the sort of parent item. You still need to do this manually. But that's it for to-do lists. Let's move on to our last list, which is the toggle list. For this, click on turn into again, click on toggle list. And here you can see we can open and close them. And this allows you to hide and reveal what is in the toggle list. We can even do things like a toggle in a toggle and then do this infinitely, but I would suggest to not go deeper than 2 layers because then it can get too chaotic. Talking about toggle, we also have a toggle heading selection. For this, we have the same headings. We have heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4, but as toggles. So I can also add text under here, but now it's not a toggle list, so a text toggle, it's a heading toggle. And to recreate it, again, turn this into, and here select toggle heading 1. And then what always happens is the blocks that are sort of smaller, because H1 is the biggest, will always get moved to the body. Then you need to do this here and place it outside to remove them from the toggle. So now let me actually do this the rest of cam because it will take a bit longer than for the headings. Now I am done, and when you're also done with it, because it's literally the same mechanism but with another option, we can move on to the table block. The table block is this over here, and it's very static. So one comment for what will come in this video is I will always suggest you to use databases rather than tables, but for the sake of it, I will show you what tables are and how to add and use them in Notion. And for a table, we want to use the / command again, and then write table, and then we can add the table here. What I can do in a table is I can drag rows above or beyond another. I can also do this for columns. I can move the column to the right or to the left as I wish to. The next thing I can do is, let me actually add names for this. Column 1 is enough for now. What I can do is I can go into here and then I can press the left mouse key 2 times to shrink it to the minimum size automatically. If this is longer, for example, and I do this, it will shrink it to the minimum size available for this text, which is this one. So if you don't want to do it manually, just double click on this with your mouse and it will shrink automatically. What you can also do, obviously, is you can go next to the end on the right and you can add another column, or you can go at the bottom and add rows to the table to expand it if you want. The next thing for tables that you can do, as you can see on the left, is you can color columns and rows. I can click, for example, on this row and say I want to color this with a gray background. Then this row has a gray background. I can also say I want to color this column in a green background. Now for the prioritization of columns and rows, if you color a cell in both colors, the column color will always win over the row color, just to have this in mind. The next thing that you can do besides these adding a new row or a new column, as I just showed you, is, let's say I want to have a column next to this, so between this column and this column. Then I can go, for example, to this and say I want to insert something new on the right, and then this happens. Or I can also do this on a row level. I can click on a row and say insert below or above this row. The next thing that we can do is, let's say I have text everywhere in here, and let's actually delete this here, which is also an option. I can also click on a row and then I can say clear contents, and this will be only for this row, and I will then delete all the content written into every cell. And if I click it, everything is gone. And that's basically it, what you can do for tables. Of course, what you can do, as you just saw, is you can delete and you can also duplicate besides inserting new rows. So you can duplicate a row and then obviously it's. And what you can also do, I just saw this, I forgot to note this down, is you can say for a row that this is the sort of header row for this table, where you, for example, write what will be in a specific column. But now that's really it for tables. Now let's focus on callouts. For callouts, also write slash and then write CAL. That is always enough, or maybe even CA is enough, and even then you get the callout. The callout is very nice, for example, at the top of the page as a sort of disclaimer, because the callout block really draws attention to it because of its different color. So if you want to, for example, add something to the top of the page that is important, always do it with a callout block. For a callout block, as you can see on the left, you can change the color. You can say, for example, I wanted to have a blue background, and you can always say what you want the color in the callout to be. In this case, I went here for default, but I can also go for another color. The next thing that you can do is you can also here add an emoji like this light bulb. You can also add an icon or a custom emoji. So literally the same things that I showed you for the page. Callouts also have a very nice effects on something related to databases, but I will show you this when we cover databases. Now let's see how we can create a divider. And a divider is great to differentiate different sections. So if you have, for example, text and then you want it clearly differentiated but not with an empty block, you can always add a divider to literally see that these things are separated. And you just create it by write slash and then write div, and you get the divider. With a divider, you always get a next block. If you don't want this, press the back key and it will get removed. Next, let's actually cover the media blocks. We have different media blocks. For example, you can write slash and then image, and then you will get the image block. And here you can either upload your own file, like I did here. You can embed a link. You can search in Unsplash or in Giphy. Now let's, for example, go into Unsplash and let's select this here, or you can go into Giphy. Now what you can also do, let me actually open my Finder on the other screen, and then I can actually move something by dragging it into the blob and it will get displayed here. Now this is actually a slide that I will show you later. It's also bigger. Now let me remove this and let me actually duplicate this and drag this over here so that we have the same height here almost. Something is a bit off, but that's okay. And here for these images, I can also add a comment if I want to. I can align it, for example, to the middle, to the right. Now here it doesn't make a difference. I can also add a caption, and here I already added this, but I can then write here is a caption, for example, and then I can toggle this on or off, and then I can manipulate this at any time. I can also crop, so if I only want to see a specific section, I can do this in here and then click on save if I want to, or cancel if I change my mind. And here I can also, this is freeform, select a predefined layout, like for example 5:3, 16:9, and then drag this where I want. Now let's click on cancel, and if this is too small for me, I also, next to crop, I have the expand option to make this bigger. Now here you have the option to switch to all the other images, like this one, or here back to this one. Now it's not a difference because they are the same, and here I can make it bigger or smaller, and 100 here is the smallest. I can download it, which is in this case useless because I got it from my computer, and here I can then close it so I see it normally on the page. Here again, I have the download option. If this is something another person added to this page and I want to have it, I can here download it to my computer. And here, besides the options that we already had for normal blocks, we also have options like, for example, replace this image with another image, so we don't have to delete this block, create a new one, and add another image. We can also say I want to copy the image in it if I want to place it somewhere else. I can say again here, download it if I want to. From here, I can also add a caption. I can also crop from here. So these options are literally the same as we had here. Besides, what I can also do here is I add a link to this image if I want to. So to make it a hyperlink image, I can also use the alt text option, and then I can add text here. I can, under more options, again zoom into here, or I can open this in the browser if I want to. Now the next block is the videos block, and in this we can put videos. So images, we have the image block for pictures, images, and then we can write /video to add a video into this block. And here we have two different options. We can upload a video that we, for example, have on our computer or on any other device, or you can add a link like I just did it here on the left side. So we can paste a link, for example, to a YouTube video, and then we can click on embed video, and then we get an embed of this video on the page. And then if I want to, I could Notion just play it now here, that makes, and watch the video inside of my Notion page. Same here, I can also add a caption here and write something like with pictures. I can also add a comment. I can view the original, and then this video will play in your browser on YouTube. And I can also replace the video if I want to. And here I have the same options as I just showed you. Then the next block is audio. For this, write /audio. And same here, you can upload audio or you can link to an audio file. Now this is same as for videos, but only with audio files. So here you could, for example, upload an MP4, here only an MP3. I currently can't find my audio file. So what I will just do is I will duplicate it and move this over here so that I have the exact same height, so that audio is on the same height on this page. But you can also say you have an audio file at hand, and then you can either link to it, maybe a song, for example, or upload an audio file like a meeting transcript or whatever, and then paste it here and start playing, skipping around if this would be an audio file, and then either adjust the playback speed, like for example, listen to it in 2 times or in slower, or you can download the audio if it's something that another person published to this page. Now let's focus on code snippets. And here we have normal code snippets, but also mermaid code. And for a code snippet, just write /code, and then you can store code in here. Like for example, I do this in my scripts for my YouTube videos when I need to add formulas in a build of a template, for example. For the formula, you can actually choose between a bunch of different languages, some that I don't know, but you also have things like JavaScript, or you have what is also very known Python, or you can even go for, where is it? Notion's formula language, Notion formulas, and then place your formula in here. And the advantage is if you copy it from here and then paste it later in the real formula code editor, it will instantly work. Now let me actually write this code. Just write the same thing as it is on the left, like for example, publish date plus, and then prop, and then due date. And this now might not make sense, what I just wrote. You will later understand. Now it's just about to explore this block a bit so you know this exists and what you can do with it. Now what I can do is when I have the code, I can click on copy, and now I copied the code to my clipboard and I can use it. For code, what I can also do in this 3-dot menu is I can add a caption, like for example, formula for due date, because this is a property later. And I can also here copy the code if I want. I can wrap it. Let's say, for example, now this doesn't make sense, but I add a bunch of text to it. I can wrap it so everything that is too long gets pushed to the next line. Let me actually remove what I just add, all the nonsense. And the last thing here is what we already had, is to change the language. The next use case that you can already see on the left side for code, first write code for a code block, and then we can add, and here we can search for it to instantly find it, mermaid code. And what this basically is it is a specific type of code that you write that will then be displayed as a diagram. For example, in this case, this org chart for a sales department. Now, let me actually copy this mermaid code over to show you this. I can paste it here and I get the same diagram on the right side. For mermaid code, we have 3 different options to display it. Either only the code, or only the preview, or we can choose to show both. If this is too small, we can always expand it like we saw in images, and then we can close it if we no longer want to see it. We can also download it if this is something another person added. We can copy the code, and here literally it's the same as I just showed you, but in this case for the mermaid code block. But later, because this is very complicated, and I personally have to say I never learned mermaid code myself in depth, there is later an option when you need mermaid code at all with AI to literally create it in seconds from a prompt. So I would suggest you don't need to learn this manually. I also work with things like Miro for creating these org charts, but if you need it later, do it definitely with AI. So that's it now. Let's move on to files. And here, just write slash, and who would have thought files? And then here you can upload files. Of course, a picture can also be a file, but here, for example, in these kind of blocks in my SOP on how to edit a YouTube video, I store, for example, as a backup, all my presets that I have in Premiere Pro for editing. So you can also add PDFs here or these presets, whatever you want for this. Use this upload or embed file option block. Here, for example, you can see I just added it because I forgot it previously. You will see this in your material. I have a file for a gradient in Photoshop, which is something I saved to the embed file, and you can also drag this similar to the images from your computer into the embed, and it will get displayed there. Same for bookmarks, just write bookmark. In this case, it says web bookmark, and there you can paste a URL, like for example, the notion.com URL, and then you will get this web bookmark, which is also a very cool display option for websites if you don't just want to see the plain URL. The next section is embeds. And what is an embed? An embed is things that live somewhere else, like for example in your Drive or in Figma. But you can also display them here in your Notion page. Like also this video is an embed because it lives on YouTube, but I can also watch it on this Notion page. Same like the map, it's interactive. I can use this map. The map is in Google Maps, but I can also use it on this page. So this is very cool. Embeds, like for example, Figma has a special embed. Google Maps has a special embed. So there are special embeds. Just to let you know, I won't cover it more into detail. Just to say we have, for example, maps. Let me actually duplicate this because I don't want to open my maps here because I think that my current location then will be visible and I don't want to expose this. So I have this, and I can also add two very nice embeds, like for example, what is it called? Loom. And here, if I, for example, have SOPs that I store in a wiki, in Notion, then I don't want to, every time when I watch it, want to go to Loom, search for the Loom for this SOP, and then watch it. So what I can do is I can embed a Loom. So I get the link from the Loom video, paste it in here, and then watch the Loom video on the SOP page where it belongs, which is very nice. Same, for example, if you map processes, you can add a Miro embed to show an embed of your processes that you mapped out. So embeds are pretty nice, but one recommendation is definitely, even though we have files as an option to store, this is maybe an exception because it's just in the SOP as a reference. I also have it in my file manager. Notion is definitely not a file management system. Store your files in, for example, Google Drive or in a NAS, or maybe even on your computer or on a server in any other cloud app, but not in Notion. Notion is not a file management system. But you can do, for example, things like then embed things from your Drive or that are in Loom inside of Notion with an embed. Now let's talk about the HTML block, which is the block that you can see here, and also here we will do this ourselves again. So what you can see here in this example for the HTML block, I decided to create a sticky notes whiteboard. And you can see I have these different nodes. I can drag them around, go for a color, edit and write text in here, and I can also clear them. This feature, this block, the HTML block, is available on every plan, so also the free plan. But as you can see here, this block also has AI capabilities. These capabilities are only available on the business and enterprise plan. But what you can do on a free plan is in here, you can click and upload an HTML file, which is what I want to do now. I have an HTML file prepared and I will now drag it in here and it will upload and now display. What is important to say to this block in regard to syncing? This block doesn't sync with other people, and it doesn't even sync with different devices on your same account. So this, for example, is not in sync with the Notion account on my iPad. So if I add, for example, something here and drag things around, and I then log into my Notion account on my iPad and open this page, I won't see what I did here on my MacBook. Personally, I would treat how I did this HTML block as a very good embed. So you don't open the HTML somewhere else, you have it in Notion as an embed. And the last things that you can do here for this block is you can expand it, so make it bigger or also smaller. You can expand it here. You have the 3-dot menu, and here you can replace the HTML file. You can download it. This is what I did here. I downloaded this to my computer and dragged it in this block over here. The last thing here that we can do is we can also add a caption if we want. Now that we talked about embeds, which is also a pretty advanced feature, let's actually go to the sort of real advanced blocks. The first block is actually a new addition that I really like, and this is tabs. And what this allows you is to show you different text, or in total different blocks based on the tab that you have open. So just write tab, then select tabs, and you get a layout with 3 tabs and no text for each tab. What you can do for tabs is, because I have 4 here, I can add tabs to this tabs block as much as I want. The next thing that I can do is I can add text or in total blocks for every single tab. For example, here I can add text 1, here I can add text 2, and I can also rename the tabs. For example, let's call this tab 5, or let's just call this 1, and let's just call this 2. So I can rename my tabs how I wanted to. On top, what I can do is I can copy the link to a tab, like I just showed you multiple times for blogs or for pages. Now we also have this form. For tabs, I can also delete a tab, and I can also, same as with pages or on a page in a blog, I can add an icon, for example, or an emoji if I want to. So having a tab on your page is like literally having infinite pages on one page, which can be very convenient. Now let's talk about the table of contents block. And for this, I created 2 pages because I want to show you this in that page. So first, let me show you on the left what it looks like. So here we have a very long text, and we have different headings. We have, for example, a heading 1 here. We have a heading 2 here. Then we have a heading 3 here. And this is great for the table of content. So we have different heading sizes, heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and this goes until down here. Now, what the table of contents block is doing is it gives you an overview over all the headings. This is our heading 1. This is our heading 2. These are our heading 3s. This is heading 2 again, heading 3, and so on. So we can clearly see the headings, and I could, for example, instantly, if I, for example, want to go to the status, I can go in here, see status must be under conservation, and then I can instantly jump to status. And for this, the table of contents block is great. So also make sure if you use headings on a page to start with heading 1, and then if you need another separation, then instantly go for heading 3 and so on, because this will definitely improve your table of contents block if you put it on top of a page. So TLDR, we have a long text, we have different headings, and the table of contents blocks gives us an overview. Also, we can clearly see which heading is where and what is the hierarchy. One last thing before we build it ourselves. You also have this natively on the right here. Now, you could turn this off in the settings. So if you don't want to have this here all the time, then you could put this table of contents block here on the page. I, for example, have this turned on, so I don't put a table of contents block on every page. But now let's add it ourselves. So go back to materials, then go to the right side here, and this is the exact same text. And I created the toggle here. It's great to put the table of contents block in here, because if we now type in here TOC is enough to get table of contents. This block is very long, and if we don't need it, it's sort of in the way. If we put it in a toggle, we can expand it and collapse it as we want. And this is literally everything in terms of the table of contents block. The next block I want to show you is the equations block. For this, just write slash and write EQ. There you have it, block equation. And here you can then add an equation you want to have displayed. Like, for example, I don't actually know how it's called in English. In Germany, we say Satz des Pythagoras. For now, because I never learned how to do this, I will just copy the code over. It's actually very simple. I just discovered. But you can also add any other formula, like, for example, add a line here and then something under that line and so on. So very, very complicated formulas, mathematical formulas, calculations. But I will later show you how you can do this automatically with AI, so you don't have to literally learn how to do this if you need it. It's all doable with AI. Now for the next section, breadcrumbs, I will actually open another slide to show you this. We previously discussed that you can have a page as a subpage of another page, and you can do this infinitely. Like, let's say, for example, we have a page, and then this is a page in this page, and this is a page in this page. Now, it would be kind of cool to see, like, what is the hierarchy of this page. And this is what a breadcrumb does. You can see, for example, at the end, you will see the current page that you see. And then you can see page 3 is a subpage of page 2, which is a subpage of page 1. So this basically shows you the hierarchy of the pages. And if we go back to Notion, you can see that materials is the top level page. So for the breadcrumbs, I will only see materials, and I will then see the access level. And in this case, only I have access because it's private. More to that in a second. But if I, for example, click on page 4 and I then write slash breadcrumb, this is how to create a breadcrumb blob, I will then see page 4 and page 3, because page 4 is in page 3. So it's like the same as above here, but on the page if you need it. So let me delete this, go back to, where is it? Materials. And then we can also add where it says breadcrumb right here, breadcrumb, and add it here. Now for the next block, we actually need to fix it. Let's click on delete and on delete. And before we rebuild it, I actually want to show you another slide to explain you the concept better. Now the next block is the sync block. So it's a block that synchronizes between different versions of it. And we always have an original instance. So we have an original block, and then we have other instances of this block. And everything that is in this block will also appear in the other instances. And if I change something in a specific instance, regardless of original or other, it will also get synced to all the other instances. That is why it's called a sync block. So now let's move over to Notion and let's actually see how it looks there. So here for materials, we can go into the page with the sync block, remove it, and then we can add a text that says, this is exactly the same text. And if we then click on the 6 dots, we can turn this into a sync block. Or we can also write /sync block to spawn a sync block in the first place and then add the text to it. But now let's get rid of this. We have this sync block, which is the original version. And now I can copy the block. I can go back to the materials, for example, and I can add the same sync block here and here. And this is the same text. And now that we actually add 3 dots here. And you can see the dots also get added to this sync block and the original version. And I can also get rid of it here. And it will also happen here in all the other instances. So it's very convenient. What you can also see is you can see from any block all the other instances and where they live. I can see I have this sync block, which is on this page, and I have the original version, which lives in this page. Now, if I would add this block also to another page, this other page will also get listed here. So for sync blocks, you only need to change something in one block, and you can always see where the original version is and where all the other versions are scattered across your workspace. One quick thing I want to tell you is, let's say, for example, I want to delete this sync block, or I want to unsync this block so it will no longer follow the other blocks. We have original instance and we have other instances. If I do it for another instance, I can just unsync it or delete it, nothing happens. If I delete or unsync the original block, then all the other instances will get unsynced, which makes sense. If I cut this off, this stays in sync. If I cut this off, everything gets cut off. Now that we did it here, now let's actually, let me copy this over to the right side so that I have the exact space and it doesn't look asynchronous. The last section, the last block I want to discuss for this blocks section is actually columns. And you can see this pretty clear in use here. We have a column for final and a column for start. And how you can create them is you write / and then, for example, 2 columns. Then I can write text here in this column and text in here. For example, let's do it like on the left side, 2 column, 2 column. And then we can basically repeat this for 3 columns, for 4 columns, and for 5 columns. I won't repeat it because it takes a while to do that, but you can see this is what a 3 column layout looks like. This is what a 4 column layout looks like. This is what a 5 column layout looks like. It's up to you if you want to do it now and recreate it or not. But if you just want to see what it looks like, these are all the column layouts available. Now let me scroll to the top and let me toggle both off. Later in this video, there is also a block called database, but I will cover this because it's very big in its own section. There is also the thing of a synced database, but I won't cover this because it involves external tools. The last things I actually want to show you, let's get back to blocks and columns and scroll down, are actually things like, let's create another here. For now, I can write slash and then import. And here are all the different import options that I previously showed you in the settings, also available as a block. And this is basically just a shortcut, again, like in the page settings, that will bring you to the workspace settings where you can then import. The next thing in this slash command that you will also find at the bottom is, where is it? I think it's under embeds. Here, this is, by the way, synced databases. I won't cover them here. Where is it? Here at the bottom, you also have options like copy, link to block, duplicate, move to. This is also available in the slash menu, like coloring. So this is also available in the menu. And what you can also do, which I want to show you, I did it sometimes behind the scenes. You can, of course, in Notion also drag blocks. Like, for example, I add this block with text, but I actually don't want it to be above these two columns. I want it under. So I can hold on the 6 dots, not press it, hold. You get this special mouse. And then I can drag it wherever I want. And the blue line is an indicator of where it will land if I then release the mouse key. In this case, if I release it, it will just show up here. And this is exactly where I want it to be. This is also possible for every block. So I can also drag the page over here, under here, to the left. So I can literally get creative and move things around as I wish to. Now, the last three things in terms of blocks I want to show you is, first, how to turn something in another block. Like, for example, let's say I have text here. Then I can click on the 6-dot menu and I can say turn into, and then I have some options here. I could, for example, turn this into a heading 1. Other blocks, like for example the button that we will discover later in another chapter, it's not possible. You can't turn, for example, a heading or text into a block. But now let's reverse this. I can always click on turn into, and here I have all the options to select that I want to turn something like simple text into. The next thing I want to show you in regard to changing something, let's say I only want to turn this from a heading 4 into a heading 1. This is not possible. So you can't only change a part of this block. The whole blue thing that you can see here is the block, and you can't go like, for example, like this here, and then change only a specific part into something else. You will always, regardless of what you select here, change if you select turn into the whole block. And the last thing I want to show you here is actually something for making this a bit easier. Later, I will also show you a bunch more shortcuts, but for now, just press space, then write slash into, and then, for example, heading 1. And then you can either, with your arrow keys, select, or you write it out like heading 1, and then just press enter. And by doing this, I will change this into a heading 1 just with my keyboard. And that's basically it for the blocks. Now let's move on to links, mentions, inbox, and the people directory. So let's close this toggle and let's open the next toggle. The next thing here I want to show you is links, and this is also a block. Now first, before we recreate it, what does it look like? We have a page here, And in here, we have a linked page. So this is not just a normal page. There is also this arrow showing up to the top right. And that's because we also have another page, which is the linked page. And here, what we did is we have them separated, and in here we linked to the other page that we can see under the page with the link. So what we can do is we can write /page to create a page, and let's call this page a link. Then we can go back and press enter here, drag it under here, and then write /page. And let's call this linked page. And then what we can do is we can copy the link here. Later, there's also a shortcut to do this. And then we can go into page with a link and we can paste it into here. And then we link to this page. So this is not a page that is a subpage of this. We literally link to the other page down below here. And this is, for example, helpful if you have an SOP. Like, for example, you have an SOP for how to create a thumbnail for a YouTube video. Then you could add a link in this SOP to your brand assets page. The next thing that is at first glance literally the same, but there is a difference. And this is mentions, but especially here, mentions for a page. So we have a page with a mention. You can see here, we have this exact same scenario where we have a page and then this arrow showing to the top right. And in this case, it's actually the page that is down below here that gets mentioned in this other page. So let's also recreate it. Click on materials, then here press space and space again, then write /page, and then here just write page with mention, go back to materials and add another page, write /page and call this mention page. Then we can go once again back to materials and let's recreate everything. So here I can write, for example, use, and then I can just write add, and here select in lowercase at the start mentioned page. So I can say use mentioned page for this. So the difference is that a page mention is also possible inline. So a link is the whole block. If you link something, it will be this whole block. But a mention can also be between text, so inline. And we can not only mention a page, but let's say, for example, you work with multiple people in your workspace. Then you can also use the add mention for people. Like, for example, add, and here I can select myself, so add Leon. And I can also add mentioning a date, like for example, add today. So in total, we have three things that we can do. We can mention a page, we can mention a person, we can mention a date, and I can also do something like add Leon, please review, add mentioned page today. So in this block, I have three mentions, one for the person, one for the page, and one for the date. And here also this setting where I showed you where you can select how to display a date in the settings comes into play. So I can see it gets displayed as add today. And in the settings, as I previously showed you, you can also change it to full date, like for example, 27.04.2026 for a date option, or just the short date, so maybe only 27 and then April. So what you prefer. I always like to go for this relative option. So if you want to change it, just go to settings, then under preferences and go down. And here you can change it to whatever option you want. The next thing I want to show you is the inbox, because that is also something I briefly mentioned in this video. Where you can find it is click on this burger menu. So let's fix the sidebar for this. And then you can go over here to the last section, which is called inbox. Here I currently don't have any notifications, but if you have any notifications in your workspace, they will all show up here. The thing that you can do with your inbox is you can adjust a filter. You can say, for example, I want to see unread and read notifications. I want to maybe only see unread notifications, or I want to see archived notifications, because you can also archive them. And last but not least, I want to see all workspace updates. And then you will literally get this big thing where it shows you, like, for example, what I did here is I added the text, I added the page with a link, and all these things we just did. But I can tell you it will become way too cluttered. I would only go for unread, so you only see unread messages. Next, let's also talk about the people directory. So let's actually hover over my name, and then you can see this little preview card that I told about. Now, how you can edit the people directory is actually very easy. You can hover over this card, and then here the cursor will change, and you can open the people directory. But before I do that, let me actually show you how you can activate the people directory. Once again, click on the settings, just click on the settings, then go to general, and then here scroll down to people. And here you can, in the first case, activate or deactivate the people directory. The next thing that you can do is you can show recent activity on people's profiles. So you can see people's recently created and edited pages along with their recent comments. If you toggle this on, you will see this, and I will later show you this section in the people directory, or you can toggle this off so you won't see this. And the last option is hover cards, and this is something I just showed you, where you can hover over the card and you see information. You can also toggle this off, so then if you hover, for example, over this add mention, you won't see this little preview card. So now let's actually do this. The last setting is this here, so you won't see this if you hover then over the name. Now let me actually open the people directory. Just click on the name, and then here you are. Now this here is the recent activity section that you had available in the second setting. And if you toggle this off, literally this whole section would disappear and you can't see the recent activity for a person. Under that, I can see all the pages for a person that the person created, and I can also search through the pages. The next two things that I can do is I can see the Teamspaces for the person. Teamspaces is something I haven't talked about in this video, and I will do this in a second in the next chapter. Now, the last thing for the people directory is the properties for the underlying database. And what you can do here is you can literally rename the property if you want. You can give it a different icon, you can delete it, and so on. And if we click on people, the underlying database, I can also click on the plus, for example, and add other properties to this. So this is a very handy tool if you want to have a complete overview over all the people in your workspace. Later at the end in the enterprise section, there is an even more powerful version of this available. Now, the last thing for this mentions and links things that I want to show you is if you have a linked page here, for example, you can see that in this page, I linked another page that lives somewhere else. Like, for example, in this case, this page. This is not a subpage of this one. But what we can also do, and this is something I teased you previously, is we can see backlinks to see where a page got linked. And this is, if you hover over it, I can see this linked page was linked in page with a link. And if I would also link it, for example, in this page, I will also see this backlink here. And there you have it, the links, mentions, inbox, and the people directory. Now let's move on to the offline mode sync. The next thing that I want to show you is the offline mode synchronization. So if you work on, for example, 2 different devices offline, they are not connected in any way. Like, for example, on this document, on this page. And that means that all the changes from both devices get applied if they go back online. So what I did here on the left side is this was the original sentence. Then what I did is on my MacBook, I deleted this sentence and I added this sentence. And on my iPad, I just added this sentence. And then what happened is this sentence got deleted because I deleted it on my MacBook. This sentence was added because I added it on my MacBook. And this sentence was added. So literally all the changes from all devices got added. If you want to test it now, do exactly what I did with 2 different devices. Like, for example, do it with your MacBook/computer and a tablet, or with a tablet and your phone, whatever. Just choose 2 different devices. So what the basic concept is that deletions get applied to everyone. That's the case why when I deleted this on my MacBook, it gets deleted when I go back online, and also for everyone. And additions stack. Like, for example, this sentence that I added on my iPad, this gets added. And the other sentence I added on my MacBook also gets added. So deletions apply to everyone and additions get stacked on the page. Now you might ask how to reverse something if something doesn't go to plan. Then you just go into the 3-dot menu, you go to the version history, and then you work through the version history, see where something is off, and then add it like it used to be, or even load a new version. Or you can also go to updates and analytics, and then go to updates and see the recent changes on a page, and then fix everything how it should be. Now that's basically it for the offline mode. Now let's move on to the tabs, which is what you can see on top here. So tabs is a feature that is only available in the desktop app for Notion. It's not available in the browser. So if you're currently in the browser, then I would highly recommend, if you want to also add tabs alongside this video, just switch to the desktop app. So as I already told you in the video, tabs in the Notion apps are literally like browser tabs. But here, the single tabs are not web pages, like for example the Notion website. They are pages from your workspace. Like you can see, for example, here I have a tab, which is the materials page that you duplicated to your workspace. Now, how can you add another tab? You just click on the plus next to the existing tab, and then you can either create a new page, or you can open an existing page. Let's say, for example, I want to open this page with a mention that we created previously. Then I can just open it, and the page will be opened in another tab. And now I can switch between these 2 tabs. One simple shortcut I want to give you now, actually before the shortcut settings, because it applies to these tabs, is if you have a page, you can then of course click on the plus and then search for the page and open it. But you can also launch a specific page in a new tab. On Mac, just hold down Command and then click on the page that you want to open, and it will directly get opened as a new tab, which is very convenient if you want to launch a page directly as a tab. But later in the dedicated shortcut section, I will actually give you a bunch more shortcuts, like for example on how to click through this bar way faster than with the mouse. The next thing I want to show you is actually the menu that opens if you right click on a tab. So let's actually right click, and then I either have the option to copy the link. I can refresh the tab so the page gets refreshed. I then also have the option to duplicate the tab. Then I have two tabs with materials. I can pin a tab. That is something I will show you in a second. I can ungroup a tab. Also something I will show you in a second. I can say move to, which is also something related to tab groups I will show you in a second. And I can here reopen the last closed tab. So if I, for example, close page with mentions and I go here and I then click on reopen, it will reopen this last closed tab. The last four things that come after this dash is to close a tab. So here I can also close the tab. I can close other tabs. And of course, because here to the left, there is no other tab. But if I go actually on this one, I can say close tabs to the left, then materials. And if there would also be other tabs will be closed, or I can say close tabs to the right, then this one or other tabs will get closed. Now let's actually talk about pin tabs and how to pin a tab. Let's click on materials with the right mouse key and then select pin tab. And you can see this changed. Now it's much smaller than the other tabs because pin tabs always show up smaller than just regular tabs. Also, all pinned tabs will always show up next to each other in one section. So if I also pin this, it will show up here and I can't move it over here. All the pinned tabs will show up on the left. And currently what is also not possible is I also can't drag normal tabs between pinned tabs. That is also not possible. Now let me actually show you what it looks like if you open a page from a pinned tab. Because if I open materials as a normal tab and then open another page, it will change to the new page. But if I do this from a pinned tab, this new page will actually get opened as a new tab because they are pinned and will stay regardless if you click on another page. That's why they are pinned tabs. They won't change. And the page that is opened from there will always show as the first page next to on the right to the pinned tabs, like also this one. Now it will show up as the first page on the right side of the pinned tabs. So if you want to make sure that specific pages are always pinned and won't switch if you click on a page, then I would highly recommend to pin this page in the tab bar, or if you always like to open this or have this page opened for your workspace. The next thing in regard to tabs is actually something I talked about in this section, and it's tab groups. In a second, I will also show you a slide that also shows this in detail, these three things: tabs, pin tabs, and tab groups. For now, basically understand a tab group as a sort of container for pinned and unpinned tabs. Like, let's say, for example, you use your workspace for work and private, then you could, for example, have a work tab group where you have pinned and unpinned tabs work related, and a private tab group where you have private pinned tabs and private normal tabs. But now let's actually create a tab group. Go over here and then click on new empty group. And then you can give it a name, like, let's say, for example, test video. You can always change, you can also change the icon. So click over here and then select this smiley, and then I can press enter and this will create the new tab group. Now let's actually open this tab group, and then here we see the library, something I will also show you in this video. But now let's open page materials and close the library. And here you can see we currently have nothing pinned. So I can say, for example, I want to pin materials in this tab group, and then I can also switch to our other tab group. And here we have the two pin tabs, our unpinned tab. I can switch back to our created tab group, and here we only have materials pinned. So what I can do, and for this, let's actually switch back to the other tab that I already created, is what I can do is here I can right click, and then I can, for example, say ungroup tab. And then this will be ungrouped from this tab group and won't show up here anymore. The next thing besides ungrouping a specific tab is I can also move a tab to a specific tab group. Let's right click this, and then I can say move to, and I can then select my new test video tab group. And now it will get moved to my other test group and it will show up here. Now, before I show you the slide that I prepared for tabs, let me actually go to the settings once again. So in the settings, just go to Preferences and then to Desktop App. And here you can say to toggle on Auto Hide Tab Bar. And then if you write something on a page, for example, this bar at the top will disappear. So for people who don't like to see this when they write something, for example, a script, then you can toggle this on and this bar will disappear. The last setting for tabs is actually the first one, this new tab search. And this is also what you just saw. When I clicked on the plus, I get this search menu that allows me to either create a new page or to open an existing page. And if you toggle this off, you won't get the search that I personally really like. You will get the default page, for example, the library that you just saw as a little sneak peek. This will open instead of the search, and I personally have to say, like in a browser, also here I prefer the search to open a specific page I can search for. But now let me open the slide. So here you can actually see the slide that I prepared. In this case, I prepared 3 tab groups. So this is, for example, the tab group that we just created called Test Video. And in this, for example, we have a tab 1, which is a pinned tab. That is, for example, the materials page that we just had. And then we also have 2 normal tabs, like, for example, the page that is mentioned and the page that contains the mentioning, just as an example. Then I have the tab group 1 that holds these 3 tabs, and I can also have another tab group that holds 3 other pages. In this case, just 3 normal tabs. And I also have a tab group 3 that also holds 3 completely different pages. In this case, 2 pinned tabs. So we have normal tabs, we have pinned tabs, and we have, as a sort of container, tab groups. Now that we are done with the page chapter, let me know in the comments down below, what is your favorite blocks from all of the blocks we talked about? Is it the embed? Is it the sync block? Let me know in the comments down below. But that's it for this chapter. Let's move on to the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to talk with you about roles, permissions, sharing, inviting, publishing, and Teamspaces. And the first thing that I actually prepared is this slide over here. For now, later in the enterprise section, there are also 2 other roles. For now, for all the chapters besides the enterprise chapter, I will limit it to these 3. On every plan besides the enterprise plan, the workspace owner is the highest role. And you want, in an ideal case, if you have the opportunity, like for example, if you're in a company, to choose 2 workspace owners instead of 1. In the case that something happens, maybe to the account of one person, you always want to have, if possible, 2 workspace owners. So a workspace owner is the highest role, and it's sort of an admin. And what this workspace owner can do is that this workspace owner has control over the workspace settings, as well as that the workspace owner manages the people in the workspace. Now, what are members? Members are just the other people, so the employees, for example, that work in your company that just work in the Notion workspace. Now, there are later things like, for example, closed workspace where you need to invite people so they don't have access by default and so on. But for now, let's just ignore this. And let's say if you are a member of the workspace, you have access to everything. So every page, not the settings, of course, but you have access to all the pages in the workspace. So besides members, there are also guests. And guests are all the people that are outside of your workspace that belongs, for example, to your company. These can be, for example, freelancers or contractors. Now for guests, let me actually open this other slide. And here you can see we have members and guests. And a member can instantly access all the other pages in the workspace. But a guest has always and only access to the page that you share with them. So no other page around if they have access to this page. And also if, for example, page 3 is a subpage of page 1, the guest doesn't have access to the page above this page in the hierarchy, in the breadcrumb, and literally only the page I share with them. But more about the sharing in a second. What guests and members do have in common is that members as well as guests don't have access to the security and workspace settings, as well as that they don't manage the people. So members are actually people that work in this workspace and have access to the pages, and guests are outside people that only have access to specific pages that you share with them. Now, before I talk with you about how many guests you can invite on any plan, I want to give you my recommendation on how to manage guests. For a guest, I would only share the necessary pages with the guest that the guest actually needs and not more. Then for all the guests, I would review who is a guest of your workspace and what pages they have access on a recurring schedule. And then if you see that you have inactive guests that you don't need anymore, I would remove these guests from the workspace. On top, later I will talk with you about permissions, but for now you just need to understand that there are different permissions in Notion. Let's say, for example, we have permission 1, which is the highest level, then we have permission 2 and permission 3. Just as placeholders. And let's say for a specific job, this guest needs permission 2, then always and only give them this permission and not just 1 as the highest if they don't need it. The last thing in terms of guests is if you have very heavy using guests, then maybe consider upgrading them to a workspace member if you want, because managing guests on a page-by-page level can be very time consuming. So if you have very heavy using guests, maybe invite them to your workspace as a member. Now on a free plan, you can invite 10 members to your workspace. On a plus plan, you can invite 100 members to your workspace. On a business plan, you can invite 250 members to your workspace. And last but not least, on the enterprise plan, you can invite 250 or more people to your workspace. But I will also cover this at the end of the video where I compare all the different plans. Now, the last thing in terms of guests, which is actually the most relevant before I go into the settings, is you only pay for members in your workspace. Guests are always free. If I invite 10 guests to my workspace and share 10 pages with them as an example, this is free. If I have 10 members in my workspace, I pay for 10 members. Now let's quickly go through the settings. For this, just open the settings and there under workspace, go to people, and here you have different tabs. The first tab that we have is members, and currently you can see that I only have one member, one paid seat in my workspace, and you can see I have one paid seat one member, and you can see the next billing period, as well as here you can see the role for this account, and I can also add members here, or I can import them. But that's it for members. This is something I will cover later. Now let's quickly go over to guests. Now here is also a tab for guests, but now that's it for the members. Here you can see all the members. Now let's actually switch over to how to share a page. For this, just go to this share setting on top here, and then here you can search for a specific email of a person that you want to share this page with. And here you can, on the one hand, invite groups of people. Groups is actually something I will talk about with you in a second, but you can also here invite guests, like for example, a freelancer to this page via their email. So as you can see here, of course blurred, I typed out the email address from my other demo account, and here you can see I have different access options. For now, because we haven't talked about permissions, let's leave this to full access. So now that we have our permission level, let's click on share, and then you will get this banner, which basically offers you to upgrade this guest that you share this page to as a member, but you can skip this for now because this is literally just a guest I want to share this page with. Now that we invited an account, let me actually show you the different options. So here, as I just showed you, you can invite people, then you have yourself with your access, and here you can also change it, but leave it to full access for yourself always. Then you have other people. If it's a guest, you will see this yellow guest banner, and then you can always change the access for a person or later a group here. Now that we covered the sharing menu and I also teased groups a bit, let's actually talk about groups. But about the general access, we will talk about this in a second. So for groups, the first thing that I prepared is another slide. Because what we can also do is we can give permissions based on groups. So if I do it manually, I would, for example, need to go into page 1 and then invite member 1 with the permission. Then I need to share it to member 2 and give the same permission, and same for member 3 and give the same access, for example. Or I could share it to a group that contains all the 3 members and then set the permission once for the whole group. So the idea is to basically manage everything in your workspace based on groups. So you never want to give, in the optimal case, of course, there are exceptions, but in general, you always want to give permissions to a group and then in the different groups decide which members are in it, and then they automatically get the access because they are part of the group that has been granted access. This group feature also allows you to handle onboarding and offboarding way faster because it eliminates errors and also a lot of admin work. Because you literally just decide, for example, on a page, what access a specific group has, like for example, full access, just as an example, because this is the only access level that I showed you, the only permission. And then all the people in the group have this access. And then let's say, for example, I get another member to my workspace, for example, a new hire, and this member should have the same permissions. Then what I can just simply do is add this member to the group, and this member will also have the same permissions because the permission is on the group level and not on an individual level. So now let's actually open the settings together and go to people. Then we have the same tabs. Members is something I showed you previously. Now we also have, before I go to groups, we also have the first guest in this account. And for every guest that is active, we can then see the name and email address. We can see the pages that they have access to, And then here we can either decide to upgrade a guest as a member. This is something I want to show you later, or we can remove a guest from a workspace. But that's it for guests. Now let's go to groups and let's actually create our first group. Let's call our first group admin. And then we can also go for an icon or an emoji. Let's actually search for people and then search for the single user icon as the emoji. Then you can see for the admin group, we currently have 0 members. And we can also then here click on rename to rename this to something different. We can create a team space from this group. Also something I haven't shown you what a team space is, and because of that I won't cover this here, but you can actually from a group create a team space. You can delete a group, and what we want to do now is you can add members. And as of now, I can only add myself because I only have me and no other member in this workspace, but this is fine. So I can then select me, click on add, and now we have 1 member in this group. You can see this is me. You can see my role. I can here also add other members then as an example, and I can also remove a specific member of a group. By the way, one thing in regard to groups is groups are only available for members of your workspace, not guests. So you can't add a guest to a group and manage them by that. You can only use this for members. And that's it for groups. Now let me actually go back to the sharing menu. And here, before I cover general access, let me actually add the group. So I can here select admin as the group that I want to add. Then I can select the access. Let's go for full access because we haven't covered permissions now. And I can then click on share. And you can see I have the group admin as an option and can also change the access. And then I can, for example, if I have another workspace owner, just add the workspace owner to the group and the other person will automatically have access to this page. So this general access is basically, as it says, what the general access to this page is. And currently I say that I only want people that I invited to have access to this. Later in this video, I will also tell you that this is set automatically, but now let's cover basically the different options for general access. On a private page, for example, that is in your private section, like for example, let's click on new page. This is always set to you and only people invited, by the way. So a private page is always a page that only you have access to. Then you could, of course, invite people. And if you invite a person to a private page, it will then show up in the shared menu. But now let's get back to materials and let me actually show you the other options. So this is what we currently have, only the people that I invited with their email address. Then we also have everyone in your workspace, so every member. And here you can then select the permission, also something I will show you later, but basically understand that if I say that everyone at my workspace can automatically, without invitation, access this page, that I can set a permission. Like for example, I only want them, if they have access besides this invitation, to only view this page. And what I can also do here, besides removing it and setting it back to the default, which is only people invited, I can also say that I want to hide this page in search. So even though people have access by default in my workspace to this page, I don't want this page to show up in search if they search for a page. So now let's click on remove, and this is what I talked about. It will jump back to only people invited. Now let's talk about the other option, which is everyone on the web who have access to the link of the page. And this basically means that anyone on the web outside of your workspace. If they have the link that you can copy and paste it somewhere else from here, has this link available, they have general access to this page. So even though they are not part of your workspace, if you have this toggled on and they somehow have access to the link, they have access to the page. Of course, you can here select their access level to this page, but this option basically means that not only people in your workspace, but also people outside of your workspace, if they have the link, have access. And here you can select the access level later if you understand what the different permissions are. And besides removing it, so setting it back to only people invited, you can also say when the link expires. So for example, never, in an hour, in a day, or you can choose a specific date when this expires and sets back. So let's say I set this to 1 day, the day after tomorrow, no one, even if they have the link, will have access to this anymore. So now let's click on remove. So it jumps back to only people invited. And that's basically it for the general access. Before I will show you a slide that will show you everything that we just talked about in terms of sharing, let me actually bring this up again. So we have private pages. These are only pages that you can see, no one else. Then we have shared pages that are pages that you shared with other people. For example, a private page that also was materials before I shared it to my other guest account. So shared pages show up here. And what you can do if you no longer want to share a page is you can either go into this sharing option and then remove all the other people that you invited, or you can just drag a page, for example, to the private section. And if you do this, you will get this message that says only you will be able to access this page. So every other access for any other person or group will be removed. But now let's actually move over to the slide. So what you can see in this slide is basically a page, like for example, the materials page. And here you can see we have the different permission, the different sharing options. We have as a first option me, or in this case you. Then we have single user that we invite, for example, specific members or specific guests, like I just showed you. Then we have user groups, like for example, the admin group that I showed you. And then we have a general access. Let's say, for example, I have full access. Then I invite my other guest account as a guest, obviously. Then I also add the admin group. And let's say my workspace has 2 workspace owners. Then in here, we have a specific permission for these 2 admins. Then we have a general access, which I set to only invited people. So no member of my workspace has access to this, and only the group, me, and the guest I invited. But now let's actually cover how to add a member to your workspace. So the first option to do this is with their email. For this, you just go into your workspace settings, then you go to the members tab, and then you can here go to add members. And then here you can search for an existing guest in your workspace. And then you can then here select an existing guest of your workspace to invite as a member, or you can search for any other email of a person. And then what you can do is you can select the role of the person that you want to invite, for example, a member or a workspace owner. This is something that I will cover in the enterprise section. So let's only focus on these 2. Let's say I want to invite a specific person as a member. So I add member, and then I can write a message and then click on send invite. The second option is this, where I told you that I will cover this later. And you can add members via a link. So you can then copy this link, send this link to the other person, and when the other person clicks on this link, they can join the workspace. And by the way, you can see this toggle here. If you don't want to make this option available and maybe only add them over here, you can also always untoggle this setting if you don't want to have it activated. The last thing in regard to this link is actually in this text here, and this says that only people with the permission to invite members to this workspace can view this link in the first place. So if you don't have the permission to invite members in the first place to this workspace, you can't copy this link and send it. This is only for people who have access to inviting members to the workspace. The last thing that you can do to invite a member, and this is actually a passive thing, is under General, you, for example, had the option to add domain-based access. And if you have a new person, for example, in your company, and you give them an email with this domain included, they can automatically join your workspace, so you don't have to invite them and you don't have to send them an invitation. They can just join with their email address because this includes the domain that you set on this allowed domains list. And I think that this setting, this domain-based access, is a very good thing for small teams. For bigger teams, there are other features that I will also introduce you to in this guide. So let's go back to people. And the last thing is something I already showed you. For all the members that you then have in your workspace, you can always change the role/permission level. So if you, for example, have a member of your workspace and you want to upgrade them to workspace owner, you can do it here. And one thing that also happened because I added a group is for a person, for a member, you can always see what group they are part of. Now let's talk about how to add a guest. And this is much easier because guests work on a share by page level. So you can only invite because guests are not part of groups and they can't be added. You always invite one guest for one page and then another guest for maybe the same page or another page. So it's always on a by guest by page level. One thing that I just told you that I now want to cover is that guests, if they have the URL of a page, they can request access to this page. And this is turned on by default on all the plans like free, plus, and business. The only option where this is deactivated is on an enterprise plan, which I will cover later. But on this enterprise plan, even if they have the URL, they can't request access. Now let me actually show you what this requesting access looks like. For that, I removed my guest account from the sharing menu of the materials page, and then I copied the URL and pasted in the web browser, and then use my other account. And then you can see on my other account, I have the URL, but it says I don't have access to the page, but I can request access. So now let's click on request access. And here in my other account where I have the materials page, I see a request. And here I can then decide on the permission. More to that later. But what is important is I can then say I want to approve it or I want to deny it. So let's actually click on approve and then we can mark this as red. And now you can see before I removed it, if I now go to the sharing option, my guest account will reappear. And you can see this is the case. Now let's actually, that we talked about members and guests, let's talk about how to upgrade a guest to a member. Keep in mind that if you do that, guests are free and members are paid. You add one member that you will be charged for money-wise to your workspace. So if I would now do this, I have 2 paid seats in my workspace. So what you do is you go to the settings, then to people and to guests, and then here you can select upgrade to member. And if I would now do this, I would upgrade this account to a member and it will get removed from guests and added to the members section where it then says 2 paid seats and next billing period. And of course, then the price will change because I have 2 seats in this workspace. Now let's talk about billing for multiple people. And in terms of who can do this, this is only possible for workspace owners. Only workspace owners can manage billing. And of course, for managing billing, you need to be on a paid plan. For a free plan, there is no billing. Another concept to understand is that you pay upfront every time. So if you, for example, subscribe from the free plan to the plus plan, you will be charged for the upcoming month. Now let's open the first slide that I created here. As I previously also said, you will be charged by members. So if your workspace has 3 members, including you will be charged for 3 seats. And let's say you have one Notion account and you have different workspaces like the one that we use all the time here and another one, you will be charged separately for every workspace. And even if it's under the same Notion account and in both workspaces there are the same members, you will be charged separately. So as you can see here, I get one bill for this workspace in this Notion account, and I will get one bill for this workspace. Now, the second thing for this, I yet prepared another slide, is what happens if you add members or other people to your workspace. And this concept is also important for the next step. You only get charged for what you use. So let's say you start with one member at 10 euros per month, and this is 1 month. And halfway through the month, for example, on the 15th of the current month, you add another member. At the end, you only paid 15 euros because this member was added halfway through. And I don't want to go into more details because this same concept also applies to the next thing. So let's open the next slide. And here we talk about changing the plan. For example, in this case, because it's very easy to calculate halfway through. So we have 2 different options. We have upgrade and we have downgrade. And what happens here is you have one member that pays 10 euros per month or $10 depending on in which country you are. And then halfway through the current period, you decide, I want to switch to the 20 euros per month plan. Then what happens is normally you would pay 10 euros for the month, and then for the next month again you will pay 10 euros, but here you only use that plan halfway through. So 5 euros half, 5 euros half. So here you decide to switch, and then the first thing that happens is your billing period starts to change. Now, let's say previously your billing started on the 1st of a month and then it renews on the 1st of the next month. Now, because you switched, your new billing period will start, for example, on the 15th, and you will always renew then on the 15th. And because you only used this plan halfway through, instead of now being charged here on the 15th for 20 euros per month, and then again in the next billing period for 20 euros a month, you get half, because you never used the second half, reduced on this month. So you pay 15 euros instead of 20 for the first 1 month, and then only from there on you pay the full price because you use this plan then for a whole period. So normally 10 euros for the whole month, you used only half, so only 5 euros. 5 euros is saved from Notion. Then you switch to a new billing period from here on till here somewhere, and your amount for the first month gets reduced by half here, so you only pay 15 instead of 20, but here you will then be charged for the next period with the normal price, which is 20 euros per month. I hope that was understandable. For a downgrade, let's say you are on the 10 euros per month plan, and then halfway through you switch to the free plan, so 0 euros per month. Then the billing period doesn't change and you don't get refunded 5 euros because you never used it. You still have access till the end of the billing period, and then you will downgrade to the free plan or the next lower plan or the lower plan that you choose. So you pay 10 euros, you decide to switch to the free plan here, you stay on this plan till the end of the billing period, and then you will be downgraded to, in this case, the free plan. So I hope this was understandable. If not, I tried my best. To be honest, I really tried my best. Rewatch this section if something was unclear, and I hope it makes click in your head. And the last thing here, I did it with a monthly billing period. You can of course switch between and decide which one you want to use, monthly or yearly. But now let's talk about SSO, which is something that I teased earlier in the video where I talked about allowed domains. And SSO, I have to say, is available only on business or on enterprise plan. So what is SSO? SSO means simple sign on. And this basically makes your user management way simpler and also is way more secure. So for that, let's actually take a look at the slide that I prepared for SSO. In order to access SSO, you need an IDP, like for example, Google Workspace. And with SSO, everyone that has the same domain in their email address, like it is for the workspace, can then automatically join your Notion workspace. So there is no individual invitation needed. People from your Google Workspace, your IDP, can automatically join your Notion workspace. So this is similar to the allowed domain access, but here it's not only based on the domain, it's based on the Google Workspace, which inhibits a specific domain. And here the members of the Google Workspace, for example, which is my IDP, as an example, IDP can then join your Notion workspace automatically. So it's a layer above domain-based access. What is important for your IDP, in this case Google Workspace supported, is your IDP needs to support SAML 2.0. Otherwise, this is not possible. If you use the big ones, like for example Google Workspace, they literally support it. Now to actually show you the settings for this SSO method, because I said it's only available on business plan or enterprise, I quickly upgraded this account to business to show you the settings. Now SSO, because it's also a workspace setting, needs to be configured by the workspace owner. And in order to activate SSO, at least one domain must be verified. So the first thing, if you want to use SSO, is under General. So once you then under General removed all the allowed domains, then you can go to Identity, and here you can add a domain to verify. If you then have a verified domain, you can then go here. Of course, I don't have a domain verified now, but then you can toggle on SSO, and then you can do the configuration. Then once SSO is enabled for your workspace, then you can choose the login method. You can say any method, so people also can sign in with their password if they have one. So if everyone already has a login and then you activate SSO for all the future people, then you can say you can log in with any method, so also your email and password, or you can say only this new SSO method. Then all the members of your workspace will get signed out and they need to sign back in with SSO. Important here, only members of a workspace can use SSO and not the guest, so only members. Now that we talked about sharing at the top here, let's also talk about the second tab here, which is publishing. Now, previously we decided to share a page with specific people, for example, a guest, but I can also publish a page to the web as a sort of website. Now, in Notion, for these pages, you then have a .notion.site ending, so it has your Notion domain, and that adds on .notion.site. I will also show you this in a second. On a free plan of these Notion domains, you have 1 available. On any other paid plan, you have 5 available. Besides these .notion.size domain, you also have the option to select a custom domain that you already own. Of course, a custom domain looks way more professional, but you will also pay, I think it's €9.50 per month on top of your monthly billing for connecting this custom domain. Now let's actually publish this page and customize it a bit. For this, click on Customize Site Styling, and here we have a share preview that people can see, and here you can upload your own picture, for example, if you want. Then we have the different themings. We have it based on the theming setting of a person from their system, or we can say always show it in light mode, even if they have dark mode enabled, or always show this website as dark mode. I personally go for system because some people like to see it in their system, which is light mode, or some people have their system to dark mode and then they probably prefer to see this page in dark mode. What you can also set for this URL is you can set a custom icon. Then you can upload an image, like for example your company logo or another custom image, and then next to this URL you can see it says notion.site. You will see your custom icon. Then this is something before I go to header, because here we have more settings. I want to talk about Google Analytics. Here you can definitely, if you want, connect this page to your Google Analytics if you use Google Analytics. But now let's talk about the header, which is this blue outlined thing here. And for that, let's click on header. And here I can say, for example, I want to activate or deactivate the breadcrumbs. In this case, I don't have any other sites in the breadcrumb besides the current page. So for example, here I could turn this off. Then I have a search option, which people can use to search my sort of web page. I can also toggle this on or off. I can allow other people to share this page or toggle this off. And I can also allow people, and I turn this on for the materials page. So otherwise you won't be able to have duplicated to your workspace at the start of this guide. So if you toggle this on, people can duplicate it like you did it with materials to their workspace, or you can toggle this off. Then people can only see it, but they can't create a duplicate in their workspace. The last option, this is the Notion sign up button, is only something that you can toggle off if you connect a custom domain. So this is not possible with just a free domain. The last thing that we have is we can add a page to the header. And here we can only select other published pages on this page. Currently, I don't have any other published pages on this site, so I can't select any other page. If I decide to publish also another page, I can then select it in this menu and it will show up here, so people can instantly click on it and go to this page. Now, let's say that we only want to deactivate the breadcrumb option. We can click on Publish Changes and we can go back to Share, and here we can do some additional settings. We can, for example, say that we don't want this to turn up in a search engine, for example, like Google. Now, the next option available is this duplicate as a template. And here you can toggle on or off if in the first place people who see this web page are allowed to duplicate this to their workspace. So for this, let me actually open a slide. And here in this page, you can see we have my workspace. This we are currently in that we created. Then we have page 1. Let's say this is our materials page. Then I publish this to the web. For simplicity, I just make the internet a cloud. And then you can see that page 1 is online, so other people can view this page from my workspace on the web. Of course, there are differences if this is discoverable with SEO or not, but for now, let's ignore this. Let's just say that this is on the web, and then other people can take this if duplication is turned on and create a copy in their workspace. So now, if you toggle this on, another person can create a page 1 copy in their workspace. And this is exactly what you did with the materials if you duplicated this to your workspace. I have it in my workspace, I publish it to the web, you create a copy to your workspace. And important is that this is no longer connected to anything here. So I don't have access to your copy at all. That is very important. Copies are copies and they are not related in any way. Now back to Notion, and the next thing is this. And this will literally bring you to the public pages section where you can view all your public pages and later all your public forms, as well as pages that have anyone with the link turned on, as well as shared AI chats, which is something I will cover in the AI section. Now here you can see your different domains. I can also add another one because currently I am on the business plan. If you are only on a free plan, you can only rename this, for example, from thoughtful offer 520. You can change it to your name or your company name or whatever. So this is basically your public pages view where you can monitor everything in one central place. The next thing that you can do is this indicator here, and you can see this blue banner where it says that this is live on the web. You can also toggle this off and then it will disappear. I can also toggle it on and then it will reappear, and this is the way I like to see it. So I always see if a page is live on the web. The next thing is the embedding option for this page, and this allows you to use this code snippet and embed it somewhere else. Now, I haven't used this, to be honest, but if you know a use case where you want to embed, for example, a page and you are searching for this option, there you have it under publish and then embed this page. You can copy this code and use it. Now, the only option that you then have available is in the embedded view. You can either decide to show the page title or to not show it. And that's basically it for a Notion page. The last option here is just share via social. And here you have the option for all these social channels to share this page. The last two buttons for this public section are the unpublish button, and this will basically unpublish it. So this page will then no longer be available on the internet. And the other option is that you can view a preview of this page without needing to copying it and then paste it in your browser. You can just from here preview this page, and this is what it looks like, also because we did it in the header without the breadcrumb. Now let's actually, because I no longer need it, unpublish it, and now this page is no longer live on the web. One thing that is really important is if you create a new domain or you connect a custom domain, all the pages that are currently live on a specific domain, if you change the domain that pages are published on, these pages, the links that people have, won't work anymore. And you need to republish them under the new domain. So just as a reminder, think twice if you really want to change the domain, or if you maybe want to publish everything in the first case under a specific domain, for example, a custom domain, because as I said, if you change the domain, the pages won't work anymore and you need to republish them under a new domain. Now let me actually show you this. Let's create a new domain. Let's click here. By the way, you can see it's €9.50 per month for a custom domain. Let me actually create another free domain. Let's give it this random name. And now I have two. Then let's actually publish the site again. Use my first, by the way, here you can switch the domains. Use my first one, copy the link. Then here, this is the page. And if I reload, I will again see it. But now when I change the domain to the other domain that I have, and I now reload the page, you will see that it is no longer available. And this is the case. So now what I need to do is I need to go into Notion, then under publishing, and I need to copy the new site link. And now when I use the new site link, I will again see the web page. Now, one last thing for all of this sharing and publishing thing is it's related to sharing actually. And this is where I typed out an email for my other Notion account, for example. You saw that I got a preview for this Notion account and then I can invite it. This is because I have profile discoverability on. This means that users who know your email address will see your Notion name and profile picture. If I turn this off and people type in my email address, for example, in the sharing menu, they won't see my profile and my name. They are able to invite me, but they don't see that an account with this email exists. Now let's actually talk about permissions. And for the permissions, now I will actually only focus on the pages. Later in databases, there is also an additional option, but I will feature this then in the database chapter. Now let me actually show you the different permissions, and I will also in between switch to my other account, literally show you what the permission looks like on the other account. Now the first permission is actually full access, and this is the highest permission possible. For all access, the person can literally do anything like adjust something on the page. They can also access the sharing menu and also the three-dot menu and also leave comments. The second highest permission on a page is can edit. And here I still can leave comments. I can edit the page. I can access this three-dot menu. But if I want to access the share menu, you can see this is grayed out. I don't have the option to share. And this is the difference between can edit and full access. Full access allows you to also share and invite, while can edit only allows you to edit and not share. The next permission after can edit is can comment. And with this permission, you can leave comments, but you are no longer able to edit the page or access all the settings, only some of them, like copy a link or present, for example, and you also no longer see the sharing menu at all. The last permission, and actually the lowest, is can view. And here the last missing piece that you had, the option to comment, is now also gone, so you can't comment anymore. The only thing that you can do with a page is you can view the page, as it says can view, not more. Now I actually prepared a slide for you, which is generally my recommendation on how to manage access on pages. My recommendation is for you, if you are the workspace owner, always leave it to full access. If you want to avoid accidental changes, like for example messing up blocks, then just lock the page. But for the access, I would leave it to full for yourself. For your employees, I would generally go for can comment, not can view, because with can comment, they can leave comments as a page discussions or as a comment, and they can also suggest edits, but they can't with, for example, can edit access accidentally mess up things, especially if they are not that experienced in Notion. So for your employees, I would definitely go for can comment on the page level. For more advanced people, and especially the admins in your company, I would give them at least can edit access so they can make changes to your Notion workspace, or even give them, if you want, full access so they can also share. And everything here, employees and admins, of course, managed via groups. So what can you take away for yourself? Always give yourself full access. For comments, especially employees that are not that experienced, give them can comment so they don't mess up things. And for your admins or Notion champion, give them can edit, or also, if you trust them or if it's necessary, also give them full access. In a second, we will also talk about Teamspaces, and this is also why I here don't cover general access, and everything Teamspace related should be in a Teamspace, and in a Teamspace we have Teamspace related settings, so I will cover that there. The next thing in regard to permissions that I want to show you is a permission override. A permission override is basically if you have a conflict in permissions. Let's say in my workspace I have 3 people. I have Marcel, I have Dan, and I have Livia, and I give Livia can view access for a page. And I set the general access to full access. That means that Livia, which is also in the general access because she is a member of the workspace, has now full access by the general access, and on an individual level can view access. Now we have 2 different permissions, and in Notion it's the way that the highest permission wins. So Livia now has full access as her only access. Also, something I want to mention is if a page has anyone with the link access in general, and I mention this page in another private page, these people can still access that page. This is something I really want to point out here to keep in mind. So now that we talked about sharing and also permissions, there is something called the cascading permission system. And now I want to show you how to break it, maybe even accidentally, and how to fix it so you are prepared. For this, I prepared another slide. And in this slide, we have a page with Marcel, who has can comment access, and we have a subpage where Marcel also has can comment access. This is because if I share a parent page, automatically all the subpages of the parent page will be shared, and the same permission level from the parent page will get applied to all the subpages, in this case page 2. And if I would now update this to, for example, can edit, also the permission on the subpages would update to can edit. So if I would now turn this to can edit, this subpage, in this case page 2, will also get can edit access for Marcel. So keep in mind, every time that you share a parent page, all the subpages will also get shared, and the permissions that you have on the parent page will get applied to the subpages. Now you might ask yourself, how can you break this permission system, even by accident? And this is possible if you manually set a higher permission on a subpage than on the parent page. In this case, we had can comment automatically for Marcel in the subpage, but now we decide to give Marcel can edit access manually for the subpage. And that means that the subpage permission is higher than the parent page permission, and this will break the cascading system. If we now, for example, reduce the permission for the parent page from can comment to can view, let's say we not only have page 2 as a subpage of page 1, but also page 3, where everything is in sync because we didn't change anything. Then page 3 will automatically, as I showed you in the first one, follow the parent permission update because it follows the system. For page 2, where we manually changed it to can edit, this won't apply. This will still be can edit, even though we changed the parent page to can view. So here the system is broken. Here the system isn't broken. Now let me actually show you how you can bring this back in the old functional cascading system that automatically updates. What you do is you either go for the highest permission temporarily. This will bring the page that has can edit here in sync to full access, because the highest permission always wins. If Marcel had previously can edit on this, and this was to can view, this was broken. Now this is set to full access, and here Marcel would only have can edit. Now, because the parent permission is higher, this gets updated also to full access, and the permission system for page 2 is back in sync. What you can also do, and this is something that you need to do on the page where the system is manually broken, is you need to set it to the same permission as the parent page. Remember, we previously set on the parent page the access for Marcel to can view. So if we do this also on the page 2, so on the subpage where the cascading system was broken, this will also get back in sync. And here this is also because the highest permission wins. So remember, if you apply a higher permission on a subpage manually, this will break the system. And to bring it back in sync, you either apply, maybe even temporarily only, a higher permission on the parent page, or you set the subpage to the same permission as the parent page. Now that we covered permissions and also the cascading system and everything that can happen with it, now let's actually talk about Teamspaces. Teamspaces operate as a sort of spaces for departments in a company. Just imagine the company as a big building, and then in the building you have different floors. So we have the big building, which is the whole company, and then we have different floors for different departments. Then we have, for example, a floor for marketing, a floor for sales, and then all these departments, like for example marketing, sales, IT, all get their own team space. So we have the big building, which is the company. Then we have different floors for different departments, and every department has its own team space. Of course, this is just an example. This also verifies maybe in a smaller company you put sales and marketing together as a team space, or you mix other team spaces or other departments, to be more precise. But this is just something to keep in mind to have this maybe a bit more visually. I also created a slide to show you this based on the workspace is this circle example. And here we, for example, have the workspace, and then we create different team spaces, like for example, team space 1, which then holds page 1 and 2. And we also have team space 2, which holds page 3 and 4. And we also have team space 3, which holds page 5 and 6. So the pages are not just floating around in the workspace, but they're actually in team spaces. Now for every team space, and you will also see this in a second, there is always a team space owner. So an owner of this specific team space. They can, for example, set the team space visibility, something I will show you in a second. They can manage the members of a workspace, but what they can't do is they can't override the workspace settings. So they can manage the team space, but they don't have access to override workspace settings. This is only something that the workspace owner can do. So as I just said, use cases for the team spaces are, for example, the departments in your company, like IT, engineering, product, marketing, sales, you name it. This is an opportunity to use team spaces, in that case, for the different departments. What you can also do besides these specific team spaces, for example, an engineering team space where only specific pages and later also databases or more specific database views are that the engineering team needs, you can also create a general team space that holds pages and later also databases that apply for the whole company. So you can have a general team space that holds, for example, later the wiki database, because the wiki database is probably relevant for the whole team. Another thing is, for example, the task database or the task page where you can see the views. This is something where a general team space makes sense, that holds pages that are needed for everyone in the company. Now let's actually just create a team space. We will not set this up in one go, but I literally want to show you where they live in the sidebar. So first, just click on create team space, and for now just call it XYZ and create it. Then we can skip this for now, and you can see something new appears in the sidebar because Teamspaces have their own section in the sidebar once you created at least one team space. Now what you can do for team spaces is you can decide how many you want to show. Maybe you want to see only 5, maybe 10, maybe even 100. And then you can decide how many team space you actually want to display in the sidebar. And what you can also do is you can move this section up so it will be displayed above private. You can also move it down, and you can also hide it, and then later it will show up in the library, something I will later show you. From here you can also create a new team space, and you can customize the sidebar, also something I will show you later. But now let's actually get rid of this team space and click on archive. Now in the meantime, I actually archived it because this was just to show you where team spaces live in the sidebar. Now let's actually go to the settings, and let's actually go to admin and there create a team space from scratch. Now the first setting before we actually create it is this limit team space creation to workspace owners. And this basically means that only workspace owners of this workspace create team spaces and no one else. I think this is really beneficial to toggle this on. So if you do this, only workspace owners can create it and no mess is created when someone else who maybe don't have an idea of what they do create team spaces randomly. So now let's actually click on new team space and create our first team space. Let's call it marketing and give it this social media post icon, and then just add a description like this is the marketing team space, and then click on create team space. Then the next thing that I can do here is I can invite people or groups. And here also important, team spaces are only available for members, not for guests. So here I can either individually invite a person, like for example a member of my workspace, and then decide should this person be a team space owner or only a team space member. Or the better version is I can invite a group of people like the marketing group and then decide the access level. In this case, it would be team space member, or I can also here then copy the link to invite people. But now, because I actually don't have another person in my workspace, let's actually click on skip for now. Now, before I want to click with you in the workspace to show you the general settings, I will show you the first access, which is default. For that, let me actually open a slide. And I want to use this slide to represent this default team space. Also, one thing, the first team space that you create for your workspace will always be a default team space. And default means that if someone joins your workspace, they will automatically join default team spaces, like for example, Teamspace 1, in our case, the marketing team space. For these workspaces that are default, also very important, you can't just leave default team spaces. For other team spaces, it's possible, but for default team spaces, you can't leave them. But now in Notion, let's open the team space, go to General, and there again, you can see the description. And you can see that this team space is a default team space, and you can also not change this. The next thing that you can do here is for Teamspace owners, you can't change the access level. They will always have full access in the Teamspace, but for Teamspace members, you can decide what access you want to give them. And here I would go for, as I said, can comment access. Here you also see it. This team space you can't leave because it's a default team space. The only thing that you can do, and this is only available to a team space owner, because I am a team space owner, I can see this, is you can archive a team space. And it's only possible to archive team spaces. It's not possible to delete them. Then we have the members tab. And what you can do here is for existing people, you can decide their role. Now, currently it's only me and I am the workspace owner, and a team space needs to have a workspace owner, so I can't downgrade myself. But for another member, I can say, for example, I can switch them to a Teamspace owner, or from a Teamspace owner to a Teamspace member. And I can also remove other people, like other members of this workspace. Last but not least, let's actually switch over to the security settings. The first setting is who can invite or remove Teamspace members. And in this case, it's grayed out because this is only available for closed or private team spaces, also something I will talk with you about in a second. The next setting is who can edit the team space sidebar. And here you can see we have, for example, the team space home, and we can also add another page in the team space. And here you can literally decide who can adjust this. This means adding, removing, or reordering pages in the sidebar. And for the default team space, this is only available for team space owners. If I would want that team space members can also manipulate this, I would need to set the team space members permission to can edit. Let's set this to can edit. And now I can decide to either set it to any team space member or only team space owners. I would highly recommend to only set this to team space owners. The last thing is to use an invite link for a team space like we already had it for the workspace. In the first place, this invite link is of course, like for the workspace, only accessible to those who have the required permission. So don't worry if someone don't have the permission, they can't mess with the invite link. Now let me actually show you the different team space options. Now, this is because it's our first one set to default, but there are also other options available for this. Let me actually open a slide. The first other option, of course, there is also later another option available in also other settings, but this is something that is only accessible on an enterprise plan. So I will focus now on the options that are available on free, plus, or business. And the first option is private. These are team spaces that you don't automatically join if you join a workspace, but they are open and you can join them if you want. The last option on the other plans that are not enterprise is closed, and these are team spaces where you need an invitation to join in the first place. So you can't, and this is also why this is not a dotted line, you can't join them on your own. Someone from the inside with the required permission needs to invite you to the team space. Actually, one thing I want to make clear here, this was wrong on the slide. It should set open, not private. Private is the option on enterprise later. The other option is open. And here I actually created a second workspace, or I am creating, and here you can basically see it because this is not our first team space and our only. I can actually select the option, and here I have default, I have open so people can see it and then join. I have closed so someone need to invite, and I have the private option for which I need to be on enterprise. So let's actually set this to open, create Teamspace. We don't want to invite anyone. And then we have our second Teamspace. And then something shows up at the top. And these are your default Teamspaces. And for the case that you have a lot of Teamspaces here or multiple, at the top you can always see your default ones that people automatically join. So I would set this also to default. You can see sales will in a second also show up here. And I can also remove it from here, but I can't remove marketing because there needs to be at least one default Teamspace. So what you can then do in your Teamspace, for example, in marketing is you can add another page. Let's call this content, and later when we have a database or later when we actually cover databases, you could, for example, here display views of the content database, and then this is only in marketing. You can also then add other pages, for example, a campaigns page with views of the campaigns database, and so on. Same for sales. You can build a deals and opportunities page and there have a view later of deals and opportunities and so on. So this is literally what you can do with Teamspaces. Now, one last thing I want to show you is let's actually go in this content page to the sharing menu. And now we have another option here. That is people in the workspace that this page is in. And in this case, people for pages in a specific Teamspace always get the permission based on the Teamspace. So you can see here we have owners, and this is set to full access and can edit on this page because we set the Teamspace for owners to full access and for members to can edit. So this reflects here in the Teamspace permission in the sharing menu. So we now have this other setting that the permission is based on a Teamspace, and here we also have the general access. And because this Teamspace is the default Teamspace, everyone at my workspace also can edit content. If I would set this Teamspace to closed so that people need to be invited, then this would be automatically set to only people invited. So the general access is also based if a page is in a Teamspace based on the Teamspace setting, same as the access for pages. And here they are based on the Teamspace settings. Quick reminder, building workspaces and solid permissions can be pretty difficult, and doing it wrong can cause a lot of mess and problems. There is a link in the video description down below where you can book a discovery call completely free with me. And now that in this chapter, I want to talk with you about Notion shortcuts, because what you can do here in the fifth toggle is you can see I have a bold text, and I could highlight this text and then say make this bold, but this takes time. Now the first shortcut that I want to show you, and that is also something that I previously already showed you, but I want to do this again now, is the slash command. So you can write slash, and by doing this, you can access all the blocks that are available. So I could write, for example, slash h3. And by doing this, I can create a heading 3. Or I could say slash text and also create text here. Of course, this is not smart because by default it's text, but I could also do this. Now, besides the normal slash command, there is also a slash command to turn an existing block into another block. For this, you need to just write space, then slash, and then turn. And then you can also decide what you want to choose, either with your mouse or with the arrow keys, or you can also here write turn H3 and then press enter. And by doing this, I also get a H3 text, as you can see here on the left side. But there is a caveat, this does not work for every block. For example, for text, it works if I do this, but for example, for a block, I can't go behind the button and then write space and then slash. So it's only possible for some blocks, like for example, headings or normal text, but not for buttons. More about buttons in the dedicated chapter. Now there are two shortcuts left that I want to show you before we move on to the basic section for shortcuts. The first one is actually one that we already had in the settings, and this is on a Mac. It's Command, Shift, and K. And by doing this, you can open the search menu even from other apps or browser tabs. The second shortcut is Command F, and this will give you this little window at the top. And this window allows you to write text into it, and it will then find this text on the page you're currently in. And what you can then do is, for example, do actions like ask or even replace. So I could search, for example, for shortcuts and replace it with XXX as an example. So I could search for shortcuts, and then you can see here it finds shortcuts. And then I could say replace and then replace it with something else. The other things that you can do in this menu is you can see how often this is on the page. So I could move down and I can see, oh, here is it again, or move to the first instance. And if I no longer want to see this, I can close it. But now let's actually move on to the basic section for shortcuts. And the first one is actually Shift and then the left arrow key. And if you press then the left arrow key multiple times, you can highlight even more. And with the right arrow key, you can select less. So this is our first shortcut. Now the next shortcut is an increase in what we can select. And now on Mac, you press Option, Shift, and then the left arrow key. And then you will select word by word and not letter by letter. The next step that we can take from only highlighting words is then, instead of Option, we can press Command, Shift, and the left arrow key. And this will select the whole line. So one shortcut and everything is selected. I don't have to press Shift and then the left arrow key and select everything manually. I just press Command, Shift, and the left arrow key and everything gets selected. Now the last step that can select even more is, because you can see not this line here is the whole block. The whole block is actually the whole text here. And with Command, Shift, and the left arrow key, we can only select the first line. But with either Escape or Command A, we can select everything here, the whole text. Besides whole block, what you can also do is you can highlight everything on the page. And we just talked about Command A. Now with Command A and A, again, you select everything on this page with one keyboard shortcut, which can be very handy. Now, before we move on to list, let me actually show you the basic shortcuts from other apps that also work in Notion. You have, for example, let's first select everything here. Then we have Command C. This will copy everything that I just highlighted. Now let's get to the next row. Then we can press also available here, Command V, and this will paste everything that we just copied. The last shortcut for this, press Command A again, is Command X, and this will copy and delete something. And you will now see, if I press Command V, we can paste it again here. And now we can move on to lists. As I previously told you, in Notion we have 4 types of lists. And the first one is the bullet list, and we can just create it by writing minus and then space, and this will create the bullet list. For the numbered list, it's pretty similar. You just write 1, then a dot, and then space, and this will then give you the numbered list. For the checkbox list, it's a bit more complicated. You press Option and then 8 and 9 on the keyboard, and then followed by a space. And then this will give you this to-do checkbox. The last list that we can create also with shortcuts is the toggle list. And for this, press Shift and then this bigger than, smaller than sign on your keyboard. And then you get this bigger than sign. Then press space, and this will give us the toggle list, which is opened by default. Now close this off, and let's get rid of these other unnecessary blocks. And now let me actually show you some additional things for the lists. The first thing that you can do is, now let's create another bullet list item. And now if you press Tab on your keyboard, you can move in one layer. Then I can write something. If I press Enter again, I have another row in the same hierarchy. And here again, I could, for example, press Tab again to move into this. Now, this hierarchy thing where you can move in one step, like I just showed you, is only possible for bullet list, numbered list, and checkbox list. For the toggle list, you manually need to go in here and add another toggle list if you want to. Now, in Notion, as I previously told you, we have 4 headings, and we can create them by using the hashtag. For the first one, just write hashtag space, and this will give you a heading 1. For the second one, same procedure, but now here, press hashtag and hashtag because it's heading 2. I use 2 hashtags. For heading 1, I use 1, and so on. You will see in a second. And then I get a heading 2. Now the same thing for heading 3. I write hashtag, 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 and then space, and this will give us a heading 3. And for having 4, the same procedure for hashtags, and you get H4. And this is basically a very smart way to create headings very fast. Now let's talk about text aesthetics. We have different aesthetics like bold, Italian, underline, strike through, and so on. Now let me give you the shortcuts to recreate this. For this section, for highlighting, I will use Command Shift and the left arrow key all the time. And you can do the same because I showed you this shortcut. Then, if everything is highlighted, for bold, you just press Command and B, and this will make the text bold. For italic, you just press Command I, and then your text will become italic. For underlined, you might have guessed, it's Command U, and for strike through, it's Command S. Wrong. It's not Command S. Here we have to do something special. We need to press Command Shift and S, and this will give us strike through. By the way, you can always hover over this, and this will then show you what the shortcut is if you don't remember it. Here you can see also Command Shift and X would work. For code, it's also not as you might expect. It's not Command C, because this is for copying. It's actually Command and E, and this will give you the code option. Now for the equation, it's also something with E, but here, same as for strike through, we need to press Command Shift and then E, and then enter for done. So normal code is Command E, equation is Command Shift and E. For coloring, there is actually not a specific shortcut. For the color, you can press Command Shift and H, and this will give you actually the last used styling option here. So there is no specific shortcut for every text color or every background color. Command Shift and H will give you actually the last used option. So now let's turn this manually into something else. Now it's also blue. And the last option now is hyperlink. And for hyperlink, we go back to Command and a normal letter, and it's Command and K, and then we can add a link. Let's, for example, use www.notion.com, and then I can link to the Notion website, and now I have the same hyperlink. Now that we have basic list and text aesthetics, now let's actually move on to the advanced shortcuts. Now the first shortcut that we have is you write minus, minus, and minus, so 3 times, and then you will get this divider, which is actually very nice if you want to separate content later. This will also become relevant. Now for dividers, what you will always get is if you create a divider, you will always create another blank block under it. Just remove this if you don't need it, and then let's move on with the next shortcut. The next one is Command, Shift, and P, and this will open the Move To window. So you can, from here, search for pages where you want to move content to. Now, I previously showed you how to do this, but without shortcuts. Now with Command, Shift, and P, you can also open this menu, and then I can search for destination page build. Here it is. And then I can select this, and I successfully moved it in here. In this preview, you can see it worked. Now for the next shortcut, we actually need to open this. And here I want to give you the shortcut for copying a link of a page without even needing to go up here or even here. What you just do is you press Command L, and then you can copy the page link to your clipboard. And that's basically it. Now that we copied this, let's actually combine this. So I just copied the link with Command L. Now let me show you how fast you can create a hyperlink. Select Command, Shift, and the left arrow key. Then press Command K, and then press Command V and enter. And now we created a hyperlink for this page in seconds, way faster than if you do it manually. Now that's it for the advanced section. Now let's move on to tabs. The first shortcut for tabs is the shortcut to create a new tab in the first place. And what you just do for this is you press Command T, and this will give you now the option to create a new tab from a new page or from a new chat. And this is basically what we applied in the settings. We said every time that we want to create a new tab, as I also showed you manually with the plus here, we want to get this menu, and this also applies to keyboard shortcuts. The next shortcut is also something that I previously showed you. And this is basically if you want a page that you have here on a page to open in a new tab. For this, just hold Command and then select the page with the mouse key, and it will open in a new tab. Now I will also, and you can also do this for all the other pages here. Now I just did it, and now we could, for example, start with our mouse and then click into the different tabs. But there are faster possibilities. Now the first one is Command, Shift, and the left arrow key. And by doing this, you can skip with the arrow keys through the different tabs one by one. Now for me, this will also trigger whisper flow because I accidentally selected also this shortcut for whisper flow. I need to change this, but with Command, Option, and the arrow keys, you can move through the tabs one by one. There is also another option to move through this even faster. As you can see, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 tabs open. I can up to 8 tabs press Command and a number to move to a designated tab. For example, we have tab 1, 2, 3, 4, which is page 8, and with Command 4, I can instantly move to page 8. Now with command 6, I would skip to page 6. With command 1, back to the first tab. Now command 9 will actually bring me to the last tab here. So you can also use a combination, like for example, command 9 for the last one, and then command and option and the left arrow key to move to the second last tab. The last shortcut that I want to show you is actually to switch a page in a tab. Let's say, for example, I have page 10 here, but I actually want to see, for whatever reason, page 3 again. Now I could close this off and I could then open page 3 again, or I can turn this into. For this, I press Command and P, and then I select the page that I want, and then it switches to the new page. I'm pretty sure none of you knew every single shortcut. So if this chapter alone provided value to you, for example, to make you maneuver Notion way faster, I would really appreciate if you take the time and leave a like on this video. And that's basically it for this chapter. Let's move on to the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to talk with you about databases. And databases are literally, in my opinion, the heart of Notion. So first, I want to show you the difference between a database and basic bullet points. Now, I will also include things where you now think, what is this? But I will now show you this, and maybe you don't understand everything, but later, as you can see, there are things I will talk about like filters and sorting and so on. There are dedicated sections in this chapter. So by the end, if you would, for example, revisit this, you will understand everything. So in a database, I have different entries and I can do things with them. Now here you can see every entry has a date, and every entry has a priority. Now, I also have this in the bullet points. I have a bullet point for every task, and then every task has a date. Now, you might think, what is the difference? But with the items in here, I can basically do things way faster and way more convenient. I can, for example, filter things. For example, here for the date, I only want to see things where the date is today. Now, there are also other entries in this database that don't show up because the date is not today. Now, down here, I will see everything which is today or other dates, previous or past dates. So I don't have an easy way to filter this. I can, for example, use toggles, but then I need to move everything from a toggle list to another toggle list, or I need to actually delete things or move them somewhere else, which is actually very inconvenient. Here I can just change it. I can also say, maybe I want this to be tomorrow, then another entry shows up, or today. So it is very fast. I can also do stuff like sorting, for example, by the priority ascending. Let's say, for example, I turn this to a 1, then it will show up above 2 automatically. Now, for the other things, I need to move everything manually and check. So there are no sorting rules, and there is also no filtering, later also no grouping, and so on. So a database is very convenient compared to normal bullet points. Now that we have this out of the way, in Notion there are actually 2 different database types. And for this I want to open another slide. Now let's compare inline versus full page database. Now technically there is not a difference. The difference is just in the appearance. So I have an inline database here. If I see this, this is the data source, and I can start adding things here. And I have the full page database, which is this block here. And for this, if I open this, I will get a page where only this database is. I can't do anything else here. And to confirm that this is really the original database, you can see this here. Now, I have to say I prefer the full page database because I can build a backend and then for every database, place the original database as a page there. The second thing is, now you might not understand this in the first go, but if you get back to this section after you completed chapter 6 for databases, you will definitely understand this. This is the inline task database. This is the database. And here we have a full page database for the tasks, and we have linked views. And if you take a look at this here, and you take a look at this here, if I don't tell you that this is an inline database and this is a linked view, you can't tell the difference. So this is just a linked view, same as this here, of this full page database, and this is the inline database. So I would always go for having a full page database and then creating linked views instead of using the inline database feature. The only thing where this could be beneficial is if you build databases by hand. You could, for example, build an inline database. Then here you can add the different properties. Then, for example, for another database, let's say the projects database, you could also add it here as an inline database, add the properties here. And if you add a relation and you add a page from here over here, so you might not understand this here, you can better monitor what happens and add the relations and have a better overview. Now, for this, the inline database might be beneficial, but what you would then do at the end is for every inline database, you would then turn this into a full page database after the setup is finished. You can also do the same thing here. You could turn this into an inline database, and here you could also turn this into a full page database. So just to keep in mind, you have inline database, you have full page database. I can only recommend to use the full page database, put all the full page databases into your backend on one page, and maybe only use the inline database function for if you build databases manually, and then if everything is built out, the formulas, the other properties, and so on, then turn all the inline databases into a full page database, because you might confuse a linked view for a full page database. And the thing is, if I delete a linked view of this database, only the view is gone, not the database. Here, if I think that this is a linked view and the full page database is somewhere else, but this is actually the database, the whole database is gone. Now, for the next section, I will open another slide. And here I want to show you the old way to build databases and the new method that is also possible. So as I just showed you, we have a full page database, and in there, for example, let's say we build a tasks database, we could add different tasks to this database. And here we only put one type of entries in. We only put tasks in here. Now, there is also another new concept where you can store multiple different databases in one full page database. So you have views of tasks in that full page database / full page data source. And you maybe, for example, also have views of nodes here. So in the old one, I only have views of one type of database. In the other one, I can have multiple. But my recommendation is basically don't use this new method. Basically stick to the old method. So basically one database, one full page database for every single type. So for example, one database for projects, one database for tasks, one database for meeting notes, and so on. Another thing why you should maybe stick to the old method is later, if you work with the API, maybe some external companies for external tools haven't adapted to this sort of new mechanism, and you maybe run into errors. So basically, stick to the old method. So this is also why I won't feature this new method in this ultimate guide here. It's, I think, way too complicated, and you also don't need to know both, because the old way is also the way that I use it, and it works perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. So just stick to the old method. This is also the method I use in here, and everything is basically fine. Now, the next thing I want to show you is adding and removing things from or to a database. For this, I will here open this other slide. What you can see is we have a database, and we have one entry, and we have another page, like for example, the materials page or any other page. Now, every entry for a database is literally a page, but the difference to a normal page is that it also has metadata. Let's say, for example, this is the task database. We have a page here, an entry here, and then we can add additional information, like for example, the due date, like the assignee, like the priority. So this page in this database has also additional information. We can't add this to a normal page. So this is the difference. But what we can do is we can drag pages into the database and also drag them out of the database. So let me actually show you this. You can see here we have two pages, and this is the state that we will later have. We have a page, we have an edit page, which is this here that we need to add, and we have a remove page, which is currently in here. So what we just do is we can hold on this 6-dot menu, and then we can drag this in here, and you will see this blue line appear. And now we added it to the database, and we can add 15 to this, and we can add me as an assignee. So we have this here, and we can also check this. And the last thing is we need to remove this page. For this, just hold here, and then you can drag this out here. Let me actually move this under here. And by doing this, we have the exact same structure. So we dragged one page into this, and we dragged one page out of the database. Now, one last thing. This is only possible for inline databases that you don't want to use, or for linked views of database. You will later understand what this is. But basically, if you have a view on a page, you can do this drag and drop. In here, I can't do this because here only the database entries are in here, nothing else. Now for the next section, the properties. In this section, let's talk about properties. And property is basically the metadata for a page. In Notion, this metadata is called properties. And you can add properties and also remove properties, also something I will show you. The only property that you can't delete is this name property, which is basically the name of the page, in this case the name of the entry. Now let me actually show you how to add a property. You just click on add property, and then this property menu opens. And here you can see all the different properties that you can add. You can also go in the full page database and also add properties from here. And one last thing in regard to properties before we start adding all these different property types is you can select different options for a property for different pages. Now let me actually add another entry here for now, and let me actually add the text just to show you this. We will do this slowly in a second. I can add this text for this entry here, this text for this entry here. So the input for every property is unique for every entry. But now let's actually start with the basic properties. Let's click first. Let me delete this here. Let's click on add property, and then let's select text. Then you can click into this, and we can then write description. So this is the description for the task. In this, you can then write letters, you can write numbers, you can write symbols, basically everything that you have available on your keyboard. So I can also write use my new prompt, like it is on the left side. And this is basically everything for the text property. The next property we want to add is the number property. Now let's also rename this to estimated time. And another thing for properties that you can do is we could change the icon. Let's, for example, switch this to a stopwatch. And now you will see we changed the icon. We could also do the same for description. Now that we changed this, in here in number, we don't have the option anymore to add text or to add symbols. The only option here is we can add numbers, like for example, the number 10. But what we can do here is if we right click on this property, we can edit this property. We can decide on the number format. I could, for example, switch this to US dollar, and now it says 10 US dollar. I could also go for the decimal places. Like, for example, let's say this is 2 decimal places. Now it shows not $10, it shows $10.0.0. And you could even, now this is unnecessary for this one, create a bar or a ring for this, but for this is unnecessary. So we can basically go back to number, also number here, back to default, and now we see the single 10 again. The next basic property that we have available, and for this one we need to go to the content-based database, is we have a checkbox. Now let's call this favorite, and what we can do with this favorite property is we can check or uncheck. This is basically it. You can check or uncheck, and this is the checkbox property. Now let's move on to the controlled vocabulary properties. The first one, let's stay in the content database, I want to add is the select property. For the select property here special, I will later talk about this in status. This can also stay empty, so I don't need to select an option in the first case. But what I can do here, compared to description, I can add pre-created labels. Like, for example, short. For this, I just click in here, and then I write short, and then I can select it, and I can add it here. And if I add another entry, I don't need to type out short like I would need to do it in a description. I can just select this short option. And this basically avoids spelling mistakes because I don't have to write out short every single time. Maybe sometimes I slip up and I forget the R. And when I then want to filter based on this later, this can lead to an error or misfiltering. So this basically allows you to create labels and avoid spelling mistakes. So what we can also do is we can also add another option. We could also add, for example, video, and then I can create it. Now I have two options available. Important is for the normal select, we actually rename this to format, is we can only select one option. So I can either select, in this case, video or short, but not both. But what I can do, and this is also if you misspelled something, is you can here rename this. Let's say I misspelled it and it is short and I want to add the R. I can do this here. And I can also, because here it's gray, from here I can change the display option, in this case to gray. And here, as I said, I can rename it, change the name if I, for example, misspelled something. Now, what you can see is we have the order here. I could here change the order manually, or I can right click and then select edit property. And here I could also do this manually. I can create another option from here. I can create a basic sorting mechanism that automatically gets applied, like alphabetical. If I add another one that, for example, starts with A, it will automatically, by alphabetical logic get placed over short, because A is before S in the alphabet. Now, before we move on to the next one, the last thing that I want to show you, for this I actually need to create an emoji here, for example, a smile, and copy this, is you can even go in here with the 3-dot menu and paste an emoji in front of this. And now I also have an emoji for this select option. And now that's basically it for normal selects. Now let's add another property, which is multi-select. And for multi-select, there are some things that are the same. This can also stay empty. And here I also have the option to select pre-created labels. And here this also avoids spelling mistakes, but the difference here is I can select multiple options. Like for example, here I have 3. I can select all 3. So here also the same way you can add, for example, YouTube, Instagram, or TikTok, and you can select all of them at the same time. Now let me also here change the color, and everything is selected. I have here in the multi-select, let's rename this to platform, I have everything selected, and here I only have one selected, so that's the difference. And here for the multi-select, if I right click, I have the same menu. I could also select the sorting. I can add options from here. I can change this here, and so on. And I could for this also add emojis if I want to do this. Now that we have select and multi-select, let's actually move on to the last property for this type, which is actually the status option. And for status, and that's the difference from status to normal select or multi-select, there is always one option selected, because something is always in one state. A task for me, for example, is either it's not started, it's in any kind of process, either it's in progress currently, or I need to continue this and I already started, or it's done, or I say cancel this, I don't need it. But for status, this means that this thing is always a state and always one option is selected. So this can't be empty. One option of this is always selected, because for the entries, there is always one state that the entry is in. And here you can see we have pre-selected stages, like for example, to do, in progress, or complete. And here the same for normal select or multi-select. This also avoids spelling mistakes. So I don't have to always type in not started or in progress. Like I need to do this in a description. I can select it in here because there is also no need. I can just use a status. Why do I have to type not started all the time? It's not needed. Now for a status, it's the same thing like for the select option. You can only select one option, not multiple. This is not a multi-select, this is status, and here only one option is selectable at a time. Now what you can do is you can also manipulate this. You can see we have this 3 predefined sections: to do, in progress, and done. And there we have different pre-created options. Now we can also edit this either via right click, edit property, or if you click in here, down here, edit property. And then you also get this kind of menu. Then in here, you also have the same things. You can rename it, you can change the icon, you can change the type to another property. AI autofill is something that I will show you later in the AI chapter. But here, what you can do is you can also add other options. So I could, for example, for to do, add the status idea. For in progress, I could add the option in review if I want to. For complete, I could add the option cancelled. So now I moved on from the basic 3 options to 6 options, which fits my status that I want to have even more. And here, of course, only in the 3 pre-created sections, I could here change the sorting. There is no basic sorting here, but I can do this manually if I want. And here I also, via these arrows, I can change the color if I want to. Let's say I want to make cancelled red. And I can also here change the name if I misspelled something. Now for these to do, in progress, and complete containers, this is something that is fixed. They will stay at 3 and you can't add another container, and you can't remove one container. You can remove all the options from a container, but you cannot mess with them. This is something that is hard coded. You can't change this. What you can change is you can say, I want to wrap the content if a status is too long, for example, so it would get cut off. What you can also do is you can select the display option. What you can do is you can either show this with the option, or you can show this as a checkbox. Then if something is not started, it will show up as an empty checkbox. If something is done, it will show up as a checked checkbox. And here, and this is something special, here you also have a third checkbox option. You can hold option and then click on this, and you can change, for example, in progress. And then you get this checkbox with a minus. So this is in progress. So unchecked is the to-do container. In progress is the checkbox with the minus, and complete is the checked checkbox. Now let's click on edit property and let's display this as select because I like this way more. What you can also do, besides of course duplicating the property and deleting it, you can also select a default option, because as I said, one state always needs to be selected. And of course there is also the option to set a default state. Otherwise it would be random. And here you can basically decide what you want to do. In this case, I want this to be the idea. So I click on idea and I say set this to default. Then you get this pop-up window and you can continue. So what this will do is now if I add a new entry, idea will automatically get applied because it's the default state. The last thing that you can also do for status here is, if you want to, you can also add an emoji to every single status option. But now that's basically it for this kind of properties. Let's actually move on to the ownership property. And for this one, just click on plus and then select the person property. And here you can select different people. You can select members, you can select guests, you can select groups. So I could, for example, select me, I could select my other account, which is a guest, or I could also select a group, but groups are basically there for permissions. Like here in the sharing menu, here I would only recommend to select a member or a guest. But what you can do with this, let's actually select me. I can also edit this. So click on edit property and here I can select a limit. Let's say, for example, this is actually a good case. This is the task database and here I only want to have one person in charge. For a task, there is always one person and not more, because otherwise you get this, I thought you would do this, no, I thought you would do this kind of thing. So here, let's say I only want one person and not that by accident multiple people get assigned. So I can set this to one person, and if I change this, this will swap to the other person. So there are not multiple people selected. The second thing you can do is you can set a default. You can say either no default, then if you add a new entry, no default will apply, or you can say the person who created this will get applied to this person property. And this is basically something I can recommend. Of course, later you will see you have passive properties where you can see who created a page, but we don't need to do this. We can basically say, so we don't have entries with no owner at all, say here, I want always the default to be the person who created this. So if I create a new entry now, I basically get applied and there is no abundant entry with no owner applied. The last thing that you can select here in edit properties is the notifications, because notifications will also trigger on person properties. And here we can say users and groups, but groups I would not recommend to use here. You can say users only. So if someone assigns you to this task, you will get a notification, or you can say I don't want a notification if I get added to this. Let's say someone adds you here. Now, because I selected none, my demo account wouldn't get a notification like Leon added you to this task. But now that's basically it for this kind of property. Now let's move on to dates and locations. For dates, we can actually stay in the task database and here click on plus and then select date. And here, as it says in the date property, as you already previously saw, you can select a date for something, like for example, a date when you want to do the task, a date when the task is due, so you have to finish the task. And let me actually show you how to do this. You just click in here and we can select, for example, the current date. Now, this is very plain and you can see I created a much more precise and different format for the date over here. And this is also something I want to show you now. For this, just right click the date, click on edit property, and here you can select the format that you want. This is also something you saw in the settings. So you have the different options. Now what you can do is you can, for example, move from this to day, month, and year. And now this is another way to format the date. And here you can basically select what option you want. What you can also do is you can select the time format. There is hidden if you don't want to see it at all. There is 12 hours. So you can say, for example, 12 a.m., 12 p.m. as an example, or you have, and this is what I use, 24-hour now for the video, because I think a vast majority of people who will watch this work on a 12-hour mechanism. I will use this, and here you can select the option that you want if you want to show the time. The last thing that you can do here is you can turn on notifications, and you can then, for example, say for every, and this is for every entry individually, you can say I want, for example, a notification 1 day before the date on 9 a.m. And then for every entry, if it's 9 a.m., 1 day before the date in here. So for example, this would be yesterday, the 3rd of May on 9 a.m., I would get a notification for this task entry. So here you can select if you want to have this, or you can also say, I don't need this and don't use it. Now let's actually close this off and let's actually open this other menu here. What we can do is we can also select a date range. Now for tasks, this doesn't make sense. This makes, for example, sense for projects. Then we have a start and an end date. So a date range in one date property. For this, just add end date. And then let's, for example, set this to the 10th. Now we have from the 4th till the 10th of May. What we can also do for now, because it now would get too long, let's actually remove the date range. Here you can also, if you want to manipulate the date format again, we can also include time. Now actually this is okay. Let me just stay in the same date. So I just toggled on end date again and set it to the same day. What I can do is I can add the time. I can say, for example, I want this to be on May 4th, and then I can select 9 p.m. till 9:10 p.m. And now I have this range, May 4th, 2026, 9 p.m. till 9:10 p.m. And here again, I could also change the time format. And here, an additional option, I can also choose the time zone I am currently in. So this is 9 p.m. in my current time zone, and this might change if you are in another time zone. You need to maybe change this here if you don't select auto apply in your settings. The last thing you also have available here is you can add a reminder if you want. Here you have more granular options than in the other setting. You can also say 5 minutes before at the time of event, 1 hour before, and so on. And the last option that we can do here is we can also clear this. So this will basically remove everything and make it blank again, like here. Now that we have the date, the last property for this section is place. And for this, we need to move on to sightseeing. And here, just click on add property and select, where is it? The place property. And here in this place property, you can select a real address. You can either use your current location. I, for obvious reason, now don't select my current location, but I could search, for example, for Notion HQ and then paste the address of the Notion HQ in here if it shows up. I currently don't see it here, but you will get what I mean. So you can basically type in an address and you could basically search for a name, like for example, the Golden Gate Bridge, and then I can select the Golden Gate Bridge and the address here. And now again, that's basically it for this section. Now let's move on to the contact properties section. And here we have two properties. The first one is the phone property. And here you can type in a number that you want to add. And the advantage to just adding this to description or to a text property or a number property is, if I would now click on this, this will actually open your phone app automatically and call this number. So if you want to save a phone number, just use the phone property. The other property is the email property, and here you can add an email of your desire. Now this is absolute nonsense, but here you can add an email that you want, and the advantage here, you might have guessed, is compared to a normal text property, is if you click on this, your basic mail provider, in my case it's Notion Mail, will open and to is automatically selected with this email. Now, this email property also later gets relevant for automations or buttons, because you can create automations, so automatic things that happen, like for example, automatically sending an email, and there you can automatically select to who you want to send this. And for this, the email property works, the text property not. Even if you write only the email address in text, later you can't use this. You need to use the email property. So basically, if you want to store an email, just select the email property. And now that's basically it for this properties group. Now let's move on to references and attachments. And for this, we want to go in the content database again. And the first property we want to add with plus is we want to add the files and media property. And here you can basically store, like we had this with the blog on the page, you can upload a file, or you can even link to a specific file. Like here on the left, you can see I have a specific picture in here selected for the files and media. Now here I could also upload it here, I can drag it in here, or I can link to it here. An example would be, for example, to link to a specific Google Drive folder or directly upload the file. One quick thing to this, on a free plan, you are limited to 5 MB, not more. On all the paid plans, so Plus, Business, and the Enterprise plans, you have no limit at all. Now, the next property in this group is the URL property, and this is sort of self-explanatory. You can add, in this case, www.notion.com as an example, and here for every entry, you can store a specific URL. I, for example, have a templates database, and in this URL, I store the URL of every single template in the Notion marketplace. So this is basically it. We had in this section files and media and URL. Now let's move on to the advanced properties. And for the advanced properties, here we have some really advanced concepts. If you don't get them in the first go, just repeat the chapter that you don't understand over and over again. It's not a shame, it's completely okay. When I started with Notion and I need to learn this, I watched it like 6 to 7 times to basically get it. But if it makes click, then it's basically easy. The first property that I want to add with you is this ID property. For this, just click on plus and then select ID. And this is basically something that you can't manipulate entirely. This will automatically gives every entry a unique number. So no other entry in this content database will get the number 1. This is a unique ID. This will avoid duplicates. If you do this manually, you may be accidentally give 2 entries the same number. By using the ID property, you can avoid this entirely. Now, in the content database, I added another entry that I now deleted, which holds the number 2. If I add another entry here, this should now hold number 3. And this is the case because the other one that I deleted, I can still restore it, and it will then show up here with number 2. So you can basically don't change the numbers, but what you can do if you click on edit property is you can add a prefix. For example, con for content, and then click on add ID prefix. And you can then see we have this in front of every single entry. So con -1, con -3, and for the new entry, then for example, con -4. Now, the next advanced property that I want to add with you is the verification property. For this property, you actually need to be on a business plan, or of course above, which is enterprise. And this feature is basically used for wikis, either with the wiki feature, then it's implemented, but I won't use this, or in a database for your company wiki. And there you can basically then verify pages for a specific time. Now you can see this here. I have a wiki database. I have the entry how to edit a YouTube video, and then I have the verification. Now, what happens if you add a verification, you need to scroll down and then it's here, is there will always be another person property added called owner, because every wiki item should have a dedicated owner. So in the wiki database, you don't want to have entries where there is no assignee/owner. Every page, every entry should have an owner who is in charge. So when you add a verification, you will also get a person, in this case, an owner property. And what this property literally does is you can set a verification interval. And then, as you will see in a second, you will signal by setting this that this page is verified. And people who will then visit the wiki database can see which pages are verified by an owner and which pages are not. So let's do this. You can actually select different intervals, like pre-created ones, like for 7 days, for 30 days, for 90 days, indefinitely, or you can even pick a date. Let me actually pick 30 days. And now you can see it says the page is verified. You get this little check mark here, and it says until June 3rd, 2026. This also means that for the owner, if this verification expires, the owner will get notified to re-verify the page. And this is also why you always want an owner for every entry in a wiki database so that someone gets notified. So that's basically it for verification. The next property is actually something I won't feature here because the next chapter, chapter 7, is the dedicated chapter for that property. And this is the formula property because this is actually a very large chapter because the formula property has a bunch of possibilities. The next property, which you can also find here, is also something that I won't feature. Formulas here I won't feature now is the button automation. This is something that I feature in chapter 8. But now let's move on to the next property, and for this I will open another slide. So up to this time we had databases, but everything was like single floating around. Nothing was connected. We have a content database, for example, a task database, a wiki, but nothing is connected. And now with the relation property, everything changes. So this property allows you to connect databases. If you hear this and see this for the first time, it might be complicated and you maybe need to watch this over and over again to get it, but I will give my best that you understand it in the first go. But if you don't get it in the first go, which is absolutely okay, then just rewatch this section until it makes click, because let me tell you, once you get it, it's actually not that difficult. So what we need in first case for the relation is we need two databases. In this case, I have a task database and I have a content database. That's why it is called relation, because we relate one thing to another. So there need to be two databases. So as you can see here, we relate this database to this database via a relation. So you can see, and I will also show you this in a second in Notion, you can see in the task database, I have entries like edit video 1, upload video 1, edit video 2, upload video 2. And for all the different entries, I have metadata, like for example, the date, I have the status for the different tasks. This is something I will show you in a second. Then we have entries in the video database. We have also the date, which is the published date. And then we have the new relation properties. And here you can now see, I see this task and this task is related to this entry of the content, which is video 1, which you can also see here. We have edit video 1, upload video 1 belongs to video 1. And you can also see it here. Here you can see these tasks belong to video 1. Here we have video 2 task, edit video 2, upload video 2 is related to video 2. Now let's actually switch to Notion, and here you can also see this on the left side. I have currently one task here, which is to write the title for the short number 1, and I have the content short number 1. And here I have the relation. I can see the task related to this content piece is this one, and I can see this task belongs to this content. Of course, what I could do is I could add a text and write this belongs to short 31 and do this for every task for short number 1. But this is kind of tedious and it's also not very smart, because let's say it changes and I need to update everything. And yeah, it's not great. Now, what you could also do, but it is smarter than text, but not as smart as a relation, is you can add a select and add, for example, short 31 as a tag and tag everything, but then you can't see it in the other database. You can't see which task belongs to this content, which is what we see. And here, of course, you can then later with a grouping feature group it, but it's not that nice because I see here which video it belongs to, but I can't see which task it belongs to. Of course, I could also add a select here, but then if something changes, I need to update it here. For example, let's say this has another task, like task 30, I select it here, and then here I select short 30, but it's complicated. And that's why we use a relation. So let me get rid of this. And now let's click, and you can do this from both databases. Because we have a relation and it will show up in both databases, you can now click on the plus here or on the plus here. Now let me do this from tasks, click on plus and then select relation. Then here you see this relate to pop-up window. And here we then search for the other database that we want to relate this database to build the connection. And this is the content database, which we can find here. Content and then database in lowercase. Here it's uppercase, but we want this, so lowercase. So we select this and we get this other pop-up window. So here we now see the related database. Of course, we can also go in here if we misclicked. In this case, it's exactly the database that we want. Then we can limit. So we can choose no limit or one page. This basically means how much I can relate to one database. Here, if I say that this is only one, I can only select one entry from the content database. So if I set this to 1 and I have not only short 31 here, but also short 30, and I want to put short 30 here, this will switch because only one is allowed. So if I then select short 30 here, it will switch from short 31 to short 30. If I say no limit, I can add as much as I want. Then I would have short 31 here and short 30. Similar to select and multi-select, one page means select sort of, and no limit means sort of multi-select in this realm. But this is what you can do. I will also show you this here. And then we can also say, do we want this relation property to also show up in this database or not? For now, let me actually make this a one-way relation and change it in a second. Now, I only see this relation property to this database in this database and not in this database. So this is a one-way relation. I can also change this. So I can say I want a two-way relation, and now I can also see the related tasks here. So keep this in mind if you want to do this. Now what I can do is I can either, this is the actual short, this is, let me call this short 30, and I can relate. I can, for example, go in here and say, this is basically the task for short 31. And then I can click in here and you can see short 31 shows up here. And now automatically, and this is the cool way with relations because they relate, the task where I selected this entry automatically shows up here. Now let me actually see, this is one page. So if I now say I change this to short 30, it will switch because only one page is allowed, and the task will disappear from here and show up here and vice versa. So what we do first is we decide which databases we want to connect. Then we decide on the database here, what is the limit? How many pages do we want to relate? For a content relation, it makes sense to limit this to 1 because a task is always for only one content piece. Edit video 31 is only for video 31, not 32. And then we decide, do we want to show this relation property only here or also in this database? Now what you saw is you can limit the page here. So now here we have actually no limit. And here, if you want to also limit this to 1, you need to go to the second relation property and do this here. So there are 3 different ways that we can build. We can say in both relations, 1 page is the limit. Then we have a 1-to-1 relation, only 1 page possible here and only 1 page possible here. But here it makes no sense because a content piece has probably more than one task. You have scripting, editing, uploading, and so on. Maybe even thumbnail or a and ideation, of course. So here we want to have no limit. So in this case, we have a 1, 2, and in this case, it comes from the mathematics, you have n. So you call this n, so no limit. So we have one page as a limit here and no limit for pages here. So I can relate multiple. Let me actually edit short 31 in here. And now I can, shows up here in a second. And now I can also select edit short here. And because this is a 1 to n relation, I can relate multiple tasks here. Now, the third option that you can build is the n to m relation. Now, we don't say n to n. I don't know for what reason, but it's called n to m. But m is literally because we don't want to have two n's in that phrase. So this basically means that on both databases, we have no limit. So we have n for no limit here and practically n for no limit here, but it's called n to m relation. So in both we have no limit. So remember, you have 1 to 1, 1 to n, or of course the other way around, n to 1, and you have n to m. So no limit on both. Now the last thing for relations that I want to show you is how to show different properties, because let me actually, for the sake of it, also call this title video 31. Now it's a very stupid example, but let me actually remove this, and let's say I want to only see the first one here. And remember, I will use this as an example. We have a description for the first one, but no description for the second one. And I want to connect the first one. If I go into relations, tell me which one is which. You can't. You only can guess. And what you can do here is you can show other properties that help you to differentiate. Let's say, for example, I use the description here. Now I can clearly see the second one is the first one in this, and this is the one I want to connect. Now it will show up here with short 31. This is the case, and I can also here show other properties, like for example the estimated time and so on. Now the last thing, actually, this was not the last thing, is the filter, and here we have different options to filter. For example, all the pages, and here we exclude archived pages. Archived pages is something that I showed you on the page level in a database. This is also possible, and here we can say show in the relation all the pages, but not the ones I archived. Show all the pages, include the pages that I archived, maybe only show verified pages. This relates to the verification property. So if I would relate, for example, the wiki to the task database, and here I can select the different wiki pages, I can say only show me verified pages, or here only show me the archived pages. These are the 4 options that you can choose. Basically, for literally everything, choose all pages excluding archived. Maybe for wiki, but I don't use this, select verified pages only. So this is just to show you what is possible. Now the next property is the rollup, and the rollup allows us to pull information from one database to the other one, so to roll up information into another database. And what we need for a rollup is we need an existing relation. So if there is no relation, there can't be a rollup. So let's say, for example, we want to see the progress for our content based on the tasks. Now, of course, I could write it manually, like when I only have one task connected, I could add a number property and write manually 0%. And then if the tasks are done, come back in here and write 100%. But this is tedious and it's not optimal. For this, we have rollups. So let's say we want to use a rollup to calculate the progress. Now here, it's 0% because no task is done. Let's say I put this to done. You can see one task is related, one task is done, so 100% of tasks are done. Now let's rebuild this. Click on here in the content database plus, select the rollup next to relation, and then we want to choose a relation. And our relation is the relation of the task database because we want to calculate the progress based on the tasks that are done. So select tasks, and then you want to select the property you want to roll up. In this case, I want to roll up the status because I want to know what is the progress of my project, in this case the content piece, based on the task's status. So select the status here, and then we can choose an option because now we only see we have one task related and it's in idea. Now click on calculate, and there we want to select percent per group, and then we want to select complete. So now we can see one task is related, 0 tasks are done, it's 0%. If we click on done, it changes to 100, so everything works. Now we can also manipulate the styling for this like we had in Navbar previously. You will recognize this in a second. So just right click on rollup, edit property, and then here anytime you can change the relation, you can change the target property, you can change the option here, but what we can do here is we can add a bar, and then we can decide which color. Let's go, for example, for blue, and then we can say, do we want to see the number or not? I want to see it, and now it looks like on the left side. So now by doing this, you will automatically get the progress for a content piece based on the task, and no manual work is needed. Later in formulas, I will even show you a way more powerful version of this. The last type of properties that I want to show you now are the passive properties. And these are properties that you can't manipulate, you can only see them. And you can also add them if you already worked on this. So let's click on them. We have the first one is created time. And here you can see this was created on April 23rd of 2026. So I worked on this already, but it also tracked in the background when I created this already, and now I can display it with the created time property, and it won't show the current time and date when I created this. It shows really when I created this. Then I can also add created by. So who created this? I can say last edited time. This was May 4th, 2:02 p.m. and last edited by, and I literally, as you can see, can't mess with them. They are only passive. One last thing for properties is if you click on plus, you already saw this, you have suggested properties. In this case, you only have AI autofill properties that you can use. I will later talk about what this is in the AI section, but you have suggested AI autofill properties here. Another thing besides these suggested AI autofill properties are the connector properties like Google Drive, Figma, GitHub pull requests, and Zendesk ticket, but they are different apps, and I said I want to stay in Notion, no external tools, not even Notion Mail or Notion Calendar, so I also won't cover these in this guide. The last thing for properties before we move on to the styling, the next thing is on how to show and how to not show a property. Like currently, this is very much here and I can't see everything at the first glance. And let's say, for example, I don't want to see the created time. Then I can just go in here, right click, and I can say hide this property, hide this, for example, and hide this. So now I only have these three properties, but more to how to unhide them and how to maneuver this menu in a second. The next thing that I want to show you in regard to properties is the styling. So on the left side, you can see this page icon. This is because every entry, as I said, is a page. And if I add something, let's say, for example, I call it this way, and I add something in the body here, I have, because it's a page, the same options. I can turn it into, I can add a H3, everything. This is a page with additional information. If I add something, you will see that this changes. So if you don't have icons for your pages, which is something I will show you now, you can see when something has page content or not. This has something in the body, so you can see these two lines in the page. This has nothing in the body, so it is an empty page. Just a little hack. The next thing that you can do is styling, like icons or emojis, like for a page, because again, this is also a page. You can select an emoji, or you can select an icon, or you can even upload something custom if you want. Now let me remove this, so we are back to normal. And this is how you can customize your page. More to that, because you can also automatically apply icons in the template section later. The last thing where you can also add icons in a database, and here only icons, not emojis, also only one color, is here. This is something I already showed you for the number property with estimated time, is you can go in here and change the icon. Now here you can't select a different color, and if you click on remove, this is not empty. This is the default emoji of the property. Now that we talked about properties, let's actually move on to things like filters, sorting, grouping, and so on. And we start with database filters. Now for this, what you need to do is you need to manipulate this a bit, because this is my other account and this is my other second account. So here you need to put yourself in and remove me. And here you either put a second account of yours if you have one, or you just leave them empty. No, this is actually me, empty if you want to. So here you have your account, here maybe another account, or you just leave it empty. And here it says February 12th or another date, and you want to be the dates where there are 1, 2, and 3. In this case, it's February 12th to be today's date. Now let me change this, because today is May 4th. Let me update all of them to May 4th, and the other ones that are after this, of course, to May 5th, and February 11th to March 3rd. Now you are ready to go. Now for filtering, I prepared another slide. And in this, we have a tasks database. And this task database has different entries. And then if I filter, I basically filter out specific entries based on a criteria. In this case, I, for example, say, I only want to see items where the status is not started or in progress. Let's say, for example, we have the 3 status options: not started, in progress, and done. And let's say in my tasks database, there are 3 entries and all are done. Then, because I applied a filter that says I only want to see items where the status is not started or in progress, I won't see any entries. They are not gone, they are still there. But in this view, I can't see them because I literally filtered them out. And this can become very handy, because in different views of a database, I can then decide to put on different filters to show different entries and hide different entries via this filter. So let me give you another example with numbers. Let's say I have a database with 10 entries, and I say, and I apply a filter that only applies to 5, then I will only see the 5 items in the view, but I still have all 10. So now here in Notion, we can also add a filter. For this, here click on filter, and then we can decide on a property. Let's say we want to go for status, and we only want to show items where the status is not started or in progress. Now you can see we get less entries. Previously, you can see we had a done entry in here. Now we only see items that are not started or in progress. And if you see, if I open the full page database, the done entry is still here, but not in this view. Now what you just saw, and that builds on filter, is I can of course add another filter for the date. And let's say, for example, I want the date to be today. Now I have two filters, one that says to do or in progress and one that says today. And I only get not started or in progress entries that are today. Now what we want to do is, because you only do this simple filters if you want people to manipulate them for themselves, but the better way to do it, if no one should touch the filter, is to basically create an advanced filter. And you can either do this at the start or go here under the three dots and say add to advanced filter. And now it looks different, and now we have an advanced filter. So here you don't have separate filters like one filter for the status, one filter from the date. You have one logic in one big advanced filter. And here you have the options and or available. As you can see, we can add a filter rule, and then we have and or available. And what we want to do is, let's say, for example, I want to show entries where the status is not started or in progress, and the assignee is me, so only my tasks that are not started and in progress. Then I can say, add another rule and say person contains, and here you can select me. So here I now only see items where I am the assignee and the status is not started. Now, as you can see, we also have not started items for another person, my other account, but they don't show up here because I said, here you can see we don't have multiple filters. We have one advanced with two rules. I say status is not started or in progress, and the person contains me. So both rules need to apply, otherwise it won't work. Now, what you can also do is you can say you want to add an or. Now, this will change things. Now you say, I want to see entries where the status is either not started or in progress, or the person contains me. So now I see entries. Here, the person is me. So everything is okay. We don't care about the status because we say or, one or another. So entries show up where I am the assignee or the status is not started or in progress. You can see my other account has two tasks that are either in progress or not started. And because we say or, it doesn't need to contain me in the assignee property. So with and, both rules in this case, because I have two, need to apply. With or, only one need to match. If both match, this is perfect case. They will of course also show up here, like here, Leon and not started, so both apply, but to show up here, at least one need to apply. This is the difference between and or. The next thing that you can do is we can add groups. So we can create a different group. So we can group things. Like, for example, we can group these two rules and we can say if this group, and then we can add an or. Let me show you this on the left side because here is already built. So here we can see we have a group where the status is not started or in progress, and the person contains me, and the date is today. So this is one group that needs to be matched because it's and connected. Or we have another group that needs to be matched. In this case, it's where the status is done and the person contains me and the date is today. So we can build very complicated things, like we can turn this into a group and say and the person is me. Then this group needs to be matched. Or let's actually change this, in this case spontaneously, let's change this to in progress. Or, and here we can create another group, or the status is not started and the person does not contain me. Now, this is a very stupid example, but it clearly shows what groups are. So we say either this group or this group. So either things where the status is in progress and I am the assignee, or things that are not started and the person doesn't contain me. So then we only get task 5, which is not started and is from my other account. So you literally can build different concepts. What is very important is in a group, you can't switch from and to or. A group can either contain and or. It's not possible to mix them within a group. And here it's also, because the advanced filter is a group itself, you can't mix it. So here you can't add an and after an or. You can do this if you create another group, then here you can do this. So we have an and in this group, then we create another group, and here you can have an or in, but you can't mix it. So you can build like very complicated filters. If you want, you can take a look in here, and I will also open this in a second. So you literally have a group in an advanced filter, and you can, in that advanced filter, create groups, use and or to create different filters, like this one here, where I have two groups that are or connected, and the group contains different rules that need to be matched. Now, I totally understand if this is kind of overwhelming if you see this the first time, but if you play with this a bit and try and use trial and error in your own workspace, you will definitely master this pretty fast. Now, another thing that you saw when I change a filter, like just add a nonsense rule like name is not empty, complete nonsense, you see this save for everyone. And this will only show up, maybe for some of you it won't show up, if you are in a workspace with at least another person, guest or member. And this means that now this filter is only visible for me. So if another person on another account takes a look at this database view, for example, my second account, the other person will still only see this, because this is in orange currently only visible for me. And I can then say, maybe it's only temporary, reset it to the default, then I see what the other person sees. Or I can say, I want to edit this and say, save for everyone. If I apply this, then this will change. So it will apply to everyone, and everyone will see the new change that was previously only temporarily for me. Or I can say, save this as a new view, and then I get another view with this new filter. Now, that's basically it for filters. So remember, you have simple filters you can use. They show up here. They are primarily, if you want to do, for example, things like person contains me, and you want people to actually be able, people that have the permission to do this, to say, for example, show me the entries for a specific person in here, for example, me and Leon, or only the other account here, but only temporarily, so I have an overview, but it don't apply to everyone, and I can then reset it. So add simple filters if you want people to manipulate the filter only for them temporarily, or if you want to have a fixed filter, that no one should mess with, then just create an advanced filter with all the rules. But now that's it for filters. Let's actually move on to grouping. For grouping, same thing here, just change the date. In this case, like the previous one, February 12th for this date range is the current date. So once you did this, now let me actually open another slide to show you this. Now for grouping, this is something I want to tell you now. Later, I will also tell you about this. Grouping is only available because in Notion there are different views you can use. There is not only the table view. Grouping is only available in some of the views, but more to that later. So what grouping basically means, filter means only showing some specific entries. Grouping means group entries by a specific criteria. Let's say, for example, I want to group by the date and then by the days as a sub option. I will show you this in a second. We have entries that have different dates, like this one has the 21st of March, this one 22nd, this one 28th, this one 29th, and we then create groupings for the different date variations. So here you can see on the 21st, we have 21st, on the 22nd, we have 22nd, on the 28th, we have 28th, on the 29, 29. And if we would have another entry that is also 29th of March 2026, this would also show up under here. If we have one that is 30th of March, another group would get created and it would then show up there. Now let's switch to Notion. And here in Notion, for grouping, you need to go on Settings and then select Grouping. Now what we can do is we can decide on the property we want to group by, similar to a rollup. Here we want to select the date, and then we get this pop-up window. What we can do here is we can, of course, change the grouping. If we misclicked, we can choose relative. So here it shows yesterday, today, tomorrow. This is relative. We can show by day. This means we see May 3rd, May 3rd, May 4th, May 4th, and so on. We can, of course, also show the year, because every entry is this year. You will get one ginormous group for the year. There is also month and week. So what you want, I will go for date. You can then sort. You can sort so that the newest show up first. So May 5th shows up first and May 3rd at last, or the other way around. So May 3rd shows up first, which makes sense here. You can hide empty groups. So groups that have no entry are hidden. In this case, we don't have this. You can also unhide this. That means that there is no section with entries that have no date. Let's say, for example, I don't want this. So you can untoggle this and you have this no date. We'll also add something there so you can see this. And you can then basically say, I want to hide all. I want to show all. I want to hide specific ones, like for example, May 3rd, just as an example, and so on. You can also entirely remove the grouping and get back to normal. So in this case, we want this, and we could also add another page like this one, and you can see it shows up under no date because it has no date. If I select, for example, today, it will also show up under May 4th. And that's basically it for grouping. The last thing I want to tell you is that grouping will look slightly different based on the view that you use, but you will see that in the views section. Now, the next thing I want to show you is sorting. For that, toggle this and open sorting. For this, again, here, manipulate the date and the person. Now that we have this, and I also did this, let me open another slide. Here again, sorting is only available for some views. More to that later. But what sorting basically means is, let's say you have a bunch of different entries in your database, and then you can, based off criteria, sort them in a specific way. Let's say, for example, I want to sort by the date and then descending. So the highest date shows up first and then it gets descending. So in this case, I might have by default this task here, this task here. Now by sorting, we can bring order in this. So March 29th shows up first, then 28 after this, 22, and then 21. Ascending means it's flipped around. 21st is first, 22nd is second, then 28, and then 29. But this is basically how sorting works. Now let's actually do this ourselves. Now, one thing that you know what ascending and descending is, these words will definitely show up in this guide at some point. Notion just changed the naming for some properties for the sorting, and I will now show you where things change. Now the functionality stays the same, but the naming slightly changed. So let's go into the full page database. Now, if I would add a sorting here for status, it's still sort ascending and sort descending. But for example, for the name or for a text property, it now says sort from A to Z instead of sort ascending, and sort from Z to A instead of sort descending. Same is for the date. There we have sort old to new and sort new to old. So just keep that in mind. The functionality stays the same, but because some people were confused, and I sometimes also have to say, sometimes I got confused. I need to think what was ascending for this property and what will give me descending. Now we have for some properties a better way. For example, for text, A to Z, for date, old to new or new to old. So this is just something to keep in mind. In this guide, sometimes you will find this, sometimes you will find sort ascending or sort descending. Now in sorting, you click on these sorting arrows, and then you can select the property that you want to sort by. In this case, I actually want to sort by the status with you. So let's select the status, and then here we can select to sort ascending or descending. In this case, you need to remember the containers and the options. We have the to-do container, the in-progress container, and the done container. Done is the completed container is the highest, and to-do, so where also not started is featured in, is the lowest. So if we decide to sort by status ascending, we will get this order, which is perfect. And here we have the same like for filters. Now let's click on save for everyone, and it's filtered perfectly. Now we could also do this the other way around. I can also filter descending, and now this would flip the entire direction. Now, one last thing for sorting is you can create multiple sortings at once. Let's say, for example, I not only want to sort by the status, but then I want to sort by the date, and that ascending. So now it gets first filtered by the status. So we have not started here, in progress done. And then we move on to the second sorting criteria, which is the date. So you can see we have not started here. Then we have May 3rd, 4th, 5th. And this is because we first sort by this, and then we sort by this. Then let's say this would, for example, be this is here under over my other account. Let's say after I sort by this and the date, I want to not mix the person. I could then add another sort for person, and now this will switch. And that's basically it for sorting. The next thing, and basically the last thing I want to show you as of now for the things like filter, sorting, grouping, conditional coloring, is actually conditional coloring. And again, here, change the date and the person property. So let me actually do this really quick. Now that I did this, let me actually open the slide for conditional coloring. So now that we filtered a database, we can sort a database, we can group a database, we can also color specific entries. So what we have is our usual task database with the entries. I manipulated the date a bit because the date I'm filming this is the 5th of May, so it makes more sense. And we still have the same tasks. So what that means is that this date, this task is yesterday. And I set a conditional coloring rule to paint. Here I forgot to write what color, but I say if the date is smaller than today, then I want the entry to be red. And this is the case. Every entry where the date is before, so smaller than today, is going to be painted red. So let's switch to Notion. So here in Notion, you can now see I created a rule under conditional formatting. I say I want to color this in red. And in this case, I say I want the complete entry, the complete row to be red. Now, before we do that, let me actually tell you some properties for which conditional coloring don't work. It's files and media, URL, phone, email, the 4 passive properties like created time, created by, last edited time, last edited by, the button property that we will later talk about, verification, and the ID property. Otherwise, every property that isn't in that list is possible. So now click on the settings here, then click on conditional color, and then we can add a new color setting. Then what we want to do is we want to target the date. Then say if, and now here we want to say that the date is before today. So not on today, really before today. Is before, and here under this toggle, you find another toggle, and here you can choose variable things like today, tomorrow, yesterday, so not specific dates. In this case, let's select today, and let's change this to red. And now let's tick for the whole row, and you can see here, now the order is a bit different. I could now also drag this, there's no sorting applied, but it's the same entry that is highlighted in red. Now, if we do this whole red thing, let's say, for example, now I remove the person property. And let's do something crazy. Now, I would also do this in red, but let's say if the person property is empty, I want the row to be purple. Now, you might wonder why it doesn't change to purple or a mix between red and purple. Now, if you choose the entire row, the highest conditional color wins. In this case, it's start date. Now, if I change this, now it will get purple because this is the highest one. The highest one will always win, so you sometimes need to think about what order you want the conditional colors to be if you choose entire row. Now, what you can also do is you can choose only the property. I could choose, for example, only the property here, and now the property is red, and then the underlying entire row formatting gets applied. Or I can also here say only the property, then only these properties get applied. And now I could make everything really colorful. So if you go for entire row, remember the highest rule wins. Otherwise, if you choose property, you don't have to worry. Now, if you want to delete a rule, you can just click here on the trash bin and this rule will get removed. So now what you can do is, with this knowledge, you can apply filtering, sorting, grouping, conditional coloring, even in one view combined. But now let's move on to database views. Now, I already showed you the table view, but there are actually a bunch of different views, including also charts in Notion. And now I want to show you every single view. Here in the database views, I also added some filters, sorting, grouping, conditional coloring, and of course, I also added some entries. Now, first, there are some general things that apply to every view. In some views, some things miss, but overall, it's roughly the same. There are some things like, for example, the setting menu. It looks a bit different from view to view, but every view has a setting menu, and these are the things that I want to show you first. So let's open the tasks database for now. So the first thing I want to show you is literally this search. And here you can search for tasks in your database. Like for example, I can search for task 7. And now here I instantly find it, and it's also highlighted in yellow. Now it's a bit unclear because I also applied conditional coloring here for entries that are before today, but you can instantly find entries via the search here. Now the next thing is, if you open entries, you will see currently it opens in this side peek, but you can also change this. For this, go into the settings, go under layout, and then you have 3 different options. We have side peek, we have center peek, which will look like this. Then you get a central window, and then we have, oh, that was wrong, we have the full page. Now, if I do this, this will get opened as a full page. So I like the side peek window actually the most, but this is up to you what you like most. The next thing that I want to show you is the load limit. Currently, we actually don't have enough here, but currently the load limit is 25, which means if we have 26 entries in here, at the bottom you will get something like load more. And this is to decide how many entries instantly get loaded. Of course, if you load more entries, it will take more time to load them. Maybe you don't want every time to load 100 entries. Maybe 25 is enough. This is what you can do here. Now that we covered layout, let's get back to this whole settings menu here. So the first thing that we can do is here I can change the name. Now it's already called table view, but again, let me call this table view or table view with lowercase for view. Now I changed the name, and what I can also do here is here I can also apply icon. Like for example, let's just for the sake of it use the stopwatch. Now it makes no sense for tasks, but you can now see we have an icon applied, and only an icon, and it's only possible in white, no other color. Now the next thing is the property visibility tab, and if you click here, you can see all the properties that are visible at the top here shown in table, and you can also see entries that are hidden, like for example this relevant property. So now let me unhide it for now. You can see it's this strike through eye. Now it will show up again here, and I can again hide it here. Of course, I can also click show all. This will also show it. If I hide all, I will hide all the properties except the name. Now the other things like filter, sort, and group, I will skip because we already talked about. Also conditional color. The next thing that we can do is we can copy the link to a view, because every view has a unique link. This is what we can do here. Now for source, this is for the other database concept, where you can have multiple databases in one full page database. Now it shows you that this view is associated to this database, what you can read here. This will also later become relevant in link use, but for now, just ignore this. Don't click on this. Just maybe take this to see to which database it belongs, not more. Now, edit properties comes really handy if you want to apply mass changes to multiple properties, because if you click on here, you have all properties listed out, and you can apply changes to them from here. Now here, it's really easy to do this also, so I wouldn't need it. But later, if you have other views where you don't have every property shown, and we also apply database layouts, it can become way more complicated. So edit properties is your best friend if you want to apply mass changes to properties. A use case could be, for example, to apply custom emojis to every property in this database. Do this in edit properties. It's the simplest way. You can even add new properties from here. Another thing that you can find here, let's say, for example, I will recover this in a second. I will show the irrelevant property, and then I will also cover this menu later. For now, I delete it. Also, in edit properties, we can see all the deleted properties. So they are not gone. Just go and edit properties. We can find them here. Then we can either say, if we have multiple, permanently delete all, permanently delete the property, or we can even recover this. Now I want to hide this. Again, I will cover this menu later. And now it disappears from here and shows up in the normal properties. So that's it for edit properties. Very handy for mask changes and also recently deleted pages. The next thing is automations. Automations, same as buttons, they are in one chapter together, so I will cover that later. Same applies to AI autofill. It's an AI feature. I have a separate chapter, chapter 9, which is dedicated to AI, and there I will feature this. The next thing that we have is we have the tab for archived pages in this database. Now, first, this is something I will show you now because you understand what archiving is, because I showed you this on a normal page. You just select it here, and as I said, every entry is also a page, so this menu is literally the same. And then we can click on archive, and then you see it disappears from this view. But in comparison to moving a page in a database to the trash, the page won't get deleted permanently after a specific time. It's just archived, not deleted, or won't be deleted soon. This also means that this page that we now archived gets deprioritized by search and later also by AI. Now, if we click in View Archived Pages, we will see that we jump into viewing the archived pages, and we can then exit it and get the normal pages. But here now we get the view of all the archived pages in that database. And this is only by database. We can only see the archived pages for that database here. In the content database, only there we can see the archived pages from that. So it's by database. There is no unified page, like for example in the settings, like for offline mode, we have offline mode and we can see all the offline pages. That is not available yet for archived pages. So to see the archived pages, you need to go into every single database manually. Now let's click on exit. Now for more settings, everything in here is also something I will cover in this chapter, but later. So for now we can skip this. Manage data sources. This is also something for the new concept, which you can just ignore. You don't need to think about this. Now log databases is like locking a page. If we click on log database, you can see now it's locked. And even if someone recalls on a database, later I will show you the permissions, you also have full access because this is also a page. It's a full page database. Now, even if I have full access, I can't rename the properties here. It's not possible. So this is unlocking a database similar to a page. Now, the last one is for Notion Calendar. Here you can manage a view in Notion Calendar, but because I don't cover external tools, I won't talk about this here. Now that I gave you a brief overview over the general things for a view, let me actually dive deeper into every single view, starting with the table view, because as you might have seen, there are some things I haven't talked about because they are unique to the table view. Now, the first things are actually here in layout, and the first three settings start with vertical lines. Vertical lines are these lines in between. I personally like them. If you don't like them, you can just turn them off and you won't see them. It's maybe cleaner, but I personally, especially if it gets very tight in a database, I really enjoy having them as separation. The next thing is for the page icon. Let's say all the pages have icons like this smiley. Just imagine every other page also has an emoji. Then we can just go in here and we can say either show the icon or hide the icon. The last thing is wrapping content. If something is very long, you can also wrap the content so that you can see everything. The last two things are things that I already talked about, so I won't feature them again. Now that we have this here, let's actually switch over to the right side, and you can see this is very rough, and we now want to set filters, sortings, grouping, and conditional coloring for the table view. Now, the first thing before we even start with this is we want to manipulate the property visibility. And what we want to do here is we only want to see everything except the irrelevant property. So we can hide it here. So we are done with property visibility. The next thing we can do is we can apply a filter. Let's click on filter, advanced filter, and let's say the status is, and here we want either not started or in progress. So done is not shown. Then we can click on save for everyone if you work with multiple people in a workspace. And now we are also done with filter. The next thing that we want to do is we also want to apply a sorting. And here we want to bring order to the status. So we want to sort by status, and then ascending is fine. The last two things that we want to do is we want to group by the date. And here we actually don't want relative, we want to sort by day. So we have the same layout as on the left side. Now the last thing is conditional coloring. Here just click on plus new color setting. And then let's say if the date is before, and then select today, we want this to show in red. And now this is the exact same layout as we just saw on the left side. Now that we covered this, let me actually now show you this right-click menu. So let's choose date for this, and let's actually right-click. Now what I can do here again is I can edit the property. So from here, I can also manipulate the date format. As you might remember, I can also manipulate the time format, and I can also manipulate notifications. This is something you already saw. What I can also do is I can change the type to other properties. I can say, for example, this shouldn't be a date, or I accidentally click the date. I don't have to then delete the date property and add another property. I can just say, change this to a formula because I wanted to add a formula in a first place. Or let's say even person, I accidentally clicked date, but this should be a person. Then you can change this. Now here autofill is something I want to skip because we will cover this in the AI chapter, as well as filter I can skip. From here you can also adjust the filter. You can also set a sorting, like for example also sort by the date, ascending and descending. This is of course by property. You can ungroup if you want, but now, because this is something we already had, let's move on to calculate. And this is something that is unique for the table view, and it varies from property to property. So let me go to time, and let's say I want to calculate the whole time. Now you can see for every group it gets added. Now we have 60, 20 plus 40 is 60, plus 60 is 120, this is 50, so we don't have to do this in the head. Now, of course, if it is ungrouped, we would have one big table and then a bigger number at the bottom, actually 110, 230, it would say then. And if you want, you can also all the time click on none to deactivate it. Now, let me also show you some other variations, like for example, for name. Let's click on calculate and then count all the entries. Now we have 1 in this group, we have 4 in this group, and we have 3 in this group. For person, we can then, for example, calculate a percentage, like for example, the percentage that is empty, and we can see everywhere is a person set, so 0% is empty. And you can, back in time again, of course, do a bunch more things. Here you have a bunch of options. Percent, we have these two. You can sum, get the average, median, minimum, like for example, here the minimum is 20, and so on. So a bunch of different things you can do. Now we can actually keep this. The next thing, what I want to show you is freezing columns. Now for this, let me actually add another empty property. So I clutter the database a bit more in the first case, so I need to scroll. Now this is perfect. What we do is if we freeze properties and we then scroll to the right, these properties, as you can see, will stay visible. All properties that are not frozen will disappear behind the frozen properties. Now, let's unfreeze this. And what is also relevant to this is, let's say I want to freeze this one, this one, but not this one. So I just click on freeze the date and freeze the status. And now if I scroll, this automatically gets frozen too, because you can't freeze around other properties. If you freeze here, all properties to the left or in between, if you froze to, will also get frozen. So just remember this. This can be very handy if you have a lot of properties and you need to scroll, but still need to see some properties. Now, the next thing, also something I teased earlier, is hide. We can hide properties if we click here and then they will disappear from this view. We can also from here unwrap content or wrap content. Now in the database, by default, we have this to wrapped, but we can also say unwrap. Now this doesn't make sense here. Now let me shrink this a bit. Also something I will show you, but now you already saw it. You just click between this, then hold the left mouse key and then just drag it over. Now if you unwrap something, it will get cut off. If we say wrap content, it will get wrapped so you can see everything. Now let me make this bigger again and let's move on. Now the next thing, also only possible in a table view, is insert left or right. So I don't actually, let's say I want to have a property between date and person. I don't have to add it here and then move it from here over. I can just say either insert to the right, and then I can, for example, add a text property here. Now let me delete this, or I can say insert to the left, and then it will get added here. Pretty handy. Now the last two things for this menu is duplicate. This will duplicate a property, not with the entries, but the type of property. And we also have, let me use this here, is delete a property, and this will move this to trash. Of course, you can restore it if you click in edit properties. Now, some last things in regard to the table view. What you can also do is, I just showed you this. You can also make this way faster. Some of you might know this from Excel. You can also, if you see this blue bar, double click the left mouse key and it will shrink to the minimum size automatically. Now, what you can also do is you can, if you want, shrink this even more. Now, this is if I would hold the left arrow key, I can't shrink it more. But if you on a Mac click Option and then drag it, you can shrink it even more than initially intended. So if you hold Option, you can shrink it to this size where you can only see the icon, not the name, even more if you need it. Now, the next thing you can do is you can apply something faster to other entries. Let's say I also want to change this to not started. Then I can go in here, click on not started, and here not started. Now for 2 entries, it's easy. But let's say I just switch this to not started. Then you see it gets highlighted in blue. And then I can come to this corner here, click on hold on the left mouse key, and then drag down it, and it will automatically get applied to the other entries. Now let me switch back with Command Z. And another thing you can do is you can also highlight other entries. Let me do this here. I can click here, all 3, or at the top, I can click and highlight them all. And here I get this menu where I can delete all of them. I have the other options that I can do, like edit icon, edit property, and so on. But here I have other entries of this database that I can choose to manipulate. And if I click, for example, on status and set this to in progress, all of them automatically got set to in progress. I can also do it back. So pretty handy. But now that's it for the table view. Let's actually move on to the list view. And now the table view was already added because in a full page database, there needs to be at least one view. And by default, it's always a table view. So now let's click on plus. And then here we can select another view. In this case, now I want to add a list view. Now, before we start with the list view, one important thing I just added because there were some difficulties with duplicating and then filters is I added a manipulation view. So what you can just do here is you can manipulate the dates and the people. Now, the first one should be yesterday from your current time. This is for me today, so you should change them to your today whenever you watch this, and this should be then tomorrow. Then here for the normal ones, just add your account, and if you have a second account, then add the second account here, leave it empty or use mine. But now let's add a list view together. Just click on the plus here and select list. Now, the first thing here I want to show you is I want to show properties, and actually the ones that I need are already shown, which is name and status. This is what I wanted. So now what we can do here in the layout settings is it looks different than table because there is a lot less. We can also decide to show or hide the icon and also how to open the pages. This is something I already told you. Now, the list view is a very lightweight view in comparison to the table view. So you don't want to show too many properties because if you show too much, they might get cut off on the right here. So this is a very lightweight view, only show some necessary properties. Now, also for the list view, I want to apply some things like sorting, filter, and so on. So just follow along if you want. Now, property visibility is something we just did. Then we also want to set an advanced filter. Now click on filter here, click on advanced filter, and then we want to say the status is not started or in progress, and the date is, and here we want to change this to is, and then today. Now we can say for everyone, and this is our advanced filter. For sorting, we just want to use our status. And in this case, we want to go for status descending. So the ones that are in progress show up at the top. The last thing that I want to do here is I want to group. And here I want to group by person. And then we can hide empty groups. So here we see my other account has one task and it's in progress. And I have today 3 tasks, 1 in progress, 2 not started. And that's basically the list view. Now let's move on to the board view. For the board view, I want to move to the content database. So first, let me show you what we want to build. We want to build this beautiful board view for the content calendar. Now that you saw what we want to build, let's actually move over and let's click on the plus and here select board view. Now, the first thing here again that I want to do is I want to adjust the property visibility, and here I want to show the upload date as well as the type. Now that we have this, let's again click in the layout section here, and this looks way more complicated than list, but I will walk you through this. Again, what we already had is showing or hiding the icon, wrapping or unwrapping the content. That is something we already did in other views. Then we have a grouped by. A board view is automatically by default grouped by something. And if you have a status property in the board view or in the database where you add the board view, this status property will get selected for the grouping. If you don't have a status, it will then look for a select or multi-select property and then for any other property. If you want to change this, here you can also find the group menu that you find under the normal grouping here, also from here. And here you can also say, maybe I want to go for something else or manipulate this. You can also do this from here. The next thing that we can do is recolor the columns/cards. And what this will look like is we have the different status options, which are in gray, blue, green, and red. And now we can say we want to color them, and then all the entries under the status get colored in the same way. I personally like this, so I will leave this on. Now the next thing is something we already covered, so I will skip it, and let's move on to card preview. Now the first one is the card preview. Now we have none. We can also go for the page cover. If we select a cover for the page, then it will show up. We actually in video 2 select a cover, and you can see it shows up here. Back to layout. We can also go for a property, like if we have a files and media property, it would then show up with what is saved in your files and media property. You can also go for the page content. If I write, for example, here something, you will see a part of this, but there is later another view which is way better for this. So these are the basic options. Let me go, where is it? Here. Let me actually change this to page cover, because for this I selected one. I personally by default go for none because I don't need it. And then you have different card sizes. We have small, we have medium, and we have large. This depends on how many entries you have displayed in this view and how much space you have. Medium, I think, is always worth going for. Then the next setting is for the media inside. You can say fit media, then it will look like this and display the whole, or it will zoom a bit in to fill everything. This is also personal preference. The last thing is basically the card layout. If you choose list, it will show the properties one under another. For example, at the date, template, if I have other properties, they will get listed under this as a list. This is why it's called list. But we also have the compact layout, and this will show, because if I have it in list, I have a lot of space here. It will move things together in one row. And here we can also access the settings and say, maybe I actually want them in separate lines, because some things you don't want to show next to each other. You want to show them one under another. And then you can say where you want this break to be. I want this after upload date. And then the next one after something that is toggled on will show under here. Now, this is personal preference, how you like this to be displayed. Another thing that is freshly added, and this is something I want to also mention here, is if you have a video here in the bottom, then if you select that the card preview is the page content and the first one is a video, you can also from here, it will then show up the video here, and you can click and you can in this window watch the video, like in the YouTube feed where you can also preview the video. So you can start watching the video from here. Now you might ask for what view this is perfect. This is perfect, for example, for a tasks pipeline or a client pipeline, so a CRM pipeline, because you can just move entries from one to another stage and back and so on. You can just drag things around, which is pretty handy. Now we are at the end for boards. Now let's also for this apply some things. The first thing is something we already did. We displayed some properties. Now let's set a filter. The filter I want to go for is I want to filter by the status is in progress or not started. Click on save for everyone. And then for the sorting, I want to go for the upload date and then select ascending. So this one is the nearest to today. Of course, this is not up to date. This is from March where I created this, but for this, it doesn't matter because we can see this. We don't have to manipulate this. Then we have March 8th. Let's say, for example, we have February 17th. Just as an example, then we see this is the one in not started that is the closest to this date. Then second closest are these two. Then we have two that are in progress because they will be published in 5 days, and so on. Now let's also add a grouping. Click on group. And of course, here we already have a grouping. Now I want to undo the coloring here. I want to hide empty groups, and I want to pin done and abundant. So these two now don't show up as options over here, but I can drag things in here and they will then just disappear. For things I don't want in this pipeline, I can create these pinned groups so they are not gone, but they are small on the side. Now in the board view, something unique is we can also create a subgrouping on top to the normal grouping. And here in this case, I want to go for the platform. So now we have another grouping. So we see this grouping is by the status, and now we also have by the platform. So we can see for Instagram, there is one thing, one entry not started, one in progress. For YouTube, there are two not started and one in progress. Pretty nice. The last thing I want to do now is because we have different types of videos is I want to add a conditional coloring that says if the type is not empty, I want to match the option. So I can easily see, these ones are news, this is feature, this is a template, pretty nice to have. And I think now we built a very powerful view. But now that's it for the board view. Now let's move on to the gallery view. And for the gallery view, we can stay in the content database. Just click on the plus here and click gallery. Now again, click on done first, click in property visibility and display the upload date and the status. Now that we have this, let's also here go into layout. Now here, everything is something that I already covered, so I won't talk about this. You can see we also have the layout option. We also have card preview here. Now I want to change this to none. And we also have all the other options. Now this view comes in handy, for example, for a employee directory. Then you can say, I want to show property and then go for files and media. And then maybe in files and media, just ignore that is content. Let's say it's an employee directory. Everyone uploaded a photo of themselves in file and media. Then you can see a photo of every person. So for this, the gallery view is perfect. And that's basically it. Everything for the gallery view. It's a very simple view. It's nice for displaying things. Now let's also manipulate this a bit. We already displayed some properties. Now let's add a filter. And I only want to show items where the status is, and here I want to select the complete group. So only videos that are done or abundant. So nothing that is here currently in the pipeline, only these two things as a gallery view. In a content database, this is also very handy, the gallery view to use, because here you can also, with the files and media property, upload the thumbnail to see the thumbnail of the video. The next thing I want to do is I want to add a sorting, and here very easy, I want to go for the name ascending, so it's alphabetical, which gives me a great overview. The last two things I want to add is I want to add a grouping, and here same as in the board view where I went for the subgrouping, I want to go for platform so I can see all the done or abundant videos by the platform. The last thing I want to do is a conditional coloring, and here I want to color my evergreen videos in green. So I have the type template and feature, which are evergreen videos, and I then have news, which typically spike at the start because they are now relevant, but not that much over time. So I want to go for type, and when the type is, and here I can select template or feature, template even more than feature, I want to not match the option. I want to color this green. So I can see these are all evergreen videos. Now I abandoned one, and this is a video that is not evergreen. So I have a overview over time. But now that's it for the gallery view. Let's move on to the calendar view. For the calendar view, again, I want to go in the task database. So what we want to build here is we want to build this beautiful calendar where we can see the different days and what tasks are scheduled for that day. So let's go to the right side and let's build this ourselves. Just click on plus and then select the calendar view. For the properties, I want to see the person, and here I just want to see the person. Now let's get back to the layout. And here page icon is something I already showed you. Here you can only wrap the title. So if the title gets too long, you can wrap it, not the other properties. We can show the calendar by something. And this is if you have multiple date properties. Like let's say, for example, you have a due date. So when you want to do the task, and you have a due date. So when you need to have finished the task, then you can here select by which property you want to show this. Let's say this is the due date. So I see I want to do the tasks now. Let's say the first task is due on May 21st. If I select the due date, then this will show up here because I selected the other date property. The next thing is just how I want to show the calendar. I can go for the month, or I can also go for a weekly view, which is what we did on the left side. The next thing that you can do is you can either, if you don't work on weekends, you can maybe even turn them off, so we only see the weekdays and not accidentally schedule something on weekends. I like to turn this on so I can also see the weekends. And the last thing, also something we already had, is how to open pages. Just keep in mind, for the calendar, it's always set to center peak. Now I also here like to change this to side peak. Now the calendar view is perfect to have a visual overview of your week or of your month to see how full some days are, and maybe to spot days that are empty and where you can fit in things and maybe reschedule this so you have a complete overview of where work happens and how full it is on which day. Another thing you can also do here is you can of course drag things. Now if this is currently on March 6th, if I drag this over here, this will automatically get set to May 7th, because this dragging will then change the date property, obviously. You can also add a new item from here, so you don't have to go in a table view. You can also add it from here. The next two things are here. You can manage this in calendar. This is if you connect it to Notion calendar, not something I will do now. And you can even skip. You can move back in different months. Now it's May, so I will keep it on May. And if you're ever somewhere at the start, you can just go to today and it will show the current month or current week. Now that we have this, let's manipulate this view actually a bit more. Now for the layout, I want to go, as we already had it, to week. Properties, I already displayed all the properties that I want to show. For the filter, I want to add an advanced filter that says where the person contains me and the status is not, because I can also say is not done. I can say is and select these two, or is not and select done. And here I only see my weekly calendar. So all the items I want to do this week and that are not done. Now grouping is not possible here, but I can add a conditional coloring. Now what I can do is I can go for the status and I can say if the status is not empty, I can match the option. So I can here clearly see what status something's in, something I forgot. Now we also want a sorting, and we want to sort by the status descending. So in progress shows up at the top. And that's basically it for the calendar view. Now let's move on to the timeline view. Now for the timeline view, I want to move to a new database, which is the projects database. And here I want to show you what we want to build. We want to build this beautiful timeline where you can see when projects happen on a timeline. Now let's click on the projects database on the right. Once again, here you also need to manipulate things very fast. You can set a date range that looks like this. For the first one, project 2, I would go for the start of the week till the end of the week. Then for the next one, the start of the next week till, for example, the Thursday of the next week. And for the last one, the Friday of the next week till the Sunday of the week after that. And then change the owner to your main account. Then click on plus and let's add a timeline view. We can give it a name if we want to, or just leave it to this. And first, let's display some properties. The first one I want to show is the owner, and the second one I want to show is the status. So now we can see who is in charge and in what status is a project. Now for this, let's also go for the layout, and here everything that I see except this one, I will show you in a second, is familiar. Show icon, of course, then show the timeline by, and here you can also, like in the calendar, select the date that you want to use. And here now we also have the option to show a table. So if I activate this, I get this small table on the left side in addition to this timeline view, where I can also see the entries and also open them. Now, if you toggle this on, you can also go in the property visibility here and decide which properties to show. And then I can also, for example, show the date for every entry in the table on the left side. And here for this table, it's a normal table view sort of as an addition. So all the rules for a normal table, like this menu, freeze, hide, and so on, all the rules from the normal table view apply to this section here. There is nothing different. And what you also want to do is here you don't want to show too many properties, and of course not properties that are already featured here. If you no longer want to see it, you can also turn it off every time. And this timeline view is best to see when things happen on a timeline, even better than in a calendar. This is great for sprints, for projects, to just see where things happen under another. So if I have another project, for example, that sees here, I see, oh, this week I have 2 projects. This week I have maybe, for example, 1. You can see where projects overlap. And this view will also later become very, very relevant for dependencies. Now that we have this, let's further manipulate this view. For the layout, I just want to leave it how it is. For property visibility, we already did it. Then we want to add a filter. Let's click on filter, click on add advanced filter, and we want to say only show items where the status is, and here select to do or in progress. Now that we have the filter, let's also add a sorting, and here we want to sort by the date and then ascending, so it looks like this and not scattered, because if I do it in a not sorted way, now let me actually remove this. I could also drag things around and then it will look like this. I like this in this falling down hierarchy, so I apply the sorting by the date to clearly see this and don't miss anything. Now let's also add a grouping, and here we want to group by the owner, and we can see currently only I am accountable for a project. If there would also be another person, this will show up here, and then under that person's toggle you would see the projects for that person. Now the last thing I want to do is I want to add a conditional coloring, because currently we can't clearly see what priority a project is. Of course, I could add the priority to the table here or in here, but for now, let's actually add a coloring and select this to priority. If it is not empty, match the option. So here we can clearly see this is yellow, this is orange, this is yellow. So this is, as you can see, this is priority 1. Then we also have priority 0, priority 2, 3, and 4. And the table also gets highlighted in the same colors. Now, the last things for this is we also here have managed in calendar, and we also can decide. And here we have a bigger spectrum. Do we want to see this on a month, maybe on a quarter, maybe on a year, the projects for a whole year, or even 5 years? I think that month is pretty nice, or quarter if you work from quarter to quarter, like for example due to OKR planning. But that's basically it for the timeline. Now let's move on to the second last view, the feed view. For the feed view, I want to change databases, and I want to move on to the announcements database. And here we have the feed view, and this perfectly displays the body of a page. So we have the entries here, like you can see the name, a select option, a date. You can see the name here, the select option and the date, and then here everything that is in the body. So this is way better than in the gallery view, where you can also show the page content. You can also add a comment here easily, add a reaction. But now that I showed you this, let's actually rebuild this. So go on the right side into announcements, and then here change the first date to yesterday and the second date to today. Once you did this, click on plus and add a feed view. Now that we did this, first let's add some properties, in this case both, so the select and the date property. Now once again, click in layout, and here everything except this show author byline is saved. The peaks, the load limit, properties, icon, and this will basically show who created this. Currently, you can see this is me. If I deactivate this, you will no longer see this. This is just personal preference if you want to show this. If you're always the author, you can hide this. If there are multiple people, maybe consider showing this. And the difference, as I just said, to, for example, the board view and the gallery view, is that this view, the feed view, of course, if the body is very long, you need to click on see more. This will literally show you the entire page body. The other card preview will only show you the top of the page, not everything. And that's basically it for the feed view. Now let's also further manipulate this. For the layout, we want to change this to not show the author byline. Then for the properties, we already did that. For the filter, we want to say we only want to see items that is not engineering. So now currently there is no engineering announcement in here, but let's say later I will show you views. You can create different views, and maybe this is the basic view that you want everyone to see. And then maybe you have a specific view where you only want to see engineering announcements for your engineering department. So then you would filter in a different way. For this way, I only want to see event and office news. The next thing we want to do is we want to sort by date and then descending. So the newest announcements always show up at the top and the older ones at the bottom. This is very self-explanatory. Now we don't have a grouping option for this. Maybe you want to group by the publisher. Currently it's not possible, but we can add a conditional coloring. And here we want to say by select, and if it's not empty, then match the option. So I can clearly see if I scroll which is event and which is office. And now I could, for example, also unhide this because I can see it by the conditional coloring. But that's basically it for the feed view. Now let's move on to the map view, which is the last view before we come to charts and then the form. So for this, let's move over. Let's go to the locations database. And here you can see I have different entries like the Golden Gate Bridge and the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. And here I already added a map view, and I can see the entries as pins on the map. Now let's rebuild this. Go to the right side, go to locations, click on plus and select map. This looks way different than any other view because we can't display additional properties. We can't add, like, for example, a select over this. This is not possible, at least yet. Maybe they will add it, maybe they won't. Now in the settings here, page icon, open pages in, we covered everything. The only thing is if you have multiple place properties similar to calendar and timeline view where we have it with date, you can here choose the different place properties. The only thing we can do here is we can see how large we want to display this, maybe only small, but then they will disappear and I need to scroll or zoom. We have medium, we have large, and we even have extra large. For this, I would prefer extra large. And this view is perfectly for the place property. Now we had, for example, the calendar view and timeline view, which is perfect for the date property. This is perfect to show items as a pin on the map. And now that we created this, now let's, for the last time, manipulate this even more with filters and so on. Now what I want to do here is I want to filter, and I only want to display options where the select, now let me actually add an advanced filter, where the select option is, and then only sightseeing and museum. Let's say I have multiple here. Let's say I have 8 select options. Then I can just say only show me sightseeings and museums. For example, if I visit San Francisco. The last thing I want to do is conditional coloring, because currently both show up in blue. Can go for a conditional coloring and say if the select is not empty, match the option. So I can see sightseeing in yellow, museum in red, and this is the sightseeing in yellow and the museum in red. And that's basically it for the views, as you can see, beside the charts and the form, which we will cover now. Now let's move on to charts. One thing I want to mention is on a free plan, you have one chart available in your whole workspace, not more. On all the other plans, you have unlimited charts. In Notion, we have a total of 5 charts available. Now, the first chart is actually in the project database, and you can see it here. It's a basic bar chart. And what you can see is, you can see the owner. Currently, it's only me in blue. You can see the projects by the stage. You can see one project is not started and 2 in progress for me, and then you can see how much are there for every person. For me it's 1 and 2 in progress, and you have a reference line. This is set to 3 because I think 3 is a very good indicator for a maximum number of active projects for an owner. But you can of course also customize it. Now let's move over to the projects database on the right side and let's rebuild this. So here in the projects database, you can click on plus, you can click on chart, and then you can click on edit chart. And here you can see we have all the 5 different options: vertical bar, horizontal bar, line, donut, and number. We want to start with the vertical bar chart. First, we can decide what to show here. And here I don't want to show the name of the project. I want to show the status. And here I want to group by the option. So we can see not started, in progress, and done. But you can also go for any other property, like for example, the owner. Then we have no owner and me. I want to go for the status and then option. Then you can go for a sorting. You can either do it manual, and then you can, for example, move done in the middle and so on. You can say status ascending. So it goes, as you might remember, from the start at the bottom, we had these 3 containers in total: to do, in progress, and completed. And we start from the top, not started, in progress, and done. If you choose status ascending, it will go in this direction. If you choose descending, in the opposite direction. You can also go for count to low high, then it will go 0, 1, 2, or the other way around, then it will go 2, 1, 0. If done would have 3, done would show up here, of course. I like to go for status ascending. And then what you can do is here you can say, I want to omit 0 values. So done has currently 0 values. I can say, okay, then only show me the ones that have data. Now this is the x-axis, so the horizontal axis in the chart. We also have the y-axis, and this is the vertical. So if you use Notion, you need x and y-axis. So this is x, this is y. On the y-axis, we can also decide what to show. And what I want to show here is I want to basically just show the count. So I have projects and I show on the x-axis in what status they are. And then what I basically want to see is for every status option, how many are there? I could also go for things like name, which doesn't make sense. You can go for owner, so you can see not started. There is only one owner for the projects in not started. Here you can see, because I own 2 projects that are not in started and I'm the only real owner, you can see there is only one owner. What I want to do here is I want to go for count. So just count the entries in there. What I can also do is I can say I want to group by something. So here, what I could do, for example, is I can say I want to group by the owner. Then you can see we see an owner down here. And now you see they change the color to blue, from white and blue to blue and blue, because you see blue MI not started and in progress. Now, to make this even clearer for project 2, let's assign my other account. And now you can see not started, because we here grouped by the owner, one person for me, one project for me here, and for in progress, there is one project from my main account and one project for my other account. This is grouping. Now, for the sake of it, now let me switch back to my normal account, open the settings. Now, the next thing that we can do is here we can also adjust the sorting. Currently, there is only me because I step back and assign the project back to my main account. I could here also do the sorting. So why not? Let me actually put this back to my demo account. I can then go in here, adjust the sorting and say, for example, okay, my other account should be at first, then this will switch how it shows up at the bottom. But I will keep it like it is. The next thing that you can do with a chart is you can activate this cumulative toggle. And what this allows you to do is, currently we have 3 projects in total, and we see 1 is not started and 2 are in progress. Now you can add this, and this will add the previous one to this one and display it here. So you can see 2 and 1. And now it will show 1 and 3. Now, if I would have another bar that says 1, you would see 1, 3, and then 4. So it adds up. If you need it, you can activate it. The next thing that we can do is we can set a range, and this is the range on the left side. Now, Auto will adjust this manually if you want it, but you can also do it yourself. Like, let's say, for example, I want a strict hard-coded range from 0 to 100. Then it will show you 0 to 100. Of course, this means that if this goes, for example, over 100, it will mess with this on the left side. So I like to go in the most cases for auto. Now, the next thing is this reference line that you just saw, and this allows you to hard code a certain barrier line. So I can say, for example, add a reference line, then I can add a value. Previously, we had set this to 3. And I can say this is max. So this is the max number of projects that any owner should have actively, like in progress or not started. And not started means that they actually intend to start soon. So I have this. I can go in here and see, okay, this is not the case. I can decide on the style. I can make this solid as a solid line or as a dash. I like this dash object, to be honest. And then I can also change the color. I can, for example, make it red. Now you can add as many reference lines as you want. This is up to you. I now want to add 1. Now that we covered the y-axis and the x-axis, now let's focus on coloring and then more style options. For coloring, this is set to auto, but you can also go for colorful if you want, which is basically the same. You can say make it colorless, only in gray and white tones. You can say in red tones or whatever color you prefer. Let's go back to auto because it's better separated. Now, the next thing is more style options, and this is also a sort of bigger menu. Here, the first thing, like we already had with the map view, is you can adjust the height. You have small, medium, as we just saw, large, and also extra large. I think medium is okay for now. Then one really important thing I like is because currently we have this stacked. So we have 2 people, because when you work in a company, you have multiple people and everyone will have projects. And here I can't easily see, okay, how many projects does Leon have and how many projects does the other Leon have, because they are stacked and they will probably go over 3, and this shouldn't be the case. So here I can decide to do stacked, percent, or not stacked. Percent will mean that they convert to percentages. Like for example, here I own 100%. Here both have 50-50, which is also not what I want, but you can do it. The way that I like to go here is not stacked. So you can see 1 project for Leon not started, 1 project in progress, and for the other Leon also 1 in progress. So currently you can see 1 in not started, 1 in progress for me, and 1 in progress for the other account. Now this is the group style, and you have 3 options here. Now the next thing is the grid line that you can adjust. The grid line is basically this dotted line for every increment on the y-axis. You can say, I don't want to see any. I want to see horizontal. I want to see vertical ones here. And I want to maybe see both. So you get this sort of table look. I personally have to say I always go for only the horizontal option. The next option that you have here available is the name. You can say I don't want to see any name. You can say I want the x-axis. Here you clearly then see what is selected to show, and this is the status. You can also do this for the y-axis. So here you say I count every category, and you can say I maybe want both, and then you have status here and count here. The last 3 options then is the legend as the first one. The legend will show you here the names in this example. So basically the grouping. Here I want to have this because otherwise I can't clearly see what this is. But if you want to turn this off, you can do this. The next thing, the second last thing, is data labels, and this is basically the labels, the numbers on the top, and you can turn them off if you want because you can see them on the left side, but I personally on top keep them on. It's not too cluttered for me. I personally like this because I can look at every bar individually. If you want to turn this off, you are free to do this. And the last setting is the caption, and here you add a caption at the bottom and you can add text under it, maybe text like, for example, this chart shows by the owner in what status they have how many projects. Just as an example, you can add this at the bottom if you want. So now, same as we did with the normal views, we want to customize this. I think on the go, we did a pretty good job of styling this. I will just look in the script now if there is anything left, and then we will adjust it. And we actually nailed it on the first time. I think the only thing that was different on the left side is the styling option of stacked, because currently I am the only person in my workspace that really is a project owner, but you can of course turn this into stacked so you only see your projects. Now, the last missing piece is, by the way, source is also something that you can just ignore. This is same as to the database views. The last missing piece that I just want to add, let's say, for example, we put a project to done, then it will also show up here because I say omit 0 values, but then done would be, for example, 1. We can add a filter here. And here we want to add an advanced filter that says that the status is not started or in progress. Now here I like to do the calculation like not started and in progress. So I have 2 and then I measure it against something maybe, or you can only say maybe show only in progress. So it's better visually. I like to go for not started and in progress as of now. And now we filtered this so we never see done projects. Now, before we move on to the next chart, let me actually introduce you to the last layout here. So here again, this is similar to the other views where you can then view all the archived pages. So it's literally the same, but then here you also have the option to save a chart as. And if you do this, you get this menu where you can then choose a background for this, choose in what format you want to download this, and this will basically then download this chart, how it looks like currently, as a, for example, PNG or SVJ or whatever, so you can use it somewhere else. But it is not dynamic, it's just a snapshot of what it is. Now, rest is literally the same as in the other views. Now, the horizontal bar chart is actually the same, but 90 degrees flipped. So what we can just do is we can say duplicate, and then we can say change this to horizontal. Now we have the status on the y-axis and the counting on the x-axis. So it's just flipped by 90 degrees. The rest of the settings are basically identical. It's just that you flip x and y-axis. The rest is literally the same. I can also show you this here on the left side. In the projects database, it's literally the same. It's just flipped. So I don't see a necessary reason why we should build this 2 times. You can just duplicate it and then change it from horizontal to vertical. If you really want to go the extra mile, you can now pause the video and try to rebuild it yourself manually. But now let me actually move on to the third chart. And for this, we will go into the content database. And this is the line chart here. And you can see now we don't get bars, we get lines. And what you can see here is, in the first case, we see the date range down here. We see the different months: January, February, March. So the month. Then we have lines for the different platforms. We have red for YouTube, pink for Instagram. We can see we had 1 upload on Instagram in January. We had 2 in February. We had 1 in March. For YouTube, we had 1 here, 3 here, 2 here. And here on the x-axis, as I just said, we count again. And here in this case, we have 2 reference lines. Let's say, for example, we want to post 4 YouTube videos per month. Then you can see in February, we only posted 3. So only 3 out of 4 weeks. Here, we only posted 1. And same, but a different number for Instagram. So let's say we want to post 2 reels or 2 content pieces in total. Then we can see 1 which is under that line, here 2 which is on the spot, and here 1. So this will show you basically a line over time. Of course, if you want to, you can also build this with a normal bar chart, but I think a line chart for this is pretty nice. Now let's actually go over to the right side and build it ourselves. Just click on the plus, select chart, click on edit chart and select the line chart. Now, as you can see here, we also again have y-axis and x-axis. It is a bit tighter, so we have not that many settings like in the bar chart, but what we can do here is we can show, and here want to see the date, and we want to see this by the month. So we see January, February, and March. You can also do this by the year or week, whatever you want. Now, then we can sort. I like to personally go, in this case, from old to new, but you can also go from new to old, then you will have the newest month over here, or again, all the other sorting options. Then we can also omit 0 values if we would have a month with no, but in this case, actually, we want to see if in a month we didn't upload something, we don't want to hide that month. So in this case, I want to have this off. Now, the next thing is for the y-axis, and here again, we want to leave this to count. We can, of course, create other things, like for example, here, the platform. We see in all 3 months, we uploaded two platforms, YouTube and Instagram, but I want to stick to count. The next thing again is the grouping option, and here we want to go for the platform, so we get 2 different lines for 2 different platforms. Of course, if you have more, you will get more lines. This is self-explanatory. Again, what we can also do here is we can do the sorting, like for example, put YouTube first, put Instagram first because I comes before Y. This is basically for down here. We can say to cumulative this, so it will add on. I personally don't need this here. I want to clearly see this by the month. We can, of course, here again choose a range, auto fits here, and we can also create reference lines here. And now here we can create 2. So we want to have 1 for YouTube. For this, we say we want to have 4 videos per month for YouTube. Then we can here write YouTube. I like to go for dash, and then because YouTube is red, we can make this red. Then here we can create another one, like let's say we want to post 2 things to Instagram. Then we call this Instagram, dash is okay, and we can go for pink. And now we have 2 different reference lines. Now this is above here, and this is because it is again stacked and not separated. So what we can do again here is we can decide on the color. I like to go for auto because it will then give us red for YouTube and pink for Instagram. Now that we have this, we can go into the more styling options, and we have some different settings. The first thing is here again, we could adjust the height. If we want, we can adjust the grouping style here. I again want to go for not stacked, so we can see 2 for Instagram, 3 for YouTube. This is what we want. We don't want it grouped. We want to show it separately. Again, we have the grid lines that we can use. I would go for horizontal here. We have the axis names again, which we can turn on, so we can see upload date and count if we want. And then we have the first unique setting for this chart. And this is to create a smooth line. Now we have this very sharp lines, like here it looks like a roof. We could also make this more smooth, so it looks more round. I personally have to say I prefer the sort of hard, not smooth line a bit more. Then you can also see under these lines, you can see these gradient areas. This can become very handy in some charts, but in this case, I personally have to say it looks way too much. I just want to see the line, and now we can only see the lines if we turn on gradient, if we turn off gradient area, but you can also turn this on. Now the last three here again, we can toggle on or off the legend as well as the data labels. And here again, we could also write a caption what this is about. Now here we are actually finished because we created everything on the go, and we personally don't want to filter. We are actually ready to go with this one. This is completed, so we can move on to chart number 4. And for chart number 4, we go into the tasks database. So let me first show you what this looks like on the left side. We get this donut chart, and this will basically give us a sort of donut optic where we can see different slices. So we can see this slice, 3 entries have no priority. We can see this slice, 4 have a priority 2, and this slice, so 2 have a priority 1. So we can see how much of each we have. Now let's go over to the right side and let's rebuild this. I currently just stumbled across that I haven't actually added a priority to this database. Now I will quickly add this here, but in the materials that you get, I will now adjust this so priority is already added. Now I just added this in the meantime to the materials, and I also added it here in my materials. So if you watched this video and got the materials, it's already added. But now that we have it, let's actually click on plus and let's create a new chart, edit this, and choose the donut chart. Now the donut chart only has a data section. There is no Y and X axis. But what we can decide on is what to show. And here we don't want to see slices for the status. We want to see slices for the priority. Then we can decide what we want to do with every slice. We can say we want to count, we want to see the time, we want to see the name, whatever. In this case, I just want to count to see how many tasks are in every slice. And this will also represent the middle here because we choose count. So in the middle, you will see the counting of everything that makes up the chart. In total, we have 4 plus 3 plus 2, which is 9. So you can see 9 in total. The last thing under data that we can do is we can decide on a sorting. We can say we want to do this manually, like for example, this way. And then we can see 1, 2, and no priority. We can say maybe show every, but it won't show up here because they don't have any values. I can say by priority, ascending, by priority, descending, whatever, or I can do it manually. And let's go for this one in this case. Then I can decide on a coloring, but I actually colored the single, do we have it? The single options in descending order. So 1 is urgent, so it's red, and 4 is not urgent and not important, so it's green. So back to the chart, we want to leave the coloring. Now let's go to the styling options. Now for the styling, again, we can also adjust the height here. I think medium is fine. We can show the value in the middle or we can hide it. I think this is very nice if you see how many single entries make up this chart, but you can also turn this off. Then you can either remove this total, so what this number in the middle is. So maybe someone doesn't know what it is and the person thinks, this is maybe distinct entries or whatever the heck, but we want to say that this is the total, and I can maybe add a custom text like total tasks, and this will then make this even clearer. The next option is for negative values. Let's say that this is not a priority chart, but basically, let's say you manage your finances in Notion and you then have entries with a negative number, for example, in the number property, then you can decide to not feature them. And this will basically only affect these slices. So the negative slices will disappear here, but it won't affect the number in the middle or the underlying data, just the visual representation. This will then not feature negative values. And the last things are actually, again, self-explanatory, but for legend, we have legend off, of course, but we can, besides putting it at the bottom, also putting it here to the side if you want to do this. And for the data labels here, we have the option to don't show them and only show the middle one and then the slices. So you might have to guess, which is something I don't like. You can have value and then percent, maybe then the name, but this is something I don't like. And you can see the name maybe. So this is priority 1, this is priority 2, but you have this down here. So I think there is no need for this. I would personally here go for the value. So I see how many entries and what percentage of this whole is this, because 3 out of 9 is 33.3%. Now, the last option here again is we can also add a caption here on what this means. And with the customization, we are actually almost spot on. The only things that we could do is we can here say sort this from high to low. This is how I did it on the left side. And you could, for example, also add a filter if you want to say maybe only show tasks that are not started or in progress. So you won't see the priority of done tasks here because they are done and they don't matter anymore. But this is actually something you can do or you don't have to do, because maybe you want a chart that shows you the number of tasks as a whole in your system, not started, in progress, and done. And you can then see how many tasks you actually did and do and will do per priority. So maybe you can see we do and have done a bunch of tasks that are actually not that important. So that's up to you. Now let's actually move on to the last and the newest chart, which is the number chart. Now for chart number 5, let's go into the help desk database. And here you can see we just have a number on, and this shows all the open priority 1 tickets. Currently this is 1 because you can see we have 2 ticket entries here and 1 is priority 1. So now let's move over to the right side. Now just click on plus. Now before we do that, I actually only added the priority here, not the other fields, because we will later build out a form together. So now the only thing I added is the priority, and now we can create the chart, more precise, the number chart. And the number chart is an even more stripped down version of the donut chart, because you don't have these slices around. You really just see the number, which is what you sometimes only need. So again, here we only have data. We don't have an X and Y axis, obviously, because we only have a number. So then the first thing we can do is we can either show a chart title, this text over here, or not. In this case, I want a chart title and I wanted to say open tickets with priority 1. Then we get to the data, and here we can now decide what we want to show. And what I want to show here, and I only have one property, is I want to show the priority level. So here, as I just did, we can represent what to show. I want to show the priority level here as of now. Later we will add a filter. I say I want to count all. So now it gives me all the tickets that are in the database. These are 2. Then I can decide on the format. Now, the format comes in very handy if you have, for example, underlying data and it's a number property, like for example, there you set it to, for example, US dollar and 2 decimal places. Then inherit means that the number format, and if you have it for both, the decimal places are taken over by the number property. So if we have, now let me actually, for the sake of it, add it. let's make this US dollar, 2 decimal places, make this 10, make this 20, and let me actually show the number. Then this will inherit the format, which is dollar, and it will inherit the decimal places. I can also say for both, no, actually, I want to set this manually. I want this to be, for whatever reason, Canadian dollar, and I want the format to have 3 decimal places. Then you can manually change it here. But I think to inherit is very nice to have, because normally you do this on the property itself. Now back to the chart. We want to see the priority here, inherit. For the color here, because I said priority 1 is in red, we can actually go for the red color. What you can also do here is you can choose a dynamic color. Like, let's say, for example, you want to display your bank balance here. Then you can say things like, if the value is bigger than 0, then show it in green. Or if it is less than 0, then maybe show it in red. So it dynamically changes based on what the value is. So this is dynamic color. It will change on based off what the number is and what your rules is. So this is similar to the conditional coloring, and this is only available here in this number chart. Now I actually don't want dynamic color. I want it always to be red. The last thing for style before we adjust the filter is we can adjust the height again. I think medium works. And now let's actually set the filter. And here the last missing piece is we add a filter and we say we only want to show items with the priority level P1. And this now eliminates the other entry that is P2 and really only shows us we have one priority, one ticket in our system. And this is also in a very nice optic, because the only thing I want to see is a total number of tickets, nothing more, nothing less. Now, the last thing in regard to charts, and for this I want to go back to our project bar charts, is what happens if you hover over it. And basically, if you hover over it, you get this menu. And here you can first see for who this is, and you can also see the underlying data. I can, for example, go here and then I can click to view the data. Now, this is only possible if there is at least 2 entries. Now I can click on this, and now I can actually see the entries that are represented here. We have the one entry here in progress in blue, that is this one. And we have the other here that makes up this chart, which is project 1, which has my main account as the owner. So here I can basically see what data makes up what bar, and this also helps you to troubleshoot if there is something wrong, to debug the right way. One thing you can't do here is you can't hide properties. You will see the whole list of properties. You can't hide properties. That is not possible. But what you can do is you can see the temporary filter. You can see we have the rule that it's not started and in progress, which applies to this one. And you can here see we have the additional filter, because currently we clicked on the data for only the in progress section. We can also move over to this one. For this, we just need to select not started, and then we see what makes up the other bar. So we can switch this here. The last 2 things, besides Xing this away, is we can search for entries. So we can search here, for example, for project 2, like in a normal database, and we can also click here to save this as a new view, or to open the original database that holds all the data. This is what you can do here. And now, of course, we can also X this away, but I think this is a very nice way to see the underlying data. Now that we talked about charts, one actual thing that just came to mind, there is actually a very new view, and this is the dashboard view. So this hides here. So I previously said we are now done with all the views. The last two things are charts and forms, but there is actually the newest view, which is the dashboard view. But this view I will actually cover in the linked views section of this guide because it makes much more sense over there. What I can tell you about this as a little sneak peek is this dashboard view allows you to display multiple different views of different databases in one unique view. So it's literally a dashboard. So this is a little sneak peek. Now let's move on to Notion Forms. Now the first thing that I actually prepared for Forms is another slide. So what we have with Notion Forms is not just a form and then the answers are floating around in Notion. You literally have a database and you then create a form for that database. So let's say we have a help desk database, and there we have the entries name, type, and the description. And we then have, for example, existing entries like someone can't access the VPN, which is an access issue. So this is a normal select property. Then we have need access to Slack, which is also an access issue. Then we have Figma license expired, which is a software issue, and so on. And of course, I haven't written this out, but a description for everything. Now what we can do is for the database, we can build a form. And as you can see, the questions that we ask are matched with the properties in the database. So we ask for the name of the issue. We ask what type of issue is it. We ask for a description. And once someone filled everything out and then clicks on send, a new entry gets created and everything from the form gets mapped into the right property. So if someone, for example, let's say this was from the form, then someone wrote the name and it gets added here as can't access VPN. The person chose access issue, it gets mapped here, and description here. So we don't have the problem that the answers are floating around and we then manually need to put them into the database or maybe even with an agent. The form is just another mask to add entries to the database. But now let's switch to Notion and let me actually show you how this will look like. So we will go to our help desk database on the left side. And here we have two entries and we have a bunch of different properties. Not filled out, but you can see we have different properties. Also here priority is filled out. And then we have the form that we want to build. And here you can see we have the questions, name, text, issue type, for example, and so on. So this is a form that you can also build in the database. And this is what we want to do. So let's switch over to the right side in our existing help desk database. And what we want to do now is we will break with this, to be honest, because we want to recreate this. So delete the priority level. It's okay that this will probably break this. We can later fix this if we want to, but for now, click on the plus here and then add a form. So now if you have existing properties in this, for example, if I have an existing text and I will now create a form, Notion will ask you if you want to also create a form with questions based on existing properties. And the existing property that we have is the text property. So now we could say, I want to start from scratch like we did here, or I want to create it from a question. Then this will automatically get added. Now we want to remove this. We want to also remove this here and switch over to the form. First, before we actually build the form, let me go to the settings here and actually show you the menu. So what we can do here, similar to all the other views, we can assign an icon and we can rename the form. Here, this will match the name that you will see at the top here. Then, of course, we will do this later here. We also from here have the option to add a new question to the form. Automations as well as autofill, what you will see here next to automations also here, is something that I will cover later, not now. In regard to forms, one thing that is also worth mentioning is later we will also talk about Notion agents and the Notion personal agent in the dedicated chapter, and this agent up to a specific level can also auto-create forms for you. What is not possible for a form is you can't filter, you can't sort, you can't group, and you can't apply conditional coloring. That is not possible. So a form is basically another UI to fill out the underlying properties in the database without giving people access to the underlying database. Now let's take a look at the submit screen. Click on it and this menu will open. So the first thing is in a form, I will show you this in a second, you have a submit button to send this form. And you first have the option to choose a color. Let's go for blue. And you have a text on what this button says. Let's call this send for now. And let me actually click on preview. And you can see here now the button to send the form is blue and it says send. Now let's get back to settings and the submit screen. And now the next thing is the confirmation title and the confirmation body. And this is what the person sees as text once they submit the form. Let's say, for example, thank you. And then let's write that helps just as next up. So it says thank you in the title and then that helps. And if I then click on preview, for example, and I add just random things and click on send. Now it says, thank you, that helps. Now you will also see we get a new entry, which is this one that I just created with the form. But now back to the submit screen once again. Then we have two toggles, last but not least. The first one is the view my response button. So with this, you can see your response, but this is only possible with a specific sharing option. More to that in a second. Then you also have the option to toggle on email me a copy button. And with this, the person, as you just saw, has the option to get a copy of the form submission to their email address. And that's basically it for the submit screen, what you can customize. The last thing that you will find here, source again, you can ignore, it's also grayed out. Will only show you the database. And the last thing that you can do is you can, of course, delete the form. Now let's really start building this out. The first thing we can do is we can give this form a title. Let's call this help desk and let's give it a description. Let's say add your tickets here. Of course, for the form, we can also give it a name and an icon. Let's say, for example, we want to use the pencil list, and now we have an icon, we have a name, and we have a description. Now, before I will show you what this looks in preview, let's actually continue building the form. Now, the name of the page, so the property that you can't delete, will also always be in the form. So you will not have the option to have no property selected here. So what you can see here is for this and all the other properties, you have this 3-dot menu. And let's open this. Then the first thing that you can make is you can make this required. If you make something required, that means that if a person will send the form and this property isn't filled out, they can't send it. They need to fill this out. If you don't make this required, the person can fill this out, but they don't have to. So really think about what properties you want to make required. The next thing that you can do is you can add a description, and here you can again write what you want to get for this. Here, for example, I could write just add a name of what your problem is and maybe write an example is, for example, can't access the VPN. So the person that wants to fill that wants to fill out the form knows exactly what to put in here and don't need to write someone, for example, via Slack, what is meant with this question. The next thing that you can do for this type of property where you can add text is you can say short text. Now there is a limited number and a smaller number of text possible, but you can also make this longer. So now this field gets bigger and the person can put in more text. Now for the name, you would probably go for a short text because you don't want to have like this big of a paragraph for the name. Under that, we have the different question types. This is something I want to show you in a second in depth. Now for the last two blocks, I want to open another slide that I prepared. So the next setting was to see the underlying property. And this is where you can see for a question what the property is that will get filled out. So what is the property that is in the database linked to the question in the form? So there you can really see, okay, for that question, this property is the underlying property. The setting under this is to unsync or to sync. And this is basically for the naming. You can say, I want to sync it. Now, if I have this in sync, and if I change this, for example, to what is the type, now because this is synced, the property name will also change to what is the type. Now, I could also, for example, unsync this, and then this synchronization will no longer exist. So then I will change this from name to title, but because this is unsynced, the underlying property will still be called name. And this is very relevant, maybe for your property. For example, type, you don't want to have a very long question. You just want to have type because you and the people who work with this database knows what this is. But in the form, you want to actually have a full question for the people who just submit tickets. So this is basically it. Let's get back to Notion. And here you can again see, you can view the underlying property. Now this is the title property. Here again, you can change the naming and the icon for the property. And here you can say, I want to sync it. Now, if I call this title, you will see this will change to title. I call it back name, and it will name. It will then here also switch to name. Of course, if I would now unsync this and call this title, the property will still be called name. Now, the last thing what you can of course do is you can at any time delete a question if you accidentally added one, or if you no longer need a question in a form, anytime you can delete that question. But now let's click on the plus and let's add another question. Now, one thing I quickly want to show you here is, let's say I have another text property. Let's call it for now description. I have this existing property. Now, if I click on plus on top here, I can see my existing properties in the database and I can select them. So I can click on description and I automatically get a question for the description. Otherwise, if I don't have this, let's delete this, and I go to the form and add a text-based question here, I will get a question and this will create another underlying text property. So it doesn't matter which way you can use existing properties or you can add them in the form. Now, the first one we want to add, and this is what we just did, is we want to add a text property. So now for the property, now let's open the settings menu. We want to make this required. We want to add a description. Now you can add a description, what is required here. And for this text, because there we want a longer description of what the problem is, we want to allow a long answer. Now that we have it, let's add another question. Click on the plus. And here we want to add a multiple choice question. Now again, here we have the option required and description. Let's toggle this on. And here you have the option to show the options for the select property. For example, you remember first we had a select property with, for example, platform, which was YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. Now here you have the option to show this as a list or show this as a drop-down menu that will open. This is basically up to you. Then you have the option for max selection. And first, we want to add a normal select property. So a normal question where you can only select one answer. So for this, what we want to do, we want to go for only one answer allowed. Now let me actually add some options to show you what this drop-down and list version looks like. You can add an option from here. Let's, for example, add software issue as an option, and you will also see this will get added to the multi-select. And I can also here the other way around add hardware issue. Add it here. We have two options. And in the form also here, you can see we have software issue and hardware issue. Now on the three dots, this is what the list option looks like. We also have the drop down, and this will then open as a drop down list where you can select your option. Now, another thing that you see here and also here is this conditional logic option. This is only available on a business or on one of the two enterprise plans, but more to that in a second. Now, everything else is something I already showed you about moving a question and duplicating a question. We will talk at the end. Now that we have a question where you can select one answer, let's also create one where you can select multiple options. For this, just click on plus here and select multiple choice again. Then we can again make it required, add a description. For this, let's actually keep it as list. So we have one as list and one as dropdown. And here for max selection, you can say either unlimited, a specific amount of numbers pre-created by Notion, or even a custom number, like for example 6 or 7 or 8, 9, whatever. So that's basically it. The only difference is here you can select multiple answers. Now let's add the next question, and the next one that we want to add is we want to add a date. Now for our use case for the help desk, it's pretty useless, but for now I just want to show you what this looks like if you add a date-based question to a form. Again, here we can make it required, add a description. If you want, we also have the same things down here I already talked about with you. And what we can here do is we can toggle this off. Then here you can put a normal date in. We can also add an end date. Then you can put a date range in here, and we can even include time. Then we can even, like in a date property, add in a date range with also a start and end time. So this is basically like the settings in the date property. Now that we have the date property, also again another useless property for this one, but I want to show you this, is the person type. Here again we have our default option. This is something I will show you in a second. First, let's make this required and add a description. Important for that person property, because here you can select people. So this is based on the person property. This is only available if the form isn't shared to the web, and it's only a form that you use in your workspace with your workspace members. But more to that, sharing it to the web and keeping it in your workspace in a second. Here for people, this is similar like to the multi-choice, like the select and multi-select based questions. Here you can decide how many people you can select, maybe only one person, a number of, or even custom. This is up to you. After person, we also want to add a number. Number is down here. And for number, there is actually nothing special. Let's toggle these two on. The only difference to number is this is based on a number property. So here you can only put in numbers, not text. So nothing special for a number. Let's add another question, and let's do this based on a checkbox. Again, for checkbox here also there is nothing special. Let's toggle this on. The only thing in the form that you can then do is you can check this or you can uncheck this to make questions where there is either an answer that is wrong or an answer that can be true. By the way, one thing in regard to the checkbox property is if you make this required, so maybe here we want to not toggle this on. If you make this required, you force the person to click the checkbox. So this is maybe, I am not a lawyer at all, so I can't actually tell you that this is the case and you can do this, but just as a theoretical example, by making this required, you can ask for permission for something and then the person can accept via clicking this checkbox. And if they don't do it, they can't participate, they can't send off the form. So remember, if you make this required, you force the person to click the checkbox. The next question that we want to add, if we click on plus, is the, where is it? Email select type. And here also, like in the previous ones, there is nothing special. Let's make this required. But here, similar to the normal email property, here in comparison to the text property, you need to put in a valid email address. So it's not any text, it's a real valid email address. This will also become relevant in a second for the phone number based question. But before we do that, let's actually add another question, but choose the URL property. The URL property is actually also not relevant for this form. It's not something that you would ask for in the help desk property, at least from what I know, but you can again make this required here. But here, similar to the email, you don't put in any text, you have to put in a valid URL. So if you ask for a URL, don't just add a normal text property, really add that specific URL property. Now let's talk about the phone property I just teased. Click on plus and then click on phone number. Also something, let's click here, that is not needed for this one. And here is also nothing special, but you might have guessed, this is for if you really want to have a valid phone number. And we are almost done. The last thing that we can add from this list is down at the bottom here. And this is the place property. Again, nothing special. We can make this required, add a description. And here the person can then put in a real place, a real address that you can then find in the form. Now that we added every single possible question type, we actually open place here. And then what we can do is we can first duplicate a question that will duplicate it. And of course, we will get also a duplicate of the property. So if you duplicate a question, this is not based on the same property. Also, if you have a question and you delete the property, what you can see here is the question won't get deleted automatically. You will see that the property has been deleted and you need to manually delete it here. The last thing in this menu besides what I showed you deleting is you can move the question. You can move it to the top, maybe to the top of the group. This is relevant for conditional logic. Let's say I want to move this to the top, then it will show up above phone. If I move it up again, it will show up above URL. And then if I click on, for example, move up to the top of the group, it will move up all the way to the top. And with down, it's the same procedure. Move down, we bring it under name. Move down to the bottom of the group, we'll move it back again all the way down. Now, before I show you conditional logic, let me actually open another slide for this. So what conditional logic basically is normally we have the flow that we ask for the name, for example, the type, and then the description. So a top to bottom approach. But conditional logic means that if, and this is only for specific properties, like for example, the multiple choice questions, if a person selects a specific answer, they will get another one or another multiple questions, so the flow will change. So if they, for example, add a name and then, for example, add the type hardware, they will just go instantly to the description like it was before. But if they put in an access issue or a software issue, they will get the additional answer to what operating system they use, macOS or Windows. So if they select one of these types before they go to the description, they will get this question for the operating system. If they select hardware, they will go from type directly to description. And you can see this here with the arrows. The flow is name, type, and then from hardware to description. If you select, for example, access issue, the flow is name, type, then via access issue to operating system, select what you want here, and then go to description. Of course, here again, you could add conditional logic. So if they add macOS, you can bring them to another question. And if they then answer it to description, so conditional logic allows you to add questions based on answers in specific properties. And you can see this operating system question is also based on another property in the database. Now back in Notion, what I want to do is I want to change this multiple choice name to issue type. So now we can see the issue type. Now for now, I will leave it to software and hardware. I could also add access here, but now let's add conditional logic. And what we want to do is if a person selects software issue, we want to ask them what the affected system is. So what operating system they use. So either click here on add conditional logic, or now let's delete this here. We could also go in here and say add conditional logic, and then here we can select, okay, if the person selects software issue, we want to give them this question. You will see here, if they select software, they will get this. If they select hardware, they will go straight down to this one. So what we can now do here is we can add an existing question, and this is what we do in a second, or we can here, like we did before with the normal plus adding, we can add another question here. Now let's say this is what I want to be the question for the operating system. Then I can see multiple choice and it will move over here as the question. Now let me rename this to affected system, and now we can add options. Let's add Mac OS and Windows. So what we did as a recap is if the person selects software issue, then we ask them this additional question. And one thing to say, conditional logic is available for this multiple choice questions, regardless of only one answer possible or multiple, and for the checkbox based question for these three types. And again, what I just told you is here you can add a new question. Now let's check actually. For this, yes, we want to have one possible answer. And here we also want to have one possible answer. And now add another question. And here we want to create a fresh multiple choice question. So click here, we get a new question. Let's call this, for example, version. Then we can add an option. Let's call this Tahoe, which is the newest version, and Sequoia. So this is basically our conditional logic, but here I actually see these questions get asked if software is selected. But what we want to do is when for macOS is asked, we want to use this, where is it, version question. So now we have this down flow. So this is our entire form. Now let's actually click on preview and let's fill this out. So we click on preview, then we give it the name, just as an example, problem XYZ. Then we can give it a text. Then we can see here we have the issue type. We don't see the affected system or the versioning yet because we haven't selected anything. If I select hardware, we won't see this. We will directly go to date. But if I choose software, by the way, this is the drop-down view. This is what it looks like. If I select software, I will get this affected system question. This is the list, by the way. So this is drop-down and this is list. Decide what you like more. I think list is if you have 2 options, the best, or 3, and the drop-down if you have like more than 3. Otherwise, it will get too long of a list. Now we can choose macOS, and then for the option, let's choose Tahoe. So it's the newest version. Then we can, of course, select a date. Then we can select a person. Let's select me, a number. We can check or uncheck this checkbox because it's not required. We can add an email, we could add a URL, we could add a phone number, we could add a place, and here also the current location. This is basically like the properties. Now let's send this off. By the way, this is really good because this is something I stepped in. I made them required. So now this is what you see. If you don't fill out required properties, they will show up in red and you can't press send. So if this would, for example, now be filled out, I could click send and get the confirmation title and message. Now, next to preview, you can see we can also share the form. And this is what I want to talk with you about now. So if we click on share, you can decide who can fill this out. Either anyone at your workspace who has the link, anyone on the web with the link, or even close access to the form, then no one has access. The important is here, if you select this, you don't have the option for the person property available because here only anonymous responses are possible. Here you can use it so you can see which member actually submitted this. And this is also here. You can toggle on anonymous responses. And this means that even if this is in your workspace, you can say, I don't want to see and anyone to be able to see who submitted this. So it's completely anonymous. And this is only possible to toggle off if you make this available for anyone in your workspace. If you make this form public, you will actually see that this is no longer possible, supported. Let's click on got it. Now you can see this is grayed out. So a public form is always anonymous. Now back to sharing in your workspace. As I just showed you, we have anonymous responses on or off, and we also have access to submission. And here you can decide what access should people have to the things they submit in the database. You can here see we have the different permissions. You can say people can have the link to the form, but no access, then they can't see their responses. You can maybe say can view, so they can view their response, or even all the other options. And of course, if they have can edit or full access, they can change things in the database entry after they submitted it. But if you don't want this, go for no access, for example. So if they submit the form, they can't mess with that answer after it. Last but not least, at the bottom, you can copy the link to the form and give it to people, embed it, place it somewhere, or what else. So this is basically the link to this form. Every form has a unique link. So now that's it for a form for your workspace. Now let's take a look at public form. Here again, this is no longer possible. You will see that it is no longer possible to make the form not anonymous. And now we have this option, embed this form. And this will basically just give you an embed code if you want to embed this form, for example, on your website or wherever. Last but not least, we have the option to remove the Notion branding. So here you can see in this little preview on the left, if you toggle this on, it says made with Notion. If you toggle this off, you will no longer see this for the form. Last but not least, if you have a closed form, so no access, everything will get removed. You only have the link and it will say this form is closed. There can't be any new submissions. By the way, one thing I quickly want to show you, if you add a new page, let's go down here and write /page. In the menu at the bottom, you also have the option to instantly from here create a database or even to create a form. This is just something I want to show you. Now that we did it, we can get rid of this and go back here, close this off because this is done, and we can open linked views. Now, before we dive into linked views in Notion, I want to actually open another slide. You previously, for example, in conditional coloring, saw linked views in action. We have the full page database, and this is not an inline database. It's a linked view of this database. So now let's switch to the slide. Now here in the slide, you can see this pretty good. We have the full page database that holds all the data, like for example, entry 1, entry 2, entry 3, and entry 4. And let's say we have different properties and everything filled out. Then I could, for example, create a linked view that is linked to that full page database, and I could filter it in a way that, for example, only shows me entries 1 and 2. And I can create another linked view that is linked to this full page database that is filtered in another way to show entry 3 and 4. Let's say we have a date property, and entry 1 and 2 have the date of today and entries 3 and 4 of tomorrow. Then in the full page database, I have the full data, and here I filter by today, and here I filter by tomorrow. So I have different linked views which show different things of the exact same pile of data. So important to say, this is just a view of this database. This holds the information. This only shows this. So if I would delete this view, nothing happens to the data. This would just get removed, this link, this view. If I delete the database, now the data is gone and also all the other views are gone. So this holds the data. This just shows the data. Now let's switch over to Notion. Now here, this is again what this will look like. You can see we have the full page database, and then we have two different linked views of that database. Now let's rebuild this on the right side. You can see we have a tasks database, and here again you want to change this to your users and maybe even your second account. One quick example to maybe visualize this in your head that I want to give you is, let's compare the construct of the full page database and the views to me or any other person and a mirror and the reflection. I am here and the mirror is here, and I can see my reflection in the mirror. If I remove the mirror, you can't see me in the mirror, but I am still here. But if you physically remove me, I am not there in this place anymore, and I am also not visible in the mirror anymore. I hope this helps to better understand this concept. But now let's actually create a linked view. So here just write /, then write linked view of data source. The data source is the full page database here. And then we can search for the name here, task database linked views, which is this one. And now we get a linked view of this data. And what we can do here, this is like we previously did. Here we can do the exact same things. We can filter, we can sort, we can group, we can apply conditional formatting, everything. So now we can see we have a linked view that shows the exact same data. Now what we can do here is, now let's minimize this for now. We can click on the three dots here, and then we can hide the title. So now it only says table, because this is a table view. And I personally like to hide the title, because what I always do is I add a heading over the database. Let's make this a heading 3, and I just write tasks, and then I manipulate this. Now, actually, I want this to be blue color and default background. So I have the name in a specific optic above the call out with the view of the database, but this is just personal preference. Now, if you want to show the title again, you can click in settings on layout, and here you can click on show titles. This is only available for linked views, not views in the full page database. So we can show this again. You will see it here. And now let me show you all the other options. You can here copy the link to the view, because every linked view has a unique link. You can duplicate this view, then you would have 2 views that are exactly the same. You can open the data source, and this will launch this full page database. So you can instantly get there. You can edit the title if you want to, like for example, link views. It will also affect the name of the full page database. You can also edit the icon here. Let's add a smiling face. This will also reflect here. Now let's actually remove this for now. And here I can also edit the layout. This is relevant later. This comes in database layout. And again, here I can hide the title. This is also available here. You can here copy the link again, and you can open the source database here, and again also here show the title again if you don't want to do it with this heading above. Now let me show you how to add another linked view. And for this, first we want to go in the full page database. And here you can see I prepared another view in the full page database. And what I can do is I can click here on the plus, and I can add another view. And I can just, and for this method, it doesn't matter. I can just click, for example, on table. Then I can select what database I want to use for this. I want to again use this database. And you can see here is the other view that I prepared in the full page database. So now what I can do is I can select it, and it will instantly show up here with the same filter, the same property visibility as I prepared it in the full page database. And this is basically the way you want to go. You want to prepare views in the full page database, and then you can just insert it on a page where you need it. For example, if you need a view on multiple pages, this will definitely reduce errors and mistakes. You literally prepare it once and then add it in different places. So one thing I didn't show you that I want to show you now, that we have 2 different views. Let's actually rename this to view 1. Let's keep this table layout. Is if you click here, then on the 3 dots, we have this display as option. And here currently we see the icon and the name. But we can say, for example, maybe we only want to see the icons. Then we can see here the table, here the list. I could also go for text only. Now this will show up next to this because this is not a real icon, but I think this is very handy if you only want to see the icons and not the full text. Now, the last 2 things that you can do in terms of aesthetics is you can minimize this so it looks way cleaner. You can expand it if you want, and you can place a linked view as I just did it in a call out. Otherwise, it will look like this. Let's add a linked view of the linked views. It will just look like this, but I personally like the optic with the call out as a combination. And there you have it. This was linked views. Now let's move on to the dashboard view. Now the dashboard view is only available to business and enterprise plans. So what a dashboard view looks like is you have, as you can see, one view, but in it we have views of different databases. We have, for example, a view of the client's database. We have a view of the projects database. We have a view of the task database, and that unified in one view. So now let's recreate this. Click here, write linked view of data source. Then in this case, choose clients, just as an example. And then we can first click on new table view, but then we could switch that for the dashboard view. Here again, we have the same options like in other views. Click on done. And here, as you can see, the menu looks very different to all the other views, because here I can't manipulate, for example, the properties that are visible, because this dashboard view is basically a meta view where you see the actual views as widgets. Now what you can do is you can show or hide the source title. Let's actually hide it, and you can show the icons on the heading or not. Let's show them so you can see what this looks like, and everything else is literally the same. So now let's actually build the dashboard view. Here, just click on skip, and then we can click on edit dashboard. And here we can add a new view. Click on new view. Then first we want to select the clients database because we want to see the current clients. Click on clients, and then for the view, select the number chart. Now, of course, I could have prepared this in the full page databases as I just told you. For now, because we can then better create this from scratch, is I will do it directly here. So click on chart, and then here click on edit chart and select the number chart. For the chart, let's call this current clients. And also for the chart title, call this current clients. Now what to show? We want to see the name, then count all is perfect, inherit is perfect, and for the color, we want to go for green. The last thing for that view is we want to add a filter, and just filter by, add a status. For status is one active. So these are our active clients. So you can see it's the same, it's one. Now that we have this, that we have a clients view, click on the plus here and add another view, and this time search for projects. Select projects, and now we can add a view here for the projects database. Here again, we want to go for chart, edit chart, and select a number chart. Call this current projects, also here, current projects. Then same procedure here. Go for the name. Calculate count all is good, inherit is good, and for the color, let's select blue here. Again, we want to add a similar filter, filter by, add advanced filter, and here filter by status is in progress. So these are the projects I currently work on. Then we can exit that away, and we have one view left. This is a tasks view. For this, click on plus again, search for tasks, and here click on chart again. Of course, you can create any other view except dashboard. There is no such thing as a dashboard view in a dashboard view, but you can create every other view. I would like to go for a chart again, but here for a line chart. For the name, let's give it the name tasks by status. And again, what you can see here is we toggled this show emoji on, and then next to the name here, it is off. You can see the icon. And I just see I did it completely wrong. We want to go for a vertical bar chart. And now we want to say status option is perfect. Status ascending is also perfect. Omit 0 values. We want to toggle this on. On the y-axis, count is perfect, none is perfect, and everything else can also stay. For the color, auto is perfect, so we have not started in white and in progress in blue. Now the last things that we want to do is here go to more style options and then check if everything is this way, because this is how I intended it. And then also click here on filter, advanced filter, go for status, and then say where the status, and here we can say the other way around, is not done, and we have the same view. Now we have all the views that we need and we can click on done. Now the next thing that you can do, and this is unique to the dashboard view, is you can create a cross filter, because in every database there is a person property. In clients and projects it's called owner, and in tasks it's called assignee. So to every entry in every database you can add a person. And now in dashboards, we have something called a cross filter. And what this allows us to do is we can click on filter, and then let's, for example, first select the owner in clients. So now I could filter the clients view to say the owner contains me. Now this is to 0, because one thing that we need to do again is we need to go in every database and change this to yourself. Also do that in projects and in tasks. So in projects, again, we want to change this. We want to change this to your account, and also in tasks. And here also everything that says Leon normally to your account, and everything where it says Leon2 to the second account, or leave it empty or the way it is. So let's change this. And now you can see I just changed it. And if I go back to the materials, you can see current clients is 1, and you can see that the filter filters in the clients by me. I can also filter for my other account. Then it says 0 active clients. So my other account has 0 active clients. I could also back filter for me. And now what I can do, because currently I only filter the client's view by things that are assigned or owned by me. But I also want to do this for projects and for tasks. Now, if you try to rebuild this with normal views, you need to go into the client's view, change the filter to me. In projects, change it to me. In tasks, change it to me. Or if you want to show things, for example, for my other account, you need to here change it to Leon demo, here to Leon demo, here to Leon demo. But with dashboards, we have cross filters. And currently, we only filter the client's view. But here, we can click on the 3 dots. Of course, we can delete the filter, but we can apply this cross filter that is here known as filter multiple sources. And here, we can add properties from other database. Like here I can add the owner of the projects database and the assignee of the task database. And when I click on done, you can see this 3 next to it. And this means now that 3 different databases where I have views of in this dashboard view are filtered by me. And I can automatically now, for example, filter all 3 different views at once for my second account. Now you can see it changes for all 3 databases at once, 0, 0, and 1. Back to me, so my account 1, 1, 2, and 0. Back to me, and we have 1, 1, and 2. So this allows us to set a filter for all different views of different databases in the dashboard view. And this cross filter comes in very handy. Now we filter individually on the different views, like here only active clients, here only active projects, here only tasks that are not started and in progress. And then for the same type of property, like for example, who owns what, we create a meta filter, a cross filter for the dashboard view. And these are things that you quickly and maybe want to change on the go, like quickly show for employee number 1, what does he have? Employee number 2, because otherwise you need to change this on every database. Important to say is for the cross filter, and you just saw that, I can only use the same type of properties. So currently in the cross filter, we have 3 properties and they are all person. So I can't have, for example, in the client's database, a text property, in the projects database, a number property, in the task database, a person property, and put that in the cross filter. The cross filter needs to contain properties of the same type from different databases. Also supported are, for example, relations. I could, for example, create a dashboard view that only shows views of the projects and the task database, not clients. And then I could, in the global filter and the cross filter, add the relation to the client database in projects and the relation to the client's database from tasks. And I could quickly then change the client and see for each client the projects and the tasks at once. Next, what I also want to tell you about in total, currently to a dashboard that it runs smoothly, you can add up to 12 widgets. And widgets are basically all the single views. So currently we have 3. I could also add another 9 views. What you can also do is, if you are in edit mode, you can drag them around like on a page to change the layout if you want to. So I could change the layout, how I want this to be organized. Now, if you are done, we always have this edit and done mechanism here. Edit is if you want to change something, and done is if you want to lock it. So this dashboard view is best for combining multiple views and applying a cross filter on the same properties in different databases. Of course, original permissions are respected. So if a person has, for example, access to projects and to status, but not to clients, they won't see this. So there is no glitching or permission vulnerabilities. Permissions are respected in the dashboard view. Now, the next chapter are descriptions. I already showed you descriptions in the form where you can add them to the questions or to the form, but descriptions are also possible in more than that, and they can come very handy. I could, for example, add a description for a view. Then you just go here and click on the eye, and then I can say this view is for showing the active clients, active projects, and the tasks that are not started and in progress. So you would then, I don't write it out now, add this, and if you then hover over it, you can see the description at the bottom, and this helps for maybe other people who are not that familiar with the system yet. You could also add, and for this I want to go in the client's database, add a description for a property. You can also go here on the eye and then write that this is the status for the clients. And if you add a description here, if you hover over the eye next to it, you can see it. You can also see it here, projects for this client. And in addition to that, for things like status, select, multi-select, if you click on edit property, even for every single option, you could add a description. So if the person looks at this and thinks, what should I select? If they hover over it, they can see a description next to it and choose the right option. And that's basically it for descriptions. They can come in very handy, especially if you work with multiple people in a workspace. But now let's move on to database templates, more precisely to the slide that I prepared. So first of all, I think all of you have heard in any way of templates. Now, templates are pre-created things that you can then work with, so you don't have to start from scratch every time. And in Notion, you have the option to add a new page, a new entry to a database. Let's say we have this wiki database, and in there I can add different entries, like here, the SOP, how to write a title. Now, without templates, I need to start from scratch every time. So I need to add a new page, add the name, select an owner, and select the type. But what I can do is I can save prepared templates. Like you can see here, I have a template for a new SOP and I have a template for a new reference. Of course, I just see here, this should be reference, not SOP. This happened because I duplicated it. So this should say reference. And if I create a new page, then I can create a template. And if I select a template, the properties that are filled out in the template automatically get applied to the new entry. So let's say I add a new page, I select new SOP, then it will automatically say here new SOP, and type SOP will instantly get filled out with SOP from the template. So this is basically the mechanism of templates. By the way, one thing that you are not confused, there may be slightly changes. For example, previously there also was an option for descriptions here, but I think that was not needed to have its own section, and that's why I did the descriptions in the client's database for database views. So not that you are confused. Some things might change, but you will have the up-to-date version of the materials when you watch this video. So now let's click on database templates here. So database templates are basically things that you pre-prepare if you add something to the database you don't want to start from scratch every time. So on the left, let's click in the wiki database, and here click on the toggle next to new. And here you can see I have 2 templates created. And if I want to add a new entry, I could do this from here, open this and select a template, and you will see SOP will get created instantly, just like this, because I said that in the template, if I open this, the select option should be SOP. The second thing that you just saw is if I add something new here and I don't select a template and I just start writing, the body of the page is empty. So I need to maybe create a pattern from scratch, but that is not needed. In the templates, you can also create a pattern for the body, like for example here, the purpose, then the instructions, a Q&A section. And if I create a new entry, now let's do it from here, this will also automatically get applied to the body. So this is very cool. And of course, there is also the other template. This will look different. It has a different emoji. It has a different name. It has the other select option and also another body structure. Now let's build our own templates. Go to the right here, click on wiki, and now let's build it. Click on the toggle here and then click on new template. By the way, this yellow bar at the top here will always show you that you manipulate a template and not an existing page. So if you ask yourself, am I just doing something in a normal page or in a template, you can decide this based on if you see this or not. Now, the first thing that we can do is now let's call this new SOP and give it an icon. Like, I actually don't know at the moment what my emoji was. My icon was for SOP. I will now create this bullet list, and now the name and the icon will get applied to every new entry where this template is selected. The next thing that we want to do is we want to select a pre-filled value for this. In this case, because it's the template for SOP, we want to choose the option SOP. Now, I won't create the same pattern on the left side that I just showed you because this would basically take too much time. I would just write here text 1, and in the other one, then I will write text 2. Now let's add another template. Click here, click on new template, call this new policy. Click here on icons and let's select this directional sign to the right. And then for select, click policy, not SOP, policy, and add text 2 here. So now we have two different templates. Let's see if it works. We create a new entry. It automatically says new SOP, same icon, same select, and the text in the body. So this works. Now what you can also do here, you can duplicate an existing template and build based on this. Now let's say I want to duplicate this. Now it says new SOP. Let's say I want this to be new reference. And let's say I also have a reference option here, and the text should be, the body should be the same. Then I can just duplicate an existing template and maybe change some small things, so I don't have to build a template from scratch. So a template can also be a template for another template. Additionally, one thing you just saw is you can, if you click on this, directly add an entry to the database and select the template, but you can also edit the template. You do this by clicking here on the three dots and then select edit, and this will bring you in the real template so that you can change things up. One thing that you already saw here for the owner that I want to also show you now is for the owner, you can create a dynamic value. You can say for the owner, I always want this to be by default the person who adds this page. So if I add this, I will get added here. If my other account would add this, my other account would show up here. This is important to remember, and this is something that you can do here with this option. This is also available for the date option. Let's say you have a date here. For date, you can also say now, so the time when duplicated. Then for the date entry, it will show the time when it got duplicated, or today, so the date when it got duplicated. Now let's get rid of the date. One other thing that you can do, and this is maybe important for some of you for journal or for meetings, you can, for the name, write at, and here also write, and that inline, the date when duplicated automatically, or the time when duplicated, like for example, today, X, Y, Z. And then if you duplicate this, it will say add today X, Y, Z. So this is dynamic. If you select either, let me go back to add, if you either select now or today, or you can hard code something for this. Let's add yesterday and then ABC. And if I then click on this, it will say yesterday ABC, but I have to say I haven't used this specific day in the title. This dynamic day when duplicated can be very handy. Now the next thing is, because you can see this little thing here that says default, this is something that we can also change. Now if I add a new page, by default it's empty and I can select what template I want to use. Now I could also change that. For this, go here and let's say, now let me rename this first to new SOP. I could change that this is our default template. Just go on the three dots here, set as default, and then here are two important things. Let's say I have multiple views here. I can say I want this to be the default template for this view. Let's say I create a view here that is filtered by only showing things with the type SOP. Then I can say for this view, it should be this default template. And then for another view, for example, for policies, I can apply the other one, or I can see regardless for all the views, apply this as the default template. And if I then add an entry, you can see this is applied by default. Now you might ask yourself, what do I do if this was the wrong template? I didn't want to add this. Then you just remove or press Command X to copy it if you already filled out stuff. And then here again, you have the option, if nothing is in the body, to select. Let's say I want this to be a new policy. then the body will change. But important to say is the properties as well as emoji and name won't change. You need to do that manually. Now the change only applies to the body of the page. The last thing that was in this menu that I now want to show you is here you have a repeatable option. Of course, duplicate, I already showed you. Delete is self-explanatory, and duplicating means I can create a recurring cadence when I want to duplicate this. Let's say every day I want to create a journal entry. So I have a new entry and in the body I type text. Then I could say duplicate the template. Say, for example, this is a specific journal template. I can say duplicate every day. Then I can decide, okay, maybe every first day or second or whatever. I can even change for weeks, months, and years. So this is very dynamic. Let's say every day, say I want this to be around midnight, but you also have all these other in 15-minute steps times available that you can choose. So let's say I want this to be around midnight, and let's say I want this to start tomorrow, today, not tomorrow, and I don't want this to end. You can also say do this, repeat this, but you can say, okay, after 10 runs or on a specific date, stop this duplicating mechanism. This is also possible. Then you can select your time zone, and this is important to say what is at midnight, because at midnight can be in another country on the world. Now, for me, it's not. So you need to put in your time zone so Notion knows when midnight actually is. The next thing is actually stop duplicating. So you can now instantly pull the plug and say, I don't want this. Now, what I prepared here is I say duplicate an entry with this template every day around midnight, starting today, ending never. Now, let me actually, because we have almost 2 p.m., change this to 2 p.m. And now you will see in a second, there will be a new entry with new SOP. By the way, you can see if a template is currently duplicating on a recurring base. If you see this duplicating icon here, and you can see at the top in what cadence now this duplicates daily. And as you just saw, because now it's 2 p.m., a new entry got automatically added. So a repeating duplication can be very nice if you would otherwise do it manually. Now, before we move on for database templates to something called a self-referencing filter, now sounds complicated. I also created another slide to show you this. Is I want to tell you a big no-go for templates. What you don't want to do is when you create a new entry, you don't want to create a new full page database in the body. So don't create databases in entries of a database in the body. And also don't do that in the template. So never, for example, here in the body, here add a full page database, because this means that every entry will have its own full page database. So you have a full page database here in this body that is not connected to the full page database in here, and you literally create a mess. So if you have, for example, 100 entries in here, you will have 100 different not connected databases in the body. The only thing you want to do is you want to have one main database and then paste linked views in here. Remember, the full page database holds the data, the views only show. So you have one full page database and then views. So they show the data in the body, but they live somewhere else in one database. I will also give you an example and show you how to do it in a second with these self-referential filters, because there you can see this more visually. So now let's move on to the slide that I prepared for these self-referential filters. So now let's imagine we have a content database. And in there, we have two different videos. We have an owner property, which is me, and then we have different tasks connected via a relation. In this case, edit video 1, upload video 1 to video 1, and same with the 2 for the other video. Then we can have a database template. And here you can see it's the template. We have the other properties here. We could add this to set this to the person who duplicated this. And here in the body, now imagine we also have the other tasks database that holds the tasks. We can create a linked view of the task database in the body of the content database. So now we have a page that says, for example, video 2, and in the body, we have a linked view of the tasks. And what we can then do is we can set an automatic self-referencing filter. We can say this linked view of tasks should be filtered to where the content relation is set to the name of the page. Now let's imagine this is a real entry. This is video 1. Then we would say for this linked view, only show items where the content is video 1. And if we set this in a template automatically to the name of the template, if I duplicate this, this will automatically get applied. If I use this template, create a new entry, call this video 3. Here it will automatically say video 3 because it's tied to the name. If I duplicate it again, create video 4, this will automatically be filtered to where it says video 4. So this is a self-referential filter, and this allows you to store linked views in the data in the body of the content database, for example. So the tasks live in one single database, and in every content entry, you only show the relevant tasks that are linked via the relation to that entry. I hope that is understandable. It's the best I can do. Now we will rebuild this in Notion. I hope for the people who didn't get it that now in Notion this will erase the rest of what is unknown. So now let's click in Notion. So let me show you what this looks like on the left side. And here we have the wiki database. So here I don't do it with content, I do it with wiki. And you can see I have an entry, but first let me actually do this the other way around. Here you have the Q&A database. We have an empty entry where nothing is added, and I have an entry that is linked to the SOP, how to set up a new YouTube video. Then I can see here in the wiki database, I have two entries, two SOPs. I have how to set up a new YouTube video and how to set up a new Instagram reel. Now, to how to set up a new Instagram reel, I have no Q&A, so no question related. So in the body here, by the way, you can see here the filter is set to how to set up a new Instagram reel. Nothing shows up because nothing is related. On the other hand, for this SOP, we have one related and one shows up here because this is related to how to set up a new YouTube video, which is the title here. And we prepare that in the body here. For SOP, you can see we have a linked view in the database template. The name here says new SOP. And here at the top, you always have the option that is the name of the template, and you want to select this. So this will then apply to the new entry. Let's say I now add another entry, another SOP entry. and I rename this to how to set up a new TikTok. Now we have a new SOP, how to set up a new TikTok. And because I set the filter in here to the name of the template, here it will automatically say how to set up a new TikTok. So this is the power of the self-referential filter, and you will only see related questions in the body for the current page. So now let's recreate this on the right side. Click in the wiki database, go here in the template and click on edit. And now here, just add an empty block, / linked view of data source. And here we want to use the Q&A database templates database, and here where everything is lowercase. So now we have a linked view that currently shows all the entries, but we don't want that. We only want to see the items that are with a smart filter related to the name. So here we choose the relation to this database, this wiki database templates. And here, as I said, the first option, new SOP. Now you see also other new SOPs, but these are actually created entries here that I didn't rename. So in this self-referential filter, always select the first option and then this will get applied. Now that's it for database templates. For these views in the body, there is also a better method in some use cases, but we will get to that in a second. I hope that you now understand this, why you won't add a full page database in the body of the template, because then you have in here a full page database with questions related here and a full page with questions related here, and they are not connected in any way. So you can't see all your questions at one glance. You have 1, 2, in this case 3 different databases with questions. So the way to do it is to have one database that stores all the data and then only place linked views in the body of a database template or a database entry that shows entries that are filtered to this specific entry. This is the way to go. But now let's move on to database layouts. Now, in order to access this feature, database layouts, there needs to be a database in the first place. Now, let me show you how to access the layout builder. Now, let's open, before I actually show you how to access, let me show you what it looks like. First, this is what a database with a lot of entries. Now, this is what I meant when I say when you have like 3 or 4 properties, it's very easy to see. But if you have that many, the list can go very long and very unorganized. So this is what it looks unorganized without a layout. And then on the other hand, if I open this, this is what it looks like with layout. We have important properties here, a description here, everything categorized on the right side. Now let's actually move over and let's actually do it ourselves. So go over to the right side to the content database layout. Then click on the entry, for example, and then you can click on customize layout at the top here. Once in here, you have this new sort of editing canvas. And at the top, you can first of all see what database you're in, and then you can choose different pages. Now, let's say I have 2 different entries or more than that, then I can switch between what entry I want as a sort of example to build the new layout. Now, in this case, I only have one, so this page will get used for the layout building. Useful could this be, for example, if you have a page loaded here, but you see I haven't filled out any properties. Now let me actually switch to another page that has more properties filled out without actually quitting and reopening the layout builder. Now the first thing I want to do with you is in this side menu on the right, scroll all the way to the bottom. Now the first thing that you can do is you can toggle on or off the property labels, and you can decide how to show the backlinks. This is what we already had on a normal page. On top here, we can turn this off, so don't show backlinks, or show on hover, or always show, and this will basically show you how you see or not see the backlinks. So little action step, leave that on and switch this to show on hover. Once you did that, I want you to click anywhere here in this empty space. And then you can see the site setting switches to page settings. And here we can change the structure from simple to tabbed. Now this becomes relevant in the database tab section that we will come to after this. So let's ignore this for now, but you have all these other options. So what we can do here is we can decide on the inline comments. Do we want to have them default or minimal on these database pages, like we already had that? For normal pages, we can decide to turn on or off page discussions, so full page comments if we want to. We can decide, do we want to see the property icons or not? I personally like to keep them on. You can decide, because currently these database pages are not in full width, to say all the pages in that database should be full width. And you can toggle on database templates. So as you can also read here, if enabled, empty pages will show the template picker. You can toggle this on or off. I like to toggle this on. So little action step, make inline comments minimal and make sure that all the other toggles are toggled on. Now, the next thing that you can do is, if you change your mind, you can just click on cancel and everything that you did will get canceled and you will get out of this menu. Or you can say just reset to the original page layout, then everything here and in the other menu here will get back to the original, how it was before. So there is always a back, so you don't have to build this back. You can just click on cancel or click on reset to original, and everything you did in one step will get back to original. Now let's talk about these different sort of callouts, these groups. The first one I want to show you is the property group. And the property groups shows all the properties that are in the database. And there can only be one property group. So you can't split this and create two property groups. There can only be one group for properties. Now, what we want to do is, because, as you know, this is the page, it takes very long to scroll down. What we want to do is we want to, as you previously saw, move this over to the side panel. So now this is in the side panel that we can open if we want, and the page is actually very neat and organized, and I don't need to scroll down. The next thing here is, if you might remember, we had different sections, and this is what we want to do now. So here, click on Add Section, and I will now tell you what sections we want to create. The first one we want to call Information, then click on Done. Then we need one that is called Performance, also click on Done. Then we need another one that is called Roles, and last but not least, we need one that is called Background. Now I actually see I edited in the whole wrong direction. So hold on this and move this to the top, and then move Performance under it, Roles under that, and Background at the bottom, because in Background we will later store properties that just work in the background or that we can't even manipulate, like formulas that work in the background and so on. So this is at the bottom and the hardest to access. So what we want to do now is we want to drag the properties into the right section. And what you can do now is you can, now let's take this comments because I know it's in performance. Let's drag comments, hold on this, and then you can drag it into a different section and drop it in here. And this is what we want to do now for the whole property group. Now, let me actually do this, and then I will give you the finished layout because I have a cheat sheet here where I can see this. And then I will show you this. You can pause the video and rebuild it. So now I did everything, and I will now show you. These are the properties in information. These are the properties in performance. These are the properties in roles, and these are the properties in background. As of now, in information, something will slightly change, but for that, I need to explain you some other things. Now, what we also want to make sure is that on the right, you have these eyes, and you can say always show, hide when empty, or always hide. And this was relevant before there were this layout builder, because you had this very, very long list. And for example, for background properties, you then just said always hide. So then they don't show up, and they only show up if you expand the list to show every property. So just keep the eye like always show for every single property. For that, we created different sections. Now, another thing that we can do is we can't create another property group, but we can create own groups for single properties. Like, for example, I could add a single group for the description. For that, what I just do is I right click and then I add click to layout. And then it will show up as a single section under heading. Now, what I can do is I can also from here say move to the panel, then it will show up as its own section here, or I can again drag it over here. This is where we want this. So I can add own sections for specific properties. And this is especially great for long formulas. I will show you everything about formulas in the next big chapter, in chapter 7. But if you have a very long formula or a long description, here this can become very messy. Here you can add this because also of full width, you can display it in one single row. Now, one thing in addition to these groups is you can also manipulate this. So I could move this to the panel, as you already saw. I could add it to a group. So I could erase this own block here and say, I want to merge this again with information. Then I would click this, and say, for example, information, and it will show up here. The last thing here is remove from layout. And this will give you two options. And here it's very important to listen closely. I can say I want to remove this from the layout. That means that the property will still be visible in database views and the page's property group. So the property will still exist here, but this own section will get deleted. What the other thing will do is this will remove the section and delete the description property. So if you click this, you will remove the own section and delete the property. So this is what I don't want to do now. If you would like to do it, click here. Now I want to click on cancel. Now, one additional thing to these own sections, you can create them for different properties. One thing I have to say though, is there are some properties for which it makes more sense, because if they are in their own section, you get a different, better display option. This is, for example, for number properties. If you have, for example, a number here in likes, it will show up very small. If you have its own section, there will be a big number. Same is for things like, for example, files and media. If you have this here, it will show up. It will show a very small picture. If you have it as its own section, it will show up very big, like here for thumbnails. The last property of these three where it makes sense is assignee, because assignee will also show up bigger if you do it. Now, what we want to do is let's actually do that for thumbnail. Click on thumbnail, click on add to layout, and then switch this over. Here you can, of course, also change the order, by the way. You can move this to the panel and then bring this to the top. Here we have the normal property settings, but we can choose different styles, landscape, portrait, square, and it will really give us a bigger picture than compared to if we have a thumbnail in here. Telling you this leaves us now with two last sections, two last groups. The first one is the heading group. Now in this pin section, you can pin infinite properties. You could put all the properties in here, but the thing is they stack up horizontally. So at some point, if it doesn't fit in there, you have to scroll to the right and to the left. So at some point, it doesn't make sense to pin more properties. So I would look what are the most important properties that should go in there and only pin so much that it makes sense. If you don't have a problem with scrolling a bit to the right, that's okay. If you have a problem with that, then just stay until it fits and only pin up that many properties. And the most important properties that you want to pin here are the assignee, the the status, the video URL, and the the publish, the upload date. Now we can change this here. So upload date is before that. And now we can see we have the four most important properties here. The last group that we want to talk about, because you can see we have a relation to tasks here. And for relations, it's a bit hidden, but you can create a dedicated relations group. For that, let's click on the task database relation, right click, click add to layout. And here in the three settings, you have an additional advanced option that says convert to relations group. And if you click on this, you can create, and the name switches here, a relations group. And same here, you can only have one relations group. So you can, of course, create a different section for a relation, but same as with the property group, there can only be one relations group. And here you can decide which layout you want. You can say show as a page section like this, or show as minimal, so they show up hidden and you need to click on the relation to actually show them. Now here, if I would have another relation, I could then also create an own section for this, right click, and then you don't have the option anymore to create relations group. Then it will say add to relations group, and you can literally store all the relations in here. Now, the last thing that we need to do, because here we are finished, we can click on apply to all pages. And now we have this new layout applied. Here we have the relation and we can see everything in here. Now that we talked about the database layout, let's move on to the next topic, which is sort of deeply intertwined, and this is database tabs. This is what you previously saw when I said move from simple to tabbed layout. And Notion tabs are the latest addition to this database layout. So let me move over to the left side, and here you can see on both sides we have a other task database that is related to the content database. And here, previously, what we did is we added a linked view in the body. So here I could see the two tasks in a linked view, but you can also create tabs. So I can create a tab with a linked view, which makes this in some cases pretty nice to handle because I have a different tab, for example, for tasks, or here open tasks, whatever. Now here you don't have to change this because there is no filter that is set to me. Of course, here I added conditional coloring that says if something is before today, it will get red, but because there is also no filter like something is set to today, you don't have to change this if you don't want to. Of course, you can do it. So these are tabs, and now let's recreate it. Go to the right side, go to Content Database Layouts, and click here. One additional thing I forgot is how to actually open the site. I quickly clicked through this because I know how to do it, but let me quickly show you. You can click here on the three dots to open and close it, and you can also click here to open and close it. These are the two ways. So now let's recreate this ourselves. Click on Add Customize Layout again, and then we first need to click here in the space and switch to a tabbed layout. Now this will give us the first tab, which is the Content tab, the main sort of normal tab. So what we can do now is we can, by clicking the plus, add a new tab. Let's do this. And here we now have all the different relations to that database available. So what we want to do here is we want to access our existing tasks relation. And here again, this view in tabs is a normal database view. So you have the same settings available here, nothing different. The only difference is because we access the relation directly, the sort of self-referencing filter gets automatically applied. We don't have to do this like we did it previously. And here we have the same settings. As I just said, I can apply the same things like filtering, sorting, grouping, conditional, coloring, like in a normal table view. Now let's actually do this again. So we deepen the knowledge and we actually set it up in the tab. So what we want to display are the properties name, then person, status, and then we miss some properties. We can also add them from here, like in a normal table view. Add it, date, and then rename it to due date. Add another date here and call it due date. Now we also have them. We can drag this under here and we can hide the relation because we know in what related page we are. The filter got automatically applied, so we can instantly move on to sorting. For sorting, we want to sort by the due date ascending. Now, one thing that you can't do is you can't input data here from the layout builder. That is not possible. That is only possible if you quit this after you did some edits. Now, let's quickly, before we move on, also add a grouping. We want to group by person, and we want to add a conditional coloring that if the date is after today in regard to the due date, so if the due date was already, and I think it's this direction that you see this, and if the date is after, so today is after that due date, then we want the entire row to be red. So if this due date is past, this will turn red. And that's basically it. We can now, of course, shrink this. Double click here, double click here, double click here, double click here, double click here. No, I don't know why this happened. Expand it a bit. And now we configured the same view. I could also rename this to tasks and also manipulate the filter to say we want to only see open task. Then this is a normal filter. Upgrade this to an advanced filter and add that the status is not done. By now, this should be very easy for you. Important to say for these tabs is we have one content tab with this content section at the bottom where we can write text. Now, these tabs allow us to only add one view. You can't write anything here at the bottom. You can't add multiple views. You have one view per tab. Of course, if you think a bit around the corner, you could add a dashboard view in a tab, and by doing this, have multiple views in a tab. So I could add a dashboard view in this tab here and add different task views, maybe even charts for tasks. This is the only way to get more out of this. One downside that this has is these tabs can only be adjusted in the layout builder. So if we, for now, click on apply and I want to change something here, like add a property or manipulate something, it won't work. You need to open the layout builder and here you can then customize the tab. Compared with a link view in the body, you can instantly make changes. So this is what you prefer. If you have a bunch of linked views in the body, of course, you can put them in toggles and so on, but it can become very cluttered very fast. Another downside for them is here, as we just did it, we need to build every single view from the ground up. We can't create a view in the full page database and then here apply that like we did in linked views. Here, every single view, even though you have a view that is the exact same in the full page database, you need to rebuild it. Otherwise, it's not possible currently. But an upside is I can, by doing that, by creating tabs, I don't need to clutter my content window here. I can create infinite tabs with different views that I need. Now, when I am done, as I just did, I can click on apply to all pages. And now I have that tab. I could also add dates if I want to. Now that we built this, you might be, why do I need linked views in the first place? Why did you show me this? I can use tabs and all my headaches are gone. But let me actually give you two use cases where linked views actually make sense. Now, database tabs apply to all pages in a database. You can't create different layouts for different pages like you could do it with templates. A layout applies to all the entries. So this tab will be featured in all the entries. Now, let's say you have a content database and in there you have, for example, normally YouTube videos and YouTube shorts. And there is a tab that only applies to YouTube videos, but not to shorts. So why should they be in shorts? So for that, in the database template for normal YouTube videos, you could place a linked view of that database that you only need for the YouTube videos in the body. And then this linked view will only get used and displayed for the YouTube entries where you use the YouTube template. Not for every entry because you put it in tabs. So for entries, you only need some entries. Consider placing them still in the body. Now, one thing to keep in mind, and this is an advantage for the tabs, is if I, for example, forgot to add the due date and I have it as a normal link view here in the body and I forget, for example, to display the due date and I have multiple entries, I need to go in the link view and display the due date for every single entry by hand. Now, for the tabs, if I want to do a change, I go into any page, into customizing layout, and then, for example, let's say it's hidden, and then I can here say properties, display the due date, click on apply to all pages, and then it will automatically get applied for all the pages in the tab automatically because tabs apply to all pages. So it's worth considering ups and downsides. Maybe you don't want to clutter this because you have different things like YouTube video shorts where you don't need every tab and place it in the body, but also think about this if you don't place it in a tab and you forgot something or need to change it and you have it as a link view, you need to change this in every single entry. So here is yet another slide that will show you this even better. Now remember the example with the different templates, the different entries for YouTube videos and normal YouTube shorts. And here you can see I have different templates and tabs apply to all pages. So you see in every page you have content, you have tasks, here also content tasks, but in this template I place a link view in the body because for entries with this template I only need it, then it will only show up in pages that use this template at the bottom, and in this it won't clutter the page. But now that's basically it. Let's move on to sub-items. Now, the next thing I want to talk with you about are sub-items. For this, I prepared yet another slide. So let's take a look. What you can see here is we have a normal task database at the first view. We have a name, we have a date, and we have a status. But then you can see now this is a V and this is a bigger than, but this should actually show a toggle. So think of this as a closed toggle, like with the toggle list, and this as a open toggle. So we have a parent task, which is edit the video, and the due date is the 22nd of March. And you can see this parent task is in progress. And then we have sub-items, subtasks in that case. So we have the parent task, which is edit the video. And for that task, we break it down into smaller chunks. We have the first cut, we have the rough cut, and we have the fine cut for that. And these are all subtasks that we can tick off for that parent task. You can see first cut is already done, rough cut is in progress, and the fine cut is not started. So you can see this parent task is currently in progress because not everything is done, not everything is not started. So there is something happening. So in Notion, what you can do is you can create a parent subtask relation to add subtasks for a task. Now, this is what it looks like if it's closed, and then you can toggle it so you can see the subtasks. But now let me actually show you what it looks like in Notion. Now here in Notion, let's actually go to the left side. First, let me actually show you on the left side in Notion what it looks like. So here you can see we have two tasks. One is edit YouTube video. We have a person, due date, and a due date for every task. And we have another task that is design homepage layout. Now, every one of these tasks has subtasks that you can see if you open the toggle. Here we have these 4 tasks: first cut, rough cut, fine cut, final cut. And they all have their own status, their own person, due and due date. And same for the other task. We have gather reference designs, create a draft, finalize responsive mockups, and all of them have their own options. So now let's go to the right side and let's actually build it ourselves. So what you need to do is you need to go here to settings and then to more settings. So this is the section that I skipped previously. Now let's go to sub items here and then turn on sub items. Now, once you did that, we have a bunch of different options. And now you see for our tasks, we now have the option to create sub items. So for now, let's actually create the task first cut. Let's assign me here. I could also change this if I want to, and let's say that it's actually March 6th. So I go back to March and also March 7th. So we created our first sub item here. Now that we created the first, let's also create all the other ones. So here I could add another one that is rough cut. And what I can do is I can add another one here that is fine cut, and the last one that is the final cut. And what I can do now, because it's the same person, it's the same due date, and it's the same due date, I can just pull it down and I successfully created all my subtasks. Now, there is another thing that I can do in a second, but first let's also add all the other subtasks for design homepage layout. Now I quickly added also the other 3 tasks here. There is also something happening in the background. So let's click here and you can see we got 2 new relations. One is called parent item and one sub item. And these are self relations. So these are relations from this task database to itself. So you can see for the parent task, we have 4 subtasks: first cut, rough cut, fine cut, and final cut. And these show up in this sub item relation. Then we have first cut, which doesn't have a subtask, but has a parent task. If I click here, you can see the parent task shows up here and no subtask. For fine cut, we have a parent task and we also have a subtask. So you can also see the relations between them with the parent item and sub-item relation properties. Now, one thing in regard to sub-items that I want to tell you is now in a table view, sub-items look like this, but they actually will show up differently in different database views. So in a gallery view, they look different than in a table view. So just to keep that in mind. So basically, in this table view, for example, you can either see the relations in this toggle, or you can also see it in the relation properties in every single page. Now, let me actually walk over these different settings. Go to sub-items here. And now let's talk about these two settings. Now, the first one is nested in toggle, and this is the option that we currently have. Now, there is also the option to use flattened list, and then you only see the parent tasks, and you see this little sub-item arrow and a 4. So you see we have 4 sub-items for that task, and here we have 3. But actually, the find cut also has a subtask. So in total, we would have 5, but only the subtasks for the parent task show up. So here you could not see the add music task in any way. So here we can only see how many sub-item exists, but if we want to see how the relation is and what they are, we need to go into the relation. The last option here is the disabled option, and here you won't have this toggle anymore because subtask and parent task show up in the same way. The only way to see how they are connected is if you go into every single task and see the relation properties. Now, 2 things that are my personal recommendation is I would personally use the toggle option. So the option right here, the first one, and I would basically never go deeper than 2 layers in, because if you here also create a sub item, and then it can get pretty chaotic. So 1 to 2 layers max. Now there is another option, which is the filter option, and let me actually show you this. But to do that, we actually need to add a filter. And for that, we want to set our first cut to done, and then we want to filter by status is not, and then select done. Now go to the settings, open sub-items, and then let's actually walk over this. So the current option that we have for filtering is we have parent only. That means that if a parent page doesn't match the filter, also the subtask won't show up. So let me actually put this to done, and now you can see everything disappears, also the subtasks. Now let me reverse that actually. So you saw we filter by parent items only, and if the parent item doesn't match the filter criteria, also the sub items will not show up. And if a parent item actually matches the filter, even the subtasks that don't match the filter criteria show up. They are grayed out, but you will see them. Like, for example, this first cut subtask, sub-item. It's done, but it shows up here, but it's actually grayed out. So this is something to keep in mind. The second option, let's go over here to sub-items, is parents and sub-items. And this means that if parent items match the criteria, of course, they show up here, but now we also filter by sub-items and not parent items only. So the sub-items that don't match the filter criteria won't show up. This is why first cut is now not here anymore. Now let me show you another thing. Let's say I put, doesn't make sense, but I put the parent item to done. So now the parent item no longer matches the filter, but the sub items. Now, if we only filter by parent task, we previously saw the sub task don't show up. If I filter this by done, you can see the parent task even shows up, but now it's grayed out because it doesn't match the filter criteria. But we also filter by subtasks, and now this means that we can see the subtasks that match the filter criteria, even though the parent task doesn't match the filter criteria, and for that reason it's grayed out. Now let's actually move on to the third option that we also covered this. And for now, let me actually reverse this. So we have our basic layout, and then let's activate sub items only. And this means if a subtask doesn't match the filter criteria, also the parent task, even if it would match the filter, but now we filter by sub items, won't show up. So let me create another parent page. And for that, of course, I need to switch over to parent only. For now, I have my other parent task. And for that, let's actually create another on the fly subtask, and let's set this to done and switch to sub items. And now you can see the subtask for which we filter now only by doesn't match the filter criteria, and now also the parent task don't shows up. Now let me turn back, and this is also if the subtask matches the criteria. And if I then toggle on sub items only, if the subtask, the sub item matches the filter criteria, if we use sub item only, also the parent task will show up, but it's grayed out. And now these are basically the three options for displaying and the three options for filtering. Now let's get to the advanced settings. And what you can do here is for the relation property, you can actually decide what relation represents sub-items. Currently, sub-items are shown in our sub-item property. But what you can also do, I don't know for what reason, you can activate the full chaos. You can say, okay, now I want to show my subtasks in the parent task relation. So you put a reverse on this and create chaos. But if you like it, you can activate that subtasks show up in the parent task relation. Now, the last thing here is actually to show the nesting toggle on title. Now, if you have your title, your name of the page on as the first property, it will show up next to the name property here. But if we move this over and place another property at the start, the toggle options will remain at the start and will get displayed next to this other property. Now, if we toggle this on, this means that this will always be tied to the name. So if we move this over, it will still stick to the name. So this is just personal preference. You can decide what you want to use. But remember, you have this option available to change that. Now, one last thing I previously talked about, sub-items and different views. Now, sub-items are not available for the views map and feed. And now that we have subtasks, let's talk about dependencies. And for this, let's switch back to the slideshow. Now here you can see we have a projects database. And this arrow represents a timeline. So this is a timeline view. You remember the timeline view is where you can see the calendar and scroll from left to right. Now we have projects. So this project could be, for example, from the start of this week to next week. Then we have project 2, which starts in the middle of the next week and then to the middle of the week after that. Now, previously, we just had the projects floating around in the calendar. But what also can happen sometimes is that projects are dependent on other projects. Like, for example, project 2 can only start if project 1 is finished. So project 2 is dependent on project 1. And for this, you can activate dependencies in Notion databases. And then you can link entries of the database to one another, and then you can see, okay, project 2 is dependent on project 1 and project 3 is dependent on project 2, but project 4 is actually not dependent on anything. And now let me actually show you what this looks like in Notion. So here on the left side, let's first close this and open dependencies. And here you can see in the timeline, let's scroll over to the left a bit. And here you can see this is the case. We have project 1, project 2, project 3, and you can see project 2 is dependent on project 1. As well as what you can see is that project 3 is not dependent on anything. So let's move over to the right side and let's actually create it ourselves. So let's go in here and then go to the settings, go to more settings again, and click on dependencies. Now here, as of now, let's stay with everything how it is and let's click on turn on dependencies. Now in the timeline view, we can scroll over to the left again, and then we can create our first dependency. So we can go here, hold this and drag this over here and then let go. And this created our first dependency. Now, same as with sub items and parent items, you get two new properties. You get blocked by and blocking, same to parent item and sub item. And if we create a dependency, now it's snapped back, it will actually see what a project is blocked by and what it is blocking. So if I say project 2 is dependent on project 1, you will see that project 1 would show up here as blocked by for project 2, and here project 2 would show up because project 1 is blocking project 2. So you can always also go in here and see the dependencies. Another thing here to keep in mind is that dependencies show up differently in different databases. So here they show up like this, in a timeline differently, and so on. So just keep that in mind. The best view, there is a best view for dependencies, is actually the timeline view. So if you turn on dependencies, definitely make sure to also create a timeline view. They literally go hand in hand. Because here, now it's snapped back, you can clearly see visually with arrows what is dependent on what and what is not dependent on anything, way better than just in a simple table view. Now let's actually get to the settings again. Here, click on more settings and then on dependencies. And now we have these three different options. The first one is shift when dates overlap. And this basically means, now let me move this by 1 day. So if I now relate these two things, is if things overlap, as you can see here in this animation, the blocked by item will automatically shift. So let me move this over here. And now if I let go, you can see. Now, one thing I just stumbled across is I was just, why is it not working? You have, if this is turned on, so the eye is not crossed through, you need to click on it. So you have the text saying hide dependencies in view, because I toggled this off and I now was like, why isn't it working? So let me shift this back and now it shows up here again. So the situation is that we now created a dependency. Let me also show this again, is we can drag this from here to here. That I say now project 2 is dependent on project 1. And you can also see this in the table here. Now the first option is this, if you go here to more settings, dependencies, is to shift when dates overlap. So this means that if they like this overlap, and if I now let go, you can see that the other project, project 2, will shift to avoid the overlap. And exactly that happened. So the other option that we have available here is to shift and maintain the time between the items. That means that, let's say I have 1 day difference between these two. If I now move this to this day, now in the first option, it says that it doesn't overlap, so nothing happens. But here, it will actually move to maintain that same difference. So here, everything is about maintaining the same difference. And this even happens when I go back 1 day. Project 2 will also shift back 1 day. And the last option is actually the simplest one, and this is do not automatically shift. If they overlap, nothing happens, but you can then see that something overlaps here. Maybe if this is really a hard due date and you can't shift this, then you can turn this on for the whole database if you have these kind of projects, and then you can see here they overlap. Now that we talked about the 3 different options, let me show you how to actually get rid of a dependency in the timeline view. What you do for this is you just click on the end of this arrow, and then you get this little red cross. And if you click on this, the dependency goes away. They are not longer dependent. And my basic recommendation is, if we look into the settings, we have these 3. I basically have to say I like the do not automatically shift option the most. Now, another thing that you can do is, if you activate one of the first things, is we can say avoid weekends. And what avoiding weekend means, that it prevents shifting items from starting or ending on weekends. So what I did is I set the end of project 1 to a Thursday and the start of project 2 to a Friday. And if I would now, because it shifts when overlap, which means that now they overlap, and project 2 would get shifted by 1 day, and this would be Saturday, this would be on a weekend. But because we turned on avoid weekends, it will shift to Monday. Now, if we toggle this off, it will normally get then shifted to Saturday. So keep this in mind. Maybe you want to turn on avoid shifting weekends or off, and then it will just get shifted to Saturday. What we also have here is we have advanced settings, and here we can also activate the full chaos. We can say that blocking is actually shown as blocked by, so you literally put a reverse on this, but this is basically something where I don't see the reason. So if you don't want chaos, stay away from this. And the last thing that you can here turn on in the timeline view, this is something that confused me a bit at the start because it was not on my radar that I toggled this off, is you can say don't show the arrows. And if you do that, the dependencies, the arrows in orange won't show up. And that's basically everything for dependencies. Now let's move on to my tasks. So in Notion, you can create different databases, like for example, one for tasks, one for notes, one for books, one for content, one for projects, and so on. But you can literally turn a database in a task database, so that this database is then really in the Notion system a task database where you capture tasks. And here in the sidebar, you also have a dedicated My Tasks option. Now, optimal case, let's say you work in a company environment, is that you only have one task database. And literally this applies to all the other databases. You only want one database of one kind. So not multiple tasks database, not multiple projects databases, all in one. And with some new database permissions, Notion launched from last year till now, it gets so good that you can really only use one, for example, one task database, and you don't have any security or privacy issues. So my basic recommendation, only use one task database and not more. But if you can't avoid it for whatever reason, or you already have multiple and it's for whatever reason too complicated to merge them, then you have the option to turn a database into a task database, and all these databases will show up here in the My Task section. So here I activated this. You can see under more settings, I have the option to undo task database. So this is activated. Now let's also do this ourselves. Let's click on the right side, click on My Tasks, click on the settings here, more settings, and turn this into tasks. So then you will get this little pop-up window, and this says there needs to be an assignee property. This is what we have. Otherwise, we could create a new one. We need a status property, which is what we have. And we need a due date or a date property. And once you have this, you can turn this into a task database. And now that we did that, we can go in the sidebar to the bottom to My Tasks. And here you then have a dedicated view and you can configure your tasks sources. Let's say I want these two. I want the My Tasks from the left side and the My Tasks from the right side. And if you click on Done, you can see, now let me actually switch this from me, because in there I had my old accounts, my old Leon account and the Leon 2 account. So let's toggle off me, and you can see we have all the 3 entries from the left side. So from the first My Tasks database I showed you, and also the entries from the My Tasks database where we just toggled on My Tasks. And you can see this, the left side My Tasks database is with task with an uppercase T and the other one with a lowercase t. So if you have multiple task database, you can literally go in here, add them, and have all the tasks in one glance. And you also see from which database they come from. And this is basically, if you can't avoid to use one unified task database, then this helps you to keep an eye on all your tasks. But now that we have this, let's actually talk about sprints. And for this, I have another slide. So here you can see I have a sprint database and I have 2 entries. I have a sprint 1 and a sprint 2. I have an owner, I have a date, and I have a relation to the task database. And here for a sprint, you have a date range. That sprint is from the 20th of April to the 3rd of May. And then we have another sprint. We have the 4th of May. So May the 4th, and this is until the 17th of May. So this is 2 weeks and this is 2 weeks. So for every sprint, we can then relate the tasks that you want to achieve in that sprint. Because sprints are a time-based grouping of tasks. Projects are context-based, for example, create a web page. A sprint is time-based, for example, this next 2 weeks. So you basically say in the next time frame, for however long you want your sprints be, in this case 2 weeks, I want to achieve these tasks. First of all, in order to access sprints, because if you don't know this, you can search very long for them, you need to activate turn into tasks. And if you activated this, then you have the option to activate sprints. So let's move over to Notion and let's close this off and open this. And here you can see we have the task database. It's called task sprints. Here I already activated the turn into tasks option. And now we have a relation to the sprints database. This is what you can see here. We have the sprints database that holds all the different sprints. And we also have a sprints board where you can see just different views for the sprints and the tasks that belong to the sprint. But now let's actually activate this ourselves. Let's click here on the right side, go to settings, click on more settings. First of all, turn this into a task database, and then you have the option sprint available here. Now, if you click on this, we can then turn on sprints, and then you can see we get the sprint board and sprints added. Now that we activated this, let's actually talk about the settings for sprints. The first one is that you can set a duration. You have the option 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and up to 8 weeks. I personally would go for 2 weeks, and this is also what I heard from other people who know way more about sprints than me. Then you can select when sprint starts. Now in Notion, you already saw you have the option for a week to start on Sunday, and you have the option to start on any other day. Now my work week starts on Monday, so I will say start on Monday. Then, which can definitely happen, is you don't achieve every task. You can't complete every task in a sprint. Then if the sprint is over, these tasks are still in the sprint. And here you can then decide what should happen to these tasks. And here you have the option, move them to the next sprint. So for example, from sprint 1 to sprint 2, move them to backlog. Backlog means that a task has no sprint assigned, so all the tasks that are not in a sprint, or just keep it in the current sprint and then you can do things manually. Maybe move some to the next sprint, maybe put some in backlog, whatever. The next option is automated sprints. And if you toggle this on, this means that sprints complete automatically before the start of the next sprint. So we already saw we have one sprint ending on the 3rd of May, another starting on the 4th of May. And this means that automatically the sprint that ends on the 3rd of May gets automatically completed by the system. If you want this, you can toggle this on. If you would like to do this manually, you can do it manually. The last option before the turn off sprints, this will deactivate the sprints feature that is built in entirely, is you can say manage sprints from this view. And if you manage sprints from here, you will get this current sprint view, how many tasks are completed, and you can complete a sprint if you want to. But this is something I wouldn't recommend because you want to manage the sprints from the sprints database. Now, let me show you the other views. First of all, we have the sprint board, and there we can see the current sprint 1. Now, currently, we don't have any tasks assigned to this. Otherwise, the tasks will show up in the right status. We have sprint planning. Now, let me actually move this in here to show you this. Back to the first view, you can see we have 2 tasks and not started for the current sprint. 0 of 2 tasks are completed. Now, in sprint planning, you can then see the current sprints, and this is dynamic. That shows you the current sprint. We have the next sprint, which is sprint 2. The last sprint that happened before this one, and we have backlog, so items, tasks, as you just saw, with no sprint assigned. The other view, also here you have a dedicated backlog view, is the sprints database. It's not a view, it's a database. We have the sprints database, and here you can see all the different sprints with a status. This one is the current sprint, this one is the next sprint, and then we have future sprints, which is sprint 3 in this example. Now, important to say for the status, because this is a built-in mechanism, is you can't mess with this. You can change things, but you can't add any other properties or whatever. It's not possible because this is a hard-coded feature in Notion. It's not something that you can design yourself. So the basic mechanism for sprints is you plan before a sprint what you want to do, then you have the sprint and do everything, and then you review. For example, if you go for 2 weeks, after 2 weeks, you review the current sprint and you see what went good and what didn't go well, so I can make it better next time. And that's basically it for sprints. Now the next topic that we have is actually the second last one, and that is a CSV import. Now, before we do that in Notion, let me actually open another slide. So what we have here is we have a spreadsheet, for example, in Excel or in Google Sheets. And then we have a row, and in there we have, for example, client 1, and we have an expense called subscription 1. And then we have different columns, the name, the amount, and the date. Now, if we want to import that data from the spreadsheet into a Notion database, you would turn this into a CSV, and then it shows up like this. It says name, comma, amount, comma, date, and then all the different values like client 1, 5,000, and then the date, subscription 1, amount, and date, and it's all separated by a comma. This is why it's called comma separated values. So you get this format, which is a CSV. And with that CSV in Notion, you can then fill out things in the database. For example, client 1, subscription 1, amount, date, and date. So this is the basic mechanism. Now let's go to Notion, and we have a CSV here. You can open this to see what it looks like, and then we have the database where everything got important. And you can see, yes, we only have one entry here, but previously this was in a spreadsheet. And now we have the name, subscription, the date, the amount spent, we have a note, and we have a subscription category. Now what you need to do is you need to download this CSV file to your computer. And once you did that, let's go over here, and then you can write /CSV. And this will open the import menu here. And then what you can do here is you can upload the CSV that you just downloaded. And once you did that, you can see we have two import methods. We have create a new database. Let's say you don't have a database actually what you want to move this to, or you can say move this into an existing database. Like let's say, for example, you currently have some of your expenses in Excel and some in Notion, and you want to move them from Excel to Notion. Then you can say import to existing database. Now I want to create a new database. Then we can choose the import location, and this should be this page. If we have an existing database, then here we can select the existing database. So now let's click on Map CSV Headers. And here what we can do is in your spreadsheet software, Google Sheets, Excel, whatever, you always have the heading row where you can see what name a specific column has. And in the CSV, this is also the first line. So you can say, use the first row as headers in Notion. Then the first row of that spreadsheet, they turn into the name for the properties. If you don't do this, we just get normal name, date, amount, note. So the name of the property values as the name, and then we don't map this over. In this case, I want to use the headers for the columns from the spreadsheet, from the CSV, and turn them into name for the properties. Now, the last thing you want to do here is you want to specify what type of property a column in Excel is. The name is just normal title. The date is a date property here. Let's select full date. The amount is a number property. The note is a text property. And you can also always go for don't import if you don't want to import a specific property. Now, if we click on import CSV, and you can see for whatever reason, it didn't get the dates. I need to take a look at this again, why it didn't pull over the date. I think I made a mistake in the spreadsheet software with the right cell format. But now we have the date, we have the amount. Of course, now don't think about date here. And then we have note, and now we transformed everything from the spreadsheet via the CSV into a Notion database. Now ignore this. I will need to take a look in this again where my mistake was, but everything else worked. Now, one thing to say is if you import data from your spreadsheet software into an existing Notion database and you have a column in Excel, but you don't have a corresponding property in Notion, this will with the import just get automatically created and filled out with the data from the column from the spreadsheet software. If a column doesn't exist in Excel, but you have a property in Notion, like for example for categories, just nothing happens. It is not in Excel, it won't get featured in the CSV, and nothing will get filled out in the Notion property. This is just the last thing that I want to give you in regard to the import. But now that's it for importing things to Notion. Now let's talk about database permissions. So what we want to do in this chapter is we want to share a database with another person, for example, a guest or a team member. But they shouldn't have access in general to the database because maybe there are some entries that they shouldn't see. They should only see the entries where they are assigned to. So they are in the person property. But still, they need to be able to add new entries by themselves. So we want to share the items they are assigned to, not the whole database, but they should be able to add pages on their own. So for this, again, I already did it on the left side. You can just watch it or also do it, but you need to do it on the right side. Is here you need to leave the second entry empty. And for the first one, either leave it how it is, or if you have a second account, add it here and switch it from what is in there. And down here, you need to switch that the second task is assigned to you and the first task is assigned to the other account, or just leave it the way it is. Now, before I show you the permission system that we want to build, the first thing is actually to go into the share menu on the materials page. And if you there invited previously the admin group with full access, then for now remove it. Once you did that, let me actually show you. Let's go in the clients database and let's go sharing here. In the clients database, we have the normal permissions, and then I have page level access to, if someone is in the person property, they can edit. This transfers to my second account, and here in my second account, I can see both entries, but I can only manipulate the first one where I am mentioned. So here in the first one, I can change, for example, the person here. In the other one, where I am not featured here, I can't change anything. I don't have the permission, which is how it should be. My second account should only have access to this client and can only change because it's his client. Then we also have the task database. And here in plain English, I say my other account has no access to that database. They can only add pages in general. But if a person, so my other account is mentioned in this person here, they can see this entry where they are mentioned and they can edit it. As well as if they add a page by themselves, which they can do, they can then edit that page. So let's move over to my other account. Here on my other account, you can see, because I don't have access to the database in the first place, it doesn't show up here. But I created another linked view of this, and here, because I only have access, I'm only mentioned in the first entry in person, I can only see the first entry, which is what we wanted. And here I can literally, if I open this, edit this, because I have can edit permission if I am mentioned here. And we also have another option. I could also add an entry like task 3 and then change things here. For example, change this to me and assign the client, the example client, and I can do this and it will also show up on my other account as an added task. So we can collaborate on this level. But now let's talk about the general permissions. For full access and can edit, these are literally the same as on a normal page. With full access, you can do everything. With can edit, you can't share the database with other people. That's basically it. Then if you go in here, for example, and let's go to my account here, I also have another option that says can edit content, and this is unique to databases. And what this means is if I have can edit access, I can edit the entries and manipulate the data, but I can't mess with the overall structure. I can't, for example, rename this property. I can't shrink. I can't delete it. I can only edit the content of the database, not the structure. For that, you need can edit or full access. The other permissions, can comment, can view, and even no access, are literally the same as on a page. You can then, if you have can comment access, can't even mess with the entries. You can only leave comments, and with can view, you can only view at the data. You can't even comment. Now, as you just saw, there is also a can create pages toggle, but we will talk about this more in a second. Then, besides the normal permissions for a database, there are granular permissions. These are called page level access. And if we go in here, this is at the bottom. So with the first permissions, we generally say we want to share the whole database with other people and then decide on the rights. So for example, I could share a database with, let's call the person John, the whole database, and say you can only view the database, but you can see anything. But sometimes we don't want to give John all the entries in the database because there are maybe some things that John shouldn't see, or whatever the case is for not sharing everything. Or we don't want to give him the same access level for different entries. And this is where granular database permissions come in handy, because as you just saw, I can say a person has no access to the database, only to the entries where they are added in the person property. And these granular database permission, called page level access, always work on person properties. So either things like a normal person property or a created by property, everywhere where you can see people. So in this case, in the task database, I did it based on the person property and also the created by property. So just remember that. And here, now this is a page level permission for adding pages. This is a page level permission for when they are only mentioned, but the entry got created by another person. Here, the max access is can edit. In the other one, if they create it, they also have full access as an option. And when they have full access, then that means that if they create a page in a database, they also have the right to share that created page. Can edit in these granular permissions means that these granular permissions work on the entries. So can edit means that they can't edit the database structure. Can edit for these page level access means that they can edit the properties. So they could, for example, edit the person property or the checkbox. So can edit in here doesn't refer to edit the database structure, it refers to edit the content. The last two things are basically the same. Like we already have it, can comment, can view. You can say in general, no one has access to that database, but if they are assigned in the person property, they can maybe view. Then they can see that entry, but they can only view it. So you can do pretty nice things like you already saw. You can say a person has no access to the database, but if they are in the person property, they can edit that entry. And if they create entries on their own, they can also edit these entries. Now let's talk about the can add pages option. Now that we have this set up, let's say that my other account is the client account, that the client has no access to the task database and only to items they are assigned to. There is one missing piece currently. Now here I already created this. And by the way, we will also rebuild this in a second. So you can just follow along. As of now, we will build this in a second. Now, if we don't have this and we say no access, then the client currently can only see entries they are assigned to, but they can't create new entries. And for that, this can create pages comes in handy. And this is actually the latest addition from Notion. I think it was launched like 2 months ago. And this allows people then, even if they don't have access to a database, to create new entries. Previously, there were some workarounds with, for example, a teleform and then via make, but now it's pretty easy natively in Notion. So you can find this. Let's go to the permission for my second account. Let's assume that's the client. For can comment, can view, and no access, we have this toggle where we can say, okay, they have this permission, but with these 3 permissions, they can't add pages to the database. Only with can edit content, can edit, or full access, they can add pages to databases. But here we can say, okay, they have no access, but they can add pages. So now let's recreate this on the right side. Let's go over to the right side. And first, in clients, what we want to do is for the person, here we want to assign the other account. And then in sharing, we want to select my other account. Then we want to go for can view and create pages. As of now, in a second, we will switch that to no access. But I want to show you that you can also do this from can view, as I previously showed you. So we have can view and then create pages. And then you get this pop-up. What of these two access options the person should have if they create pages on their own. And here we have can edit the page they can create, so they can't share it. And we have full access to the page they create. So if they create a page, they can also share that. For now, let's stick to can edit. And we go back. We can see my other account, the sort of client, has can view and create access. And if they create, this will also get created. If they create a page, they can edit. We can also change that here if we want. And here we can now also go for no access. And now I have no access with my other account. Let me now toggle on no access, but can create for that. And here you can now see on my other account, I don't have access to the client database anymore. I actually want to do that in the task database. So for here, let's click on remove, click on restore settings. So we bring it back in sync with the original page. So we relink it. And then here, let's get rid of this. And let's say here we only want if a person is in can edit, they can edit this entry here, not the other one. Now, what happened with this relinking is here on the materials page, I say that my second account can view. So with the cascading system, that also means that for these two databases, my account has can view access. And here I then specify that, and here you can see it, it is through materials to can view. I say if a person is in this person property, they can edit. So if I go to my other account, you can then see I can view this. I can change things here, but not here. So our client's database works. Now let's do everything in our tasks database. What we want to do here is we want to go in here, then we open this and we see our other account that has the permission from materials. Here we want to go for no access, and then we will unlink that cascading system, so that page from the system. So we unlink it. Then I can say for my other account, no access, but can create. Click on can edit again here. And here I also want the rule that if my account is in person, my other account can edit. So now if I go over to the other account, I should be able to create pages to see and edit this entry, but I shouldn't have access to the task database anymore. And this is the case. Now, one quick thing, I added the wrong account in here. I wanted to add this one here and my main account here. And here you can now see I don't have access to the task database anymore, and I can see only this one entry and edit it. So as you can see, all of these permissions, the normal database permissions, the page level access permissions, and the can add pages options are pretty handy, so you can create really good client portals in Notion. But now that's it for permissions. Let's move on to the library feature. The library is our last thing that we want to discuss in this very long chapter 6 before we move on to chapter number 7. So where can you find the library? The library is in the sidebar at the bottom, and here you can open it. And the library again is a fixed feature, a fixed sort of database similar to the people directory I already showed you. So the library is basically a directory that shows you different things. Your Teamspaces, recent pages, favorite pages, shared pages, private pages, later also things like AI meeting notes and agents. Now let's see what is in Teamspaces. So for the Teamspace, you can see different properties. You can see the description for the Teamspace. You can see the access for the Teamspace, and you can see how many members it holds. On top here, you can create also from here a new Teamspace. So what makes this great is I have one overview and all the different access options and members here in the library. And here, now I don't have a view, but I can here see all the pages that are in a Teamspace and all the views. So if I have 3 different content database views in here, I can also see them here. So this is pretty nice. The next page is recents, and here you can also see different properties. Now, if here we can see all the different pages, and here also database pages and database entries show up. If a page, for example, here, project 1, is a recent page, this is an entry of a database, the source is the database that the page is in. If the page that is here is a top-level page of a Teamspace, the source will always show the Teamspace. I think we don't actually have this here. Here we have it. Content is a top-level page of the marketing Teamspace, so here you can see marketing. If here a page is a subpage of another page, like for example this sprints database, it will show the parent page of that subpage. And last but not least, if a page is private, then it will just say private here with this keylogger. I think it's keylogger, the name. On top, what you can do here is you can create a new page from here. And you have also these options that you had in Teamspaces, but the filter is something that I will show you later. Then we also have favorites. These are the favorite pages. Here everything is the same, but here the favorite pages shows up. Same to shared. Here the shared pages show up also the same. And then we have the final one, which is private. Here you can see all your private pages. The last things are actually meeting notes and agents. This is something I will feature in the dedicated sections in chapter 9 about AI. Now, what I want to show you for this, let's go in recents again, is I want to show you in the settings what properties exist. Here we have the page name, which is this one. We have created by. We have last edited time, last visited time. The last time I edited my tasks was 2 weeks ago, but the last time I visited it was actually 1 hour ago. I also have created time, so when a page got created, and I also have last edited time, so who edited last. These are all the properties. You can toggle them on or off like in a normal database. The last 2 things I want to show you is the filter menu here, and this is basically a normal filter. You are limited to these different properties that I just showed you, but here you can add all kind of different filter mechanisms to filter, for example, your recent pages, your private, your shared pages, whatever you can filter here. The last thing for library is actually if you right-click any of these things, and for this, let me open the sidebar, you can see we have a Teamspaces section, a shared section, and so on. If I, for example, right-click Teamspaces, I can here decide to hide it from the sidebar. So now Teamspaces will hide from the sidebar and they will only show up in the library. So here you can decide what do you want to show in the sidebar and what maybe only in the library. Here's the honest truth about databases. This is where people get frustrated and give up, build a mess they abandon after a certain time, or build something that is not optimal, like for example, multiple different task databases. Or people just don't have the time to figure everything out on their own because it's a lot, and that's okay. This is exactly what I could do for you. I can build a tailored Notion workspace to your needs with everything included we talked previously about, then build all the databases, connect all the databases, and so on. So if you would like to skip this trial and error, if you want to work with me and get this done for you, there is a link down below in the video description where you can book a free discovery call with me. But now, that's it for chapter number 6, let's move on to chapter number 7. So, as I said, this is only part 1. A video can't be longer than 12 hours. That's why I need to split. So, to get to part 2, just click here.